commenting about the mood of the country ahead of next year's midterm elections. There are at least 3 races getting national attention tonight: New York City's race for mayor and 2 races for governor in New Jersey and also Virginia. It is 7 p.m. in the East, and the polls have just closed in the state of Virginia. Former Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger is battling against Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. For Lieutenant Governor, Democrat Ghazala Hashmi is running against Republican John Reed. And in the race for Attorney General, Democrat Jay Jones is trying to unseat Republican Attorney General Jason Miyares. In New York City, Zohran Mamdani, a self-described Democratic socialist, fighting off challenges from former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Sliwa, founder of the Guardian Angels. President Trump has weighed in heavily on this race, endorsing Cuomo and threatening to pull the city's federal funding if Mamdani wins. New Jersey's race for governor, Democrat Mikey Sherrill taking on Republican Jack Ciattarelli. They're battling to succeed Democratic Governor Phil Murphy, who is, of course, term limited. In California, voters are weighing in on Proposition 50. If approved, the ballot measure would redraw the state's congressional maps to create more Democratic seats in the House. Governor Gavin Newsom's gamble coming in direct response to Texas. Republicans there remade their map at President Trump's request, a move setting up a national redistricting battle across the country to shape the fight for Congress next year. Democrats currently need to flip 3 Republican seats in the midterms to regain control of the House. Here at the desk, I'm joined by our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, and of course, our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. And right next door in our election night command center, tracking the data as it comes in at the boards, our Washington bureau chief, Rick Klein, and our political director, Avery Harper. Joining us from Washington, our chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz, and our chief justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. And we have Powerhouse team fanned out across the country, ready to cover the races and break it all down, including reporters from our ABC stations. We'll get right to ABC News chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Of course, Mary, this is really the first test for the Trump administration in now its second term. Give us a sense of what's at stake.
It is the first big test. Look, it's been a year since President Trump took back the White House, and this is the first major opportunity for the nation to learn, how Americans really feel about what he's done in office over these last 9+ months. And the president is well aware that these results are either going to be a referendum or a stamp of approval. And he's also well aware that the economy, affordability, so many of these issues, just as they were key a year ago, are central still tonight. And the president, while his policies and his administration have loomed large over so many of these races, the president has been featured heavily in ads and out on the debate stage. Democrats have been slamming him, Republicans embracing him, but also working hard not to dismiss those concerns, those very real concerns, especially about the economy. And interestingly, the president hasn't actually been out campaigning in person. Instead, he's been relying heavily on social media, as he does, and some town halls and rallies to get his message out there. And of course, stakes are high on the other side of the aisle as well for Democrats. This is a chance for them to test their strategy in opposing the president. As we barrel into the midterms, we'll learn a lot about the divisions in the party. So while none of these races are going to, change the grip that Donald Trump and Republicans have on Washington, it will certainly test both parties' momentum and give the nation a sense of where we're headed.
And John, I want to bring one of Mary's points to you in that while President Trump certainly looms large in these elections, he really hasn't spent a lot of time on the campaign trail with Ciattarelli, just a 12-minute phone call, really, a Zoom video phone call. Give us a sense of why you think he's interacted more with this mayoral race here in New York City than the 2 governors' races.
Well, obviously New York is his hometown, so he sees it, and he sees that Mamdani is this figure. He's a very convenient foil. If Mamdani wins, Mamdani becomes the symbol for Republicans of the Democratic Party. They will try to portray everybody in the Democratic Party as a democratic socialist in the mode of Mamdani. But the bottom line here is that while this will be a test of Trump's standing, it's an away game. These are 2 states that Kamala Harris won, 2 states that Joe Biden won in 2020, 2 states where Donald Trump is unpopular. He has kind of endorsed Winsome Sears in Virginia, but not by name, hasn't mentioned her name. And by the way,
candidate.
Yes. And by the way, she committed a cardinal sin for Trump a few years ago after the 2022 midterm elections. She said it was time for Donald Trump to leave the stage and Republicans to look beyond. But look, the bottom line is Donald Trump has not been out there campaigning for either Ciattarelli or Sears because he's calculated they are likely to lose. Whether or not that's right, we'll find out. But But that's why you haven't seen him out there. And frankly, he wouldn't really be helping if he went to either of those states.
And Martha, let's bring you in here. Martha, what are you looking for in particular tonight?
Well, you know, I spent a little time in New Jersey this week, and I think what was interesting, it's exactly what everybody's saying. The voters I talked to, it's the economy, our prices are too high. There was one voter who had voted for President Trump, but now he's voting for Mikey Sherrill. He turned over to be an independent to vote for Mikey Sherrill. But there didn't seem to be a ton of enthusiasm up there, Linsey, for Mikey Sherrill. Again, every side, the Republicans and the Democrats, care about the economy, how that hits home. That is such an echo of the 2024 race. But people are now saying, look, I don't think Donald Trump has delivered on this. Mikey Sherrill also did nothing but talk about Donald Trump. I kept asking her, you keep mentioning Donald Trump. She's really running against Donald Trump as well, but says she's a family woman. She cares about the middle class. He doesn't care about the middle class. And again, hammering home that line about, I care about the middle class. I care about the economy. And remember that Mikey Sherrill, Abigail Spanberger, are both veterans, one from the CIA, one from the Navy, a Navy helicopter pilot. Mikey Sherrill, they are considered moderates, and people in these two states seem to like to hear that.
All
Linsey?
right, Martha, thanks so much. Pierre Thomas, want to bring you in here. What are you hearing with regard to the threat level at the ballot box today?
Well, Linsey, this has been one of the more toxic threat environments we've seen in really years. But the good news today is things have gone pretty smoothly. We had a bomb threat scare in New Jersey for several polling stations. A juvenile was arrested in connection with that, but there was nothing dangerous involved whatsoever. So as the day has unfolded, everything has been looking good and fair. And so law enforcement not breathing a sigh of relief until everything's over, but it's been a good day so far, Linsey.
All right, Pierre Thomas, thanks so much. We'll be checking back with you throughout the night. Millions of voters, of course, are turning out for this off-year election day as we wait to hear about the fate of several key races. ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katursky is out on the trail tonight and has a look at what's to come.
Tonight, as voters flock to the polls,
right this way.
Zoran Mamdani casting his own ballot, capping off a breakout campaign that could make the 34-year-old assemblyman the new mayor of New York.
We are on the brink of making history in our city. On the brink of saying goodbye to a politics of the past.
Mr. Cuomo, how are you feeling today?
Feeling great.
His main challenger, former Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Governor, you're going to pull this off today? Yes, we are.
Cuomo warns that Mamdani, a self-described democratic socialist who would be New York's first Muslim mayor, would, quote, kill the city.
This is going to determine the future of the city of New York. May also determine the future of the Democratic Party.
At the 11th hour, Cuomo, who lost the Democratic primary to Mamdani and is running as an independent, endorsed by President Trump. The president telling New York Republicans the only way to defeat Mamdani is to vote for Cuomo and not the party's nominee, Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani calls Cuomo Trump's puppet.
Governor, what's the message to those who think that a vote for you is a vote for Trump? What do you say to those New Yorkers in the closing moments?
Nobody could say that. Nobody could say that who has half a brain. And if there's anyone who can protect New York against President Trump, it's me.
Trump has vowed to withhold federal funds from New York if Mamdani wins. Any last-minute message for New Yorkers who may be concerned that the president will follow through on his threats if you win tonight?
I look forward to representing those New Yorkers and look forward to fighting for every single dollar this city is owed. I will not be intimidated by this president.
In neighboring New Jersey, Republican businessman Jack Ciattarelli is counting on Trump's support to help make him governor.
I'll tell you this, the future of our state hangs in the balance.
His Democratic rival, Congresswoman and Navy veteran Mikey Sherrill, says the president's policies are hurting her state.
This race has been about affordability, and that's because I speak to thousands and thousands of New Jerseyans sometimes a day.
In Virginia, voters are poised to elect the state's first woman governor.
Happy Election Day, everybody.
Pre-election day polls giving former Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger an edge over Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. In California tonight, a high-stakes ballot initiative asking voters to approve a new congressional map which could help Democrats win as many as 5 House seats in the midterm elections. California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom championing the measure with support from former President Obama as a response to Republican efforts to redraw congressional maps in Texas, Missouri, Ohio, and North Carolina to boost Republicans.
And Aaron Katersky joins us now live from Zoran Mamdani's watch party in Brooklyn. And Aaron, we understand that the mayoral turnout for this race is higher than the last 6 New York City mayoral races. How is the Mamdani campaign feeling tonight?
There has been such energy in this race. A lot of it for Zoran Mamdani, some of it against him, but whatever it is, it's drawn New Yorkers to polling places all over the city. The early voting numbers set a record, and already the turnout is the largest for a mayoral election in at least a quarter century, and it's probably going to surpass the second highest turnout ever. That was back in 1993. And Mamdani said today that he's feeling good, that he's met New Yorkers where they are, and if the early exit polls are an indication, he may have succeeded. They're talking to our exit pollsters about their finances, about affordability, and that's the message that Zoran Mamdani has been trying to bring to New Yorkers. Andrew Cuomo says it's a brand of democratic socialism that does not fit in the heart of American capitalism.
We will see ultimately how New York City's decide. Aaron Katersky will be coming back to you as well. Thanks so much. Let's go now to Lauren Glassberg from our partner station WABC. She's live at Andrew Cuomo's headquarters here in Manhattan. So, Lauren, President Trump backed Cuomo's campaign this weekend. How has that impacted the race? We've seen that Cuomo himself kind of tried to distance himself from that endorsement.
Correct. That is, of course, because this is certainly not a Trump-loving city, so he doesn't want to be connected directly with President Trump. He was saying that a vote, essentially, for Curtis Sliwa, who is the Republican candidate, would be a vote for Mamdani, and that would not be good for New York City. So in that, he agrees with President Trump. But I can tell you that Andrew Cuomo voted today on the East Side with his daughter, Michaela, and he joked. He was in good spirits. He said he has voted many times before, but this is the first time that he received a round of applause at a polling site. He said that he feels the momentum of the city behind him. But in truth, he has been trailing, according to all the polls, behind the front runner, the Democratic nominee, Zoran Mamdani. And in some of those polls, he's been behind by double digits. So in the last several weeks, he's been increasing his canvassing, pressing the flesh, getting connected with the voters. He's trying to tap into Republicans, moderates, Jewish voters, and black voters. This afternoon, he was in Harlem trying to make ground in these last few days behind a very popular Zoran Mamdani. Linsey.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. And now we want to send it over to Stefan Kim from our partner station WABC. He's at Curtis Sliwa's watch party in Manhattan. Stefan, Sliwa's critics have called him a spoiler in this race, splitting the anti-Mamdani vote with Cuomo. What has he said about that?
Well, Linsey, you said it. He says he's in this race to win it, of course, but the conventional wisdom is he is running in a city where there are 6 times as many registered Democratic voters and Republicans, so that is probably an unlikely outcome. That doesn't mean, though, they'll be looking closely at how these numbers break out tonight. The big question, as you mentioned, is will he be a spoiler candidate or a stronger than expected candidate, or perhaps a little bit of both? He's been under immense pressure to step out of this campaign, to drop out. As my colleague Lauren mentioned, even President Trump has endorsed Andrew Cuomo to prevent a Mamdani mayoralty. The conventional wisdom, of course, is that his candidacy splits that anti-Mamdani vote. But Curtis Sliwa has been running hard in this campaign until the very end. Linsey?
All right, Stefan, thanks so much. And we are going to head over to our election night command center right now, really the central nervous system in here. We have Avery Harper and Rick Klein. Avery, let's start with you, just as far as what the most important issues were for voters tonight.
Right, we're getting from our preliminary exit poll numbers an insight into how voters were making their decisions at the ballot box. So when you look at the most important issues facing voters in Virginia, we see that 47% say it was the economy. No surprise there. We saw Abigail Spanberger really focus on affordability, lowering things like energy costs and healthcare costs as a part of her platform. We also saw Winsome Earl Sears talk a lot about tax cuts and budget cuts as a way to create some affordability in that state. Healthcare came in as number 2. What was really surprising to me is that immigration and education came in so low for some of those voters in Virginia. Education in particular has been a focus of Winsome Earl Sears' campaign, particularly cultural issues around what's taught in the classroom. And then take a look at this. We will look at the effect of the federal government cuts on family finances in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Virginia, one of the states that is uniquely impacted by the ongoing government shutdown and some of those federal budget cuts that we saw earlier this year, the firings and the layoffs. 58% of voters in these preliminary exit poll data saying that they were affected, their family finances were affected, and 39% saying that they were not affected at all. That has also been a focus of Abigail Spanberger's campaign. So perhaps we're seeing something there for her that she and her team could feel good about this evening. And then in terms of feelings on the direction of the country in Virginia, we're also seeing that folks seem to be dissatisfied and angry. 63% of voters seem to be dissatisfied and angry in comparison to 34% who say they are enthusiastic and satisfied. And I'll tell you, I mean, Democrats are hoping to be able to harness some of that discontent that's out there in the country in hopes to turn them into victories tonight.
And New Jersey, it seems like more of the same as well, with Cheryl and Ciattarelli both saying the economy, with Cheryl even saying, look, I will try to freeze utility bills.
Right. Across all of the races that we're looking at tonight, affordability has been front and center.
All right, Rick, let's take a look at what you have. Virginia polls have already closed at this hour.
Yeah, just to give a sense of how the night's going to play out, we're getting our first results out of Virginia. Nothing significant yet, not enough to really say much meaningful about it. But then we're going to see every hour after that, essentially some big races starting to come into focus. We talked about New Jersey. Obviously, that's a very tight race. It's probably the best opportunity that Republicans have for having a big night tonight. New York and the mayor's race, and then closing out the night at 11 o'clock Eastern, we're going to have the first results coming out of California with their big redistricting initiative pushed by Governor Gavin Newsom. And I want to focus on this a little bit from our latest post with the Washington Post and Ipsos. It's the president's approval rating. It's critical in understanding how midterm elections work. Almost always, it's a referendum on the president. The president came into office about a month in. His approval rating was 45%. It's now down to 41%. To give a sense of perspective, it was 37% at this time in his first term, and we remember how that worked out. We talked about how this is races today that are playing out mostly in blue states. I want to highlight this. This is the nationwide map of how votes shifted between 2020 and 2024. Almost every state and almost every county in every state actually moved to Donald Trump.
Even New York and New Jersey.
Exactly right. Even New York. You see this, even in New York City, how much more deep red there is there. It doesn't mean they voted for Trump. It means they were shifting. Same thing in Virginia. Where we're focusing on tonight. Same thing in New Jersey. So, and even in California, where the redistricting battle is happening. So that's the kind of backdrop for all of this, is that in each of these states, we've seen this rightward shift. Now, does it carry over when Donald Trump's not on the ballot this year and then again next year? That's where we start to get our first clues.
Can we get a sense of Virginia? I know it's still early, but typically Virginia, whoever wins the White House, that person does not win in Richmond.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I want to focus for a second on how things work in Virginia, because this is going to be an absolutely critical state to watch tonight. So we've got almost no vote in right now, but this is how things worked for Glenn Youngkin 4 years ago. It was only 1 year into the Biden presidency, and people were talking about that kind of moderate Democrat thing. Does it work? That was a resounding no. Glenn Youngkin's win was a resounding no. As we just start to see our first votes coming in Virginia today, we know as this rolls in, this is the backdrop that you normally see, because bottom line is this is what Virginia does. They usually go against the party in the White House. This is the last 25 years, right? President Bush wins, Democrats are in office. President Obama wins, Republicans, with this one exception in 2012 and 2013. But Trump, Democrat. 2020, Biden, Republican. So the expectation would be that the Democrats would do very well. That's what's been borne out so far in the little vote we've gotten, and what's been borne out in the pre-election polls.
What are you watching for as far as potential surprises tonight?
I think the biggest potential surprise is in the state of New Jersey, and I can talk a little bit about why that is. New Jersey is a state that obviously is relatively Democratic. We're pretty blue these days, but it is also shifting, and shifting fast. Jack Ciattarelli lost this race by only 3 points 4 years ago. And then take a look at this. Kamala Harris comes in and she wins by 6. That looks like a lot. Well, actually Biden won by 16. So this 10-point shift that happened in the course of a very small amount of time is absolutely fascinating. The question is, can those Republicans stay in the fold? Can you build something together even in a bluish state?
All right, thanks so much. I want to just come and take a look so far. Again, very early, but quite a handsome lead for Abigail Spanberger in the governor's race in Virginia. For more on that, as those votes start to trickle in, I want to send it over to Jay O'Brien for us.
Yeah, Lindsay, I've been talking to Spanberger campaign sources as a cheer goes up in the room behind me here, and they say they are cautiously optimistic about their chances tonight. They like what they've seen already in some of those northern Virginia counties, those counties around Washington, D.C. that are home to thousands of federal workers, and they really like what they've seen in the exit polling so far. Some of those numbers that Avery was walking through, those Virginians who say, a majority of them, about 6 in 10, that the federal firings have impacted their families. Abigail Spanberger has leaned hard into this idea that she can provide stability in the state of Virginia, whereas she says Donald Trump is causing chaos in the White House and really has tried to use this election to draw contrast between her and the Trump presidency and try to paint her opponent, Winsome Earl-Sears, as being for the president's policies that have impacted Virginia to such an extreme degree. And in particular, those federal firings. I've talked to a Spanberger campaign source who believes that when Elon Musk walked out on the stage with that chainsaw among the Doge cuts in the federal government, that is when they believe gas was really poured in the tank of their campaign that really wasn't in full gear at that point, because they could use these federal firings as a cudgel against Winsome Earl-Sears. And one more point here that John made earlier, Winsome Earl-Sears has not been endorsed by President Trump, so she's not getting that MAGA bump that she could have gotten if there was a full-throated support from the president.
All right, Jay, thanks so much. Mary, I want to come back to you because Avery really talked about a point that Trump's policies hit a little differently actually in the state of Virginia.
They do. They hit extremely close to home. And it's one of the things that is being tested tonight, as both Jay and Avery were saying. The Doge cuts to federal workers, Trump's efforts to completely slash and overhaul the federal workforce hit extremely differently in a state like Virginia, where you do have so many federal workers. And right now, as we are now in what is tied for the second longest shutdown ever, so many of those federal workers that are furloughed, that may be concerned about when their next paycheck is coming, whether they're going to be able to keep their job long term, so many of those federal workers live in Virginia. And it is something that you have seen Spanberger really seize upon. And it is interesting, you know, when it plays into her broader playbook here. She is running an old familiar playbook of going after Trump. This is an anti-Trump campaign. And it's something that not only obviously the Trump folks are watching very closely, but also the Democratic Party and the Democratic establishment as they look to tonight's races to see what tea leaves can they unpack here to figure out how to tackle the midterm elections. Do they need a different strategy, or does running against Trump, like Spanberger is, like Mikey Sherrill is, does that still work? Or will it only work in a state, you know, that has a unique set of circumstances like Virginia?
And with Spanberger, it'll be really interesting to see what happens in Virginia, because she has tried to tie her opposition to Donald Trump.
Completely. And Donald Trump is well aware of that, which is why he's really put some distance between himself. He hasn't officially endorsed her, not by name. In fact, he didn't even mention her last night when he did a telephone rally, a teletown hall, trying to get out Republican voters, but not actually mentioning the candidate by name.
And as we said before with John, it was just a mention of a strong candidate.
Strong candidate.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not exactly a toothsome endorsement.
All right, Mary, thank you. And we are also following breaking news tonight. A plane crash in Louisville, Kentucky. Emergency crews are on the scene of a UPS plane crash in Louisville. The images are now coming in showing huge plumes of smoke. The FAA says the plane crashed just after takeoff. The Louisville airport is currently closed. There are reports of multiple injuries. ABC's Matt Rivers joins us now live. Matt, what's the latest?
Lindsay, still very much a developing situation out there in Louisville. This crash happening as this UPS cargo flight was going down the runway around 5:30 p.m. Local time. The flight, according to UPS, was on its way to Honolulu. It had 3 crew members on board. Their fates remain unknown at this point. But you can imagine just how much jet fuel was on board that plane for such a long flight. Again, 3 crew members on board, an unknown amount of injuries on the ground. But it does appear that this plane only got off off about 175 feet off the ground before impacting buildings in that area. We know emergency crews are on the scene. We know the passenger terminal there at the Louisville airport is closed. The UPS facility is called the World Port Facility. It is the heart of UPS air transportation network. We're talking thousands of packages processed there every 17 seconds or so. It is a very busy place, a very important air hub, the most important air hub for one of the busiest package companies all around the world. So we're very much waiting to see what more details comes out about this. We know the FAA, Lindsey, and the NTSB are investigating at this point, but still very much a developing situation.
And we imagine, Matt, that flights are being diverted to local airports that were trying to fly into Louisville?
Yeah, no question that flights that were going in there being diverted, flights that were going out also now canceled. We expect that to be impacted in that area for a while now because we know emergency services need to be able to access those areas as swiftly as they can. And we also know that investigators need to get access to those runways to figure out exactly what happened here. Sources telling us that there appears to be an engine issue on that MD-11 aircraft that was involved here. But again, that's preliminary information. Investigators are going to take some time to figure out exactly what happened here, but just a stunning crash, and the videos coming in really shocking to see.
You're exactly right. All right, Matt Rivers, our thanks to you. Please keep us updated. Coming up, our ABC contributors, former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, and former head of the DNC, Donna Brazile, join us as we are less than 1 hour away from polls closing in New Jersey. Stay with us. The night is just beginning.
ABC News live coverage, Election Night 2025, continues after this.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
I love this version of me.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what?
The View.
I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
Mother gave us this mission. To hunt a powerful creature and exploit them. How does it feel to be hunted?
Badlands. Rated PG-13. Get tickets now.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down. Oh my God.
Scamanda. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
It's off. Help, my fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere. Please hurry. There's a knife sticking out of her heart. Oh, no.
Philadelphia medical examiner initially ruled Greenberg's death a homicide before switching it to suicide.
How was this ruled a suicide? It just does not add up.
Everyone realized how strange and twisted this case was.
If you want to get away with a homicide, have it declared a suicide.
Death in Apartment 603. What happened to Ellen Greenberg? Only on Hulu.
I wanted love because I was lonely. So I went online. He's a handsome man.
He was a very handsome man.
He said to me, "I love you." And I started to fall in love with him. Then something crazy happened. I've been scammed. I had lost everything.
I was angry. I wanted to track him down. Maybe we could catch him.
I have secrets of my own.
Here now, ABC News live anchor, Linsey Davis.
Welcome back, everyone, to our election night coverage. ABC News Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl back with us. John, it's really setting up to be quite a fascinating mayoral race here in New York City. Yeah. You have Cuomo, who's running as the independent, who was endorsed by Donald Trump, the Republican, but Cuomo doesn't even want the endorsement. Meanwhile, the Republican, Curtis Sliwa, doesn't get the endorsement. Trump actually wanted him to drop out of the race, as he encouraged Eric Adams to drop out of the race. But then a number of Democrats see if their guy wins, the Democrat, it's actually a loss. People don't want to see a lot of, when we talk about the party leaders, they don't necessarily want to see Mamdani actually have a victory. I know you got a chance to talk to the governor of California about it.
I mean, looming over all this is Zohran Mamdani, who is just turned 34 a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. And he has electrified young voters in this city. I mean, you see this massive voter turnout. We're going to find out who people actually voted for. But one thing we know is they're voting in massive numbers. He has motivated people to get out. He's had a huge voter registration effort. His use of social media has been extremely effective and much more creative than we have seen from any other Democrat that I have seen, frankly. But he is a democratic socialist. He has had very controversial views in the past about defunding the police. He once said of the New York Police Department, "We don't need an investigation to know the NYPD is a racist, anti-queer, and major threat to public safety. What we need is to defund the NYPD." That's what he said in 2020 amidst all of the George Floyd protests. Now, in an extraordinary moment in this campaign, he went on Fox News and did a lengthy interview, and he apologized to the NYPD for those comments. He's made it clear he no longer favors defunding the police, but he's had controversial views on Israel. He has said Israel does not have the right to exist as a Jewish state. He has suggested that if Netanyahu were to come to New York, that he should be arrested because he's been, convicted of war crimes by the International Criminal Court. He has said things that make him radioactive to many national Democrats. And it's extraordinary today that Chuck Schumer, who is both the senator from New York, a former New York City council member, a man from Queens, voted, and he wouldn't even say who he voted for. Right. So not only did he not endorse the Democratic nominee for mayor, he wouldn't even say if he voted for him. So, and
Hakeem Jeffries, he endorsed late in the game, and when he was just asked over the weekend if he felt that Mamdani should really be the face of the Democratic Party, no.
We looked this up. So the Democratic primary happens, Mamdani wins overwhelmingly, and it's 122 days later that Hakeem Jeffries comes around to endorsing him, and as you allude to, a rather lukewarm endorsement. So look, Democrats are worried that what Republicans will do, Mamdani wins in New York, they will try to paint the whole party as the Democratic Nationalist, Socialist Party of Zohran Mamdani is now the Democratic Party. But, he is a star and he has electrified young voters. I spoke recently, you mentioned, to Gavin Newsom, clearly a major figure for the Democrats nationally. And I asked him about this and about the prospect of Zohran Mamdani becoming a national figure for the Democratic Party. His response was quite interesting. Take a listen.
But I can say this about Mamdani: success leaves clues. The power of emulation. Democratic Party should learn about how to communicate in this new world. They should learn how to build a brand, build a sense of well-being, of trust, to connect with issues and to people in a very profound way. My hope is for all of us that when he wins, and it appears he will win, that he's as effective governing the city as he was campaigning.
And what he goes on to say there is that he hopes that Mamdani governs after he wins. He's confident he's going to win as a pragmatist. There's no democratic socialist way to, fix the roads, to make sure that the mass transit system is working effectively, to go and solve people's problems and not be overly ideological about it.
And what's so interesting when we talk about Donald Trump, the president, is from New York City. The top two leaders, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, all from New York City. A lot at stake. Of course, New York City has a larger population than 38 states. And many people have talked about Mamdani's lack of experience. You have Donald Trump, who's also described him as a communist lunatic and some other choice words as well. Why, again, is President Trump so invested in the outcome of this race?
Well, I think he sees a foil there and someone that he wants to elevate because it gives him an opportunity to brand the Democratic Party going forward, as John was saying, as Democratic Socialists, or as he falsely characterizes Mamdani as a communist. But the president is looking for something he can dig his teeth into, and he sees Mamdani as a good opportunity there. But it also crystallizes the real challenge and test for Democrats tonight as well, because it is a test for the divisions of the party and how the party can best win going forward. Is it going to be a far left progressive candidate like Mamdani, who is also really taking on the party establishment? I mean, he in many ways is running against the establishment of the party and the way in which Democrats have sort of traditionally done things. I mean, he's running against a former Democratic governor in Cuomo, someone who alarmingly, or something you certainly never thought you would see, is out there doing Fox News hits all day and reaching out and actively courting Republicans now, which may or may not backfire. But so you have someone like Mamdani who's really challenging the status quo for the Democratic Party, and then you have Abigail Spanberger, you have Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey that are running that more traditional campaign where they're not running against Democrats, they're running against Trump. And I think that is why you are going to see Democrats really trying to glean bigger lessons here. Obviously, everything is state specific. You are not talking about midterm races here. You're talking about governor and mayoral races. But there's a lot for the Democratic Party to learn about what is the best way to take on Republicans next year. And a lot of questions about where the party, goes from here. And certainly Newsom, I think, hit on something that many Democratic voters feel, which is Democrats need to speak up more. They need to reach out more. They need to be more active on social media. They need to be reaching out to young people. And regardless of the results tonight, Mamdani certainly has shown a new playbook to get people's attention. And I think that has certainly gotten the attention of Democratic leaders, no matter what happens.
By the way, I need to issue a correction. I said that Chuck Schumer was from Queens. He is from Brooklyn.
So
my apologies I apologize to Queens and to Senator Schumer.
All right, thank you so much. And certainly we are going to see tonight if Democrats are successful in really setting this election up as a referendum on Donald Trump. For more on the state of play in New Jersey, let's bring in former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, who's joining us tonight. Governor, thanks so much. First, just big picture this for us. What do you think? What are you expecting that the results are going to, how they're going to shake out ultimately tonight in your, in the great state, the Garden State, my home state, New Jersey?
Well, Linsey, welcome to A Jersey Girl. I'm happy to be on. Look, here's what you're going to see tonight. Let's remember and remind the audience how hard it is to win in New Jersey as a Republican. We have elected one Republican United States Senator in the last 50 years, one Republican governor in the last 25. So this is a very blue state. And so first you have to start with that. What we're going to see tonight and the sensation we're seeing play out, as of 7 o'clock tonight, turnout has been electric. And you go with Hudson County, New Jersey, 126% of the 2021 vote, our last gubernatorial election. Union County, 120%. Essex County, 118%. And then at the Jersey Shore, Ocean County, 118%. And Monmouth County, 109%. So people are turning out for this election in greater numbers than they did when Phil Murphy ran for re-election 4 years ago. What Jack Ciattarelli needs here is for unaffiliated voters to come in big numbers. We're seeing essentially the same type of partisan breakup as we normally see when you combine vote by mail, early voting with what's going on so far through 7 o'clock today and election day. What's going to matter are these unaffiliated voters. When I beat John Corzine in 2009, I got 58% of unaffiliated voters. We beat John Corzine by 28 points in unaffiliated voters. That's what a Republican needs to do. So the path for Jack Ciattarelli tonight and the way to look at the numbers are big turnout, which can be good for him, if in fact those unaffiliated voters break for him in a 55% plus rate, then it's going to be close. If he gets to 60% plus on unaffiliated, he could actually win.
All right, Governor Chris Christie, thanks so much. And of course, one of the big concerns for voters in New Jersey has been affordability. I want to bring Martha Raddatz back in. Martha, I know that you recently took a trip and spoke with some voters here in New Jersey.
I sure did. And affordability was on everyone's mind, whether Republicans or Democrats. That really was all they wanted to talk about. A lot of people didn't really talk about Donald Trump or him. It was just what was happening in their home, their rent, their car payments, their grocery bills. That is what mattered to all of them. And I spoke to Mikey Sherrill as well, who you see there, and that is something she talked about. In many ways, I think Democrats are trying to learn the lessons of 2024. Mikey Sherrill was certainly talking about Donald Trump and that she would fight Donald Trump, but she made a very big point of constantly telling me about the economy and affordability and how much she cares about that. So the lessons learned from 2024, when I remember all voters were saying about the Democrats, is look, they're just talking about Donald Trump. They're not talking about any policies. They're not talking about the economy. And of course, we know it really did boil down to the economy. So what I saw in New Jersey is lessons learned. I think that's true in Virginia as well. I actually live in Virginia. I was at a polling place this morning. There was a lot of enthusiasm there, but people around that polling place were also telling me that they very much are watching the economy. That's what matters. Again, those 300,000 federal workers live in Virginia, a lot of them in Northern Virginia, where I was this morning, all talking about that, all talking about the layoffs and the collision of those layoffs, those jobs cut, and the government shutdown is really hurting people. People are hearing more stories about that, how much people are suffering from that government shutdown, and that is truly frustrating people, especially all those federal workers in Virginia, Linsey.
And we can see how that plays out of the ballot box in Virginia coming up tonight. Martha, thanks so much. I want to bring in former head of the DNC ABC News contributor Donna Brazile. Donna, so let's go back to what we're seeing at exit polls in Virginia. What stands out to you?
Well, first of all, just the sheer number of young people who are participating. One of the reasons why Kamala Harris didn't fare so well, although she won both in Virginia as well as New Jersey, we did not have a surge of youth voting. I'm seeing numbers right now that indicate that young people are voting in Virginia. I'm also seeing that the black vote, 9 out of 10 voters, are leaning toward the Democratic candidate. Once again, Donald Trump made inroads in both Virginia and New Jersey in 2024, but it looks like the Democrats are getting their groove again, and that is good news going into 2026.
And what do you feel that the Democrats' strategy is today?
Affordability, talking about issues that matter to voters. Both Abigail as well as Mikey leaned into their national security experience, but pivoted toward affordability, the rise in utility costs, the rise in grocery prices, the rise in insurance premiums. They, in many ways, they ran against their own Washington experience to position themselves as everyday moms who understood what was happening at the kitchen table. I think both of them ran a terrific campaign.
Which races are you watching in particular tonight?
Well, of course, I'm watching everything. I mean, there are over 20,000 races in 31 states, but I'm also looking at Pennsylvania, those judicial races. You know, we talk about the New York mayoral races, but if he wins tonight, Mr. Zoran will join other cities and elected millennials, Boston, Cleveland. I'm looking at the potential of having a new mayor in Motown, a black woman, Ms. Sheffield, who is dynamic. This is going to be a great night across America because so many municipal elections that will also give us a peek preview of what's going on, not just in the suburbs, but also our urban centers.
All right, Donna, thank you so much. And let's go out live to the field now. Anthony Johnson from our partner station in New York, WABC, is at Mikey Sherrill's headquarters in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Anthony, give us a sense of how Sherrill supporters are feeling tonight.
Well, we've been talking to them all along, and they're feeling pretty good about tonight, especially when you heard the former governor, Chris Christie, talking about the turnout, the big numbers in this state. Of course, when a lot of people vote, it usually tends to be more on the Democratic side. As a matter of fact, when it came into the mail-in and the early voting, the numbers were extremely high. So I'm not really surprised about what we're hearing about voting today. That's what is making these people feel pretty good about what's going to take place. But of course, this is going to be a very tight race. At first, it looked like Mikey Sherrill was going to take this race without a lot of problems, but it got tighter and tighter as we got closer and closer to Election Day. Both of the candidates have been very energized. They've been crisscrossing this entire state. There's 21 counties here in the state of New Jersey. They've been to all of these counties, each one of them pushing their message. Once again, as we've been saying, affordability is the big issue, but also in the state of New Jersey, you have to look at things like property taxes. So there are many issues on the table tonight. These folks hope by the end of the night that Mikey Sherrill will become the 57th governor of New Jersey.
And of course, both candidates really seizing on that idea of affordability. Anthony, thanks so much. I want to bring in Annie McCormick from WPVI, our partner station from Philadelphia. She's at Jack Ciattarelli's headquarters in Bridgewater, New Jersey. So Annie, what's the feeling like there?
Everybody out here, Lindsay, is really excited. In fact, a short time ago, we talked to Jack Ciattarelli's brother, who's out here helping. He says that his brother continues to bring the hustle up until the very last minute, and their family is hoping that the third time is the charm. This is the third time that he is running for the seat of governor. If you remember back in 2021, he lost by only 3 percentage points to Governor Phil Murphy, who, of course, is term limited, so he is not running again. So he has been hungry for this for 3 years. And like everyone has been saying, affordability is the name of this campaign. Jack Ciattarelli really focusing on taxes. You heard Anthony just mention about property taxes. He's been focusing on personal and corporate tax structures, but also he's been talking about expanding a property tax freeze for seniors. He voted on Friday early in person. He was one of the 1.3 million New Jerseyans who decided to vote that way. Now, those early voting numbers that came in showed about 300,000 lead for Democratic voters, something that the Sherrill campaign was excited about, but the Ciattarelli campaign says that they're not putting much stock into that. He, of course, getting a boost from President Trump, including with that tele-rally recently, and also he is hoping to ride that red wave that has come through New Jersey and has flipped so many counties to red. He's hoping that that's going to work for him, and those unaffiliated voters come out for him as well. Lindsay.
Annie, thanks so much. Now we want to take a look at the Election Command Center, where we find ABC News Bureau Chief Rick Klein. And Rick, I know we have some numbers coming in for, let's see, for governor in Virginia. Spanberger really, let's see, my math is not what got me into journalism. So, but she's got more than 100,000 votes more than Earl Sears here, but still early, only 24% of the expected vote in.
Yeah, about a quarter of the expected vote. Democrats have to be happy with what they've seen so far. This is where the vote is still outstanding. These bigger blue dots, those are more Democratic areas that have a large number of votes left. The bigger red dots are the places where we're waiting on expected Republican votes. But I want to highlight a couple of things here, Lindsay, because we've talked a lot about how voters shift over the years. I want to focus right now on Loudoun County. This is the Washington exurbs, the suburbs in the exurbs. This is outside of Washington, D.C. You talk about federal workers, federal contractors. This county is loaded with them. As you can see, Terry McAuliffe actually did pretty well in this county. It's a lighter shade of blue, though. He won by about 11 points, even though he lost the entire state. But if you go forward just into the next election, well, Donald Trump, he actually fell back a little bit on it. And you can see as the shifts here, we saw this rightward shift. This county has been trending a little bit more to Republicans, even though it's heavily Democratic. Tonight, those numbers, plus 30 for Abigail Spanberger. So Spanberger is blowing her out right there. One smaller Republican county, just to mention, Westmoreland County, a more rural county. That's a place where Glenn Youngkin 4 years ago won by 21 points. Tonight, Winston Seals is only up by 8. So you're just not seeing the same kind of turnout that we did in the last time for a Republican to be successful. And I want to focus also on Virginia Beach. This is a heavily military-heavy part of the state. It is a lighter shade of blue, and it's an area where, frankly, a Democrat needs to start winning back. This is what happened in that county over the last couple elections. Joe Biden wins by about 5 points. Glenn Youngkin flips it all the way and wins by 8. Harris gets it back in the blue column. So far tonight, it's looking like it is in the column of Democrats in the neighborhood of 2 or 3 points. So that's Democrats righting the ship so far in a state that has trended blue in the last couple of decades, Linsey.
All right, Rick, really interesting, those areas that you point out. Thanks so much. I want to bring back in ABC News political director Avery Harper. Avery, what are you able to glean from the independent voters in Virginia?
Right, we're getting a look at what some independent voters have responded to our poll. A third of the voters that we are looking at who responded to our poll identify as independent. 56% of them say that they voted for Abigail Spanberger at the ballot box today, versus 41% who say they voted for Winsome Earl Sears, the Republican in this race. And for comparison, if we look back at 2021, for Glenn Youngkin, we saw independents support at a rate of 54%. So essentially, Abigail Spanberger doing as well as Glenn Youngkin did with independents back in 2021. As far as some of the most important issues that are facing the Commonwealth of Virginia, we do see that the economy ranks #1 by far. And that has been at the center of the emphasis of the election and the campaigns that we've seen from both of these candidates. For Abigail Spanberger, she's talked a lot about lowering the cost of healthcare. Healthcare also an issue that's very important. The lower issues that people cared about were immigration and education. And education, of course, an emphasis for Winsome Earl Sears.
All right, Avery Harper, thanks so much. And we are continuing to track Virginia results tonight as they come in. Stay with us.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather. And then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son. Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal under his eye. Only on Hulu.
ABC's Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, life-changing. For 45 years, the most powerful stories of our time.
This is Nightline.
Wherever the story is, Nightline will take you there. Just because it's late night doesn't mean you should be in the dark. For a brighter take on the day, this is ABC's Nightline. Late night on ABC.
Mom talk is at its lowest point right now.
Jen has been gone, and Whitney and Demi are not to be trusted. Why are you here today?
I'm gonna start my own mom talk.
I'm sorry.
Marciano told me that you guys had sex.
Oh my.
I feel like a storm's coming.
I'm absolutely not backing down.
When this airs, it's all going public.
That's why in the church they don't like you to drink, because things like these happen.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
People don't just vanish on their way to work with no witnesses, no trace.
They found the car keys laying on the ground, red high-heel shoes. You can see drag marks.
Welcome to Daybreak. I'm Jody Husentrut.
KIMT News anchor Jody Husentrut was just 27 at the time of her disappearance.
She told me she thought someone was following her.
Maybe this is it. Maybe we're gonna find her now.
Holy crap, this is really real.
Let's find Jody.
Her last broadcast. Only on Hulu.
I did not picture myself surviving through that day.
He was tracking her.
He was everywhere.
I heard the squeak of a floorboard. I've been kidnapped. This becomes a fight for my life.
And we're all holding our breath.
My mind is the only thing that's going to get me out of here.
Open the door!
This is a horror film.
Stalking Samantha. 13 years of terror. Only on Hulu.
All eyes on Virginia now, where we know at the end of the night there will be a female who wins as governor in that state. ABC News Capitol Hill correspondent Jay O'Brien is in Richmond, Virginia, Democratic candidate Abigail Spanberger's headquarters. Jay, what's the latest update there?
Yeah, Lindsay, no matter the outcome here, it will be historic, the first female governor ever in Virginia's history, and they are confident here, as you can hear them behind me here at Spanberger headquarters. They like what they've seen in the early vote numbers so far. They like what they've seen in those northern counties of the states with a number of federal workers living in them. There is one piece of drama, though, in this race tonight that is causing some tension here, which is in the Attorney General's race. Democrat Jay Jones, remember, had that October surprise in his campaign. Text from some years ago where he mused about violence against the Virginia Speaker of the House, a Republican. Those texts have come back to become an issue in Abigail Spanberger's campaign as well. Republicans have made repeated mention of them. And while Jay Jones is performing well tonight as well, he is running about 5 points in some cases in these early numbers behind Abigail Spanberger. Democrats I talked to keenly aware that if he wins tonight, it will be on Abigail Spanberger's coattails. They are cautious about the Jones campaign, but very optimistic, as you can hear behind me, about the Spanberger campaign.
All right, Jay O'Brien, thank you. I want to bring that to you as far as those down ballot races. Yeah. If Spanberger wins, we know there was that controversy with the Democrat who's running for Attorney General.
Yeah, and there's a lot of questions about if Spanberger does well, and you know the numbers certainly do appear to be in her favor. How much of a factor or how much of an impact would that have on these other races, especially what may actually be sort of the most intense contest in the state, which is the race for Attorney General, of course, which had this October surprise, as Jay put it. The Democratic nominee, Jay Jones, his campaign was rocked by this disclosure of old private text messages in which he wished political violence against his political enemies. Of course, his opponent has seized on that, as has the candidate for governor as well. So lots of questions about just the impact and how broad Spanberger's appeal will go.
All right. Thank you so much, Mary. Coming up, we are minutes away from the polls closing in New Jersey in that heated governor's race. We'll be right back.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather. And then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son.
Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal Under His Eye. Only on Hulu.
All across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are.
Welcome home. It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
Hi.
When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we've both never been. Growing up doesn't mean getting.
Good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home. Putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George, how are you?
And the day ahead.
Now you can listen to a podcast version of World News Tonight, available free wherever you listen.
A deadly mystery.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
Forbidden love.
It involved decadent sexual behavior.
And then,
this is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder. Only on Hulu. Tuesday night.
Who wasn't a fan of the Golden Girls?
It's 40 years, but it's day one fresh.
Oh, I love you guys.
Great, now get out.
The jokes still land. It's really funny.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Better than anyone I know.
Hilarious.
Thank you for being. Thank you for being. Thank you for being a friend.
The Golden Girls, 40 years of laughter and friendship. Tuesday night on ABC. And watch The Golden Girls. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Mother gave us this mission.
To hunt a powerful creature.
and exploit them. How does it feel to be hunted?
Predator Badlands. Rated PG-13. Get tickets now.
Reporting from the Washington, D.C. jail as January 6th prisoners are being released. I'm Jay O'Brien. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Talk to you later, baby. Bye.
There is no official word on the whereabouts of Army Lieutenant Holly Wyman.
Was she a victim of a serial killer? 2020, Friday night on ABC. Here now, ABC News Live anchor, Linsey Davis.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. The polls are about to close in the state of New Jersey, but first, ABC News does have a projection in the state of Virginia. Let's go right to Rick Klein with the latest. Rick.
ABC News is projecting that Abigail Spanberger is going to be the winner based on the analysis of the expected vote we've seen in so far. We've got a good amount of vote that is still outstanding right now, but Spanberger has a lead of about 100,000 votes, and it looks like, according to our decision desk, it's going to be impossible to overcome. You can see as the numbers flow in, we're going to see a big margin right now, in all likelihood, for Abigail Spanberger. I want to focus on one county in particular because I think it tells a really important part of the story. I want to look at Chesterfield County. This is the suburbs of Richmond. It's light pink. It's a lighter shade of red because Glenn Youngkin was able to carry that in his surprise victory, bit of a surprise victory from 4 years ago. That's the suburbs. That's the kind of place that a Republican has to win in a state like Virginia. One analyst said absolutely must win for a Republican. Right now, we are tracking that as being a plus 14 Spanberger win. That's part of the congressional district that she represented in Congress. When she flipped it from Republicans, it was a bit of surprise. If Democrats are looking at a map that includes places like Chesterfield County, coming back to their column, they have to feel at least a little bit better about their prospects of winning over some of those suburban voters that had been bleeding away a little bit. That is part of what's powering this very likely victory for Spanberger tonight.
And of course, this is somebody who touts herself as the most bipartisan member of Congress from Virginia, a mom of three, former CIA agent who actually, when she ran for Congress, had to get her service record declassified in order to run. Want to bring back in ABC News Capitol Hill correspondent Jay O'Brien in Richmond, Virginia, at Democratic candidate Abigail Spanberger's headquarters. Jay, I imagine that the people there expected this outcome.
Yeah, Linsey, jubilation here in the room, but obviously this was an expected outcome. I can tell you this is probably one of the most optimistic campaign watch parties I've ever been to, with those who walked in the door here really expecting this result, perhaps not expecting it to be called this early, and still cheers up in the room behind me. There were chants of Abby, Abby when the result was declared out here in this room and the state was called for Abigail Spanberger. This is history, Linsey. Abigail Spanberger will be Virginia's first ever female governor in the state's entire history, one of the oldest states in this country, one of the original 13 colonies. And the campaign is chalking that up to her aggressive strategy to talk about the economy and to lean into the fact of the federal firings that the Trump administration has been carrying out for the last few months, those DOGE cuts trying to project stability. We expect Abigail Spanberger to take the stage here within the hour and to try to project that message again at this victory party.
Jay O'Brien, thanks so much. For more now, let's join, we'll have Pierre Thomas join us with this historically significant win. Hi again, Pierre.
First time you've had a woman win the governorship in the state of Virginia. And Linsey, I think the thing that's fascinating is the degree to which the Democrats put a lot of emphasis on this particular state. I mean, Virginia as a state has been trending more progressive in recent years. The last 5 presidential elections have gone the way of Democrats in the particular state. And I think the fact that the state is powered by Northern Virginia, Richmond, and Tidewater in terms of very suburban communities, a lot of people were putting a lot of emphasis on how Spanberger would do in terms of the margin. One of the things I noted this weekend is President Obama, former President Obama, spent some time in Tidewater, and he really leaned into the notion of affordability and made Donald Trump the issue. And one of the more humorous parts of his speech, he talked about, I told you so, in terms of the layoffs and the effect on federal workers in the state, Linsey.
All right, Pierre Thomas, thanks so much. I want to bring in Elizabeth Schulze. And Elizabeth, I know you had a chance to sit down with a single mom of 3 there in Virginia. Kind of give us a sense of her story, living there at this time, and her plans as far as voting this election.
And you know, Lindsay, we've been talking so much about this issue of affordability, and this really kind of illustrated exactly why this is such an issue for so many families. We sat down with Julie Lusaney. She's a single mom of 3. She walked us through her budget, especially after a recent trip to the grocery store, Lindsay, and she showed us how when she pays for groceries, everything is twice as much as it was before. This is reflected in a lot of the official data, too. Prices are going up for those basic essentials. After Julie had paid for rent and bills, she simply said she did not have money left over. And what she was looking for, this is a Virginia voter, she said, the number one thing I care about in this election is someone who will help bring those prices down. She talked a lot about utility bills. And by the way, that's something that Abigail Spanberger made central to her campaign. Electricity costs have been spiking over the past year. Put it all together, Lindsay, the typical household is spending about $200 more than they were at this time last year. And that's really a message that we saw Spanberger hone in on. What can be done from the policy point of view to actually bring down those costs, pitting the blame on President Trump for rising prices because of his tariffs, which is where we've seen some of those prices go up. The Fed chair told me recently he expects prices will continue to go up in the coming months because of those tariffs. And when you hear from voters, they say, when will those prices come down? The issue of affordability ultimately coming down to inflation. In New Jersey's governor's race, we've also had that be a key issue around utility prices and electricity bills. Property taxes, another place we've heard Jack Ciattarelli, the campaign there, focus on bringing those bills down. So we'll have to see in that race, Lindsay, how much that affordability message gets through, especially when, you know, it's a little bit tighter when you look at some of those kind of day-to-day costs when it comes to what really households are looking for in their budgets.
Right. Of course, Mikey Sherrill has talked about freezing those utility bills, and we've heard Ciattarelli talk a lot about New Jersey taxes. Elizabeth Schulze, our thanks to you. I want to take a look at what we're seeing so far on the boards in New Jersey with the governor's race. If we can pull those up. There we go. Oh, okay. Actually, we're going to go over to you, Rick, where the polls.
Yeah, Lindsay, we're seeing just the first bit of vote at about 6% of the expected vote in. We think this is really early vote that's being reported pretty quickly here. A 9-point edge in the very early going for Mikey Sherrill. And I want to take a look at part of the map in New Jersey that we're going to be focused on as the night goes on, because there's few states in the country that have had more dramatic shifts in vote share than New Jersey over the last couple of election cycles. Jack Ciattarelli, who's running tonight, lost this state by only 3 points 4 years ago. It was one of the real surprises of the election from 4 years ago. And even though Kamala Harris won what looks like pretty handily, that 6-point edge that she had, it was actually 16 points when Joe Biden ran 4 years before that. And a lot of this this shows you how each county, or all these counties, shifted to the right between 2020 and 2024. A lot of this is centered in Northeast Jersey. Some of it is the New York suburbs. Some of it is a little bit west of there. But these are some of the places. Passaic County is one that we're going to have our eye on right there, because you can see how dramatic that shift was over that 4-year span. And if you look at Passaic County, this is what happened in that county. Joe Biden wins it by 16.5 points. Murphy only wins by 3.5. Donald Trump actually flips it to Republican hands. We don't have anything yet out of Passaic County, but we are seeing some of the first numbers here right outside New York City. And what we're seeing so far is that some of those Latino-heavy districts, parts of the state that typically are very Democratic, are staying Democratic. So in the very early going, Mikey Sherrill and the Democrats are probably feeling good about the numbers, but we had a lot of vote left in New Jersey.
And we'll be so curious to find out if some of those first-time low-rate voters, as well as Latinos who showed up for Donald Trump at the polls for his election, if they will show up now when he's not on the ballot. Thanks so much, Rick. Selena Wang joins us now from the White House. Give us a sense how close Donald Trump and the administration is watching these races tonight.
Yeah, well, Lindsay, actually, sources tell us that Trump's political operation, they actually were investing millions into voter turnout in both Virginia and New Jersey. They know that these were going to be tough races, that Democrats were leading. But really, the president's eye is looking ahead to the midterms, as is his political operation, to see what kind of campaign tactics are working, what aren't working. They're really looking at this as more of a testing ground, especially considering that these are blue-leaning states. Now, also, Republicans are more broadly going to be looking at, did Trump's gains with those critical young voters and those minority voters, have they continued? You saw Rick breaking this down. to the minutia. The Republican operation is, of course, looking at that to see if the president's gains from the 2024 election, whether or not they have held up, as there has been this question within the party about whether or not President Trump should have been more hands-on or if his support would have backfired, given, again, that these are blue-leaning states. And if you look at a state like Virginia, the president, the shutdown, his policies, all of that has been looming especially large as we've been discussing the very large population of federal workers who've been furloughed, all of these pocketbook issues really hitting home in that state. But also in New Jersey, we have seen Mikey Sherrill capitalize on President Trump threatening to withhold billions of dollars in infrastructure spending, threatening to shut down that critical gateway project that would be helping New Jersey commuters. But what we've seen both of those races do on the Democratic side is, yes, this is an anti-Trump message, but yes, they're also very much leaning into economic issues, as we've been talking about. And Linsey, our new ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll finds that 6 in 10 Americans disapprove of how President Trump is handling tariffs and the economy.
All right, Selena, thanks so much. For more now, let's bring in our Trump campaign senior advisor, Danielle Alvarez. And so, Danielle, let's start with the results that we see in Virginia with Spanberger winning there. She, of course, was very anti-Trump. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that the reality is the fact that we are talking about the way that Republicans are fighting in these very blue states is a testament to the way that the political landscape has changed. In New Jersey, for example, where they do voter registration based on party affiliation, we know based on data from August 2025 that Democrats have a voter registration advantage of about 160,000. Of course, we don't have that same data in Virginia, who doesn't do voter registration based on party advantage. But when we do comparisons, for example, what would be fair would be a comparison to 2017. We can see, that it makes sense that Abigail Spanberger performed very well. Of course, when we look at ABC's exit polling, we see that the economy was the #1 issue. Abigail Spanberger spent a lot of time talking about the economy. We did, however, see in the ABC exit polling that they did not support, about half of voters did not support transgenderism. That was Winsome Sears' focus. Of course, that fell short.
Affordability, certainly a huge concern for many Americans. How do you think that has impacted results so far?
I am not sure that these off-year elections are going to be indicative of the upcoming midterms. It is certainly an effort for Republicans to test tactics, both in Virginia and in New Jersey. But again, these are very blue states. We have a year leading up to the midterms. And so I wouldn't put too much on the way that the results of these races impact how we should look ahead towards the midterm elections.
All right, former Trump campaign senior advisor Danielle Alvarez, thanks so much for your time and insight. Appreciate it. Mary Bruce, want to bring you back in. With regard to seeing Spanberger win in Virginia, of course, we've talked about how a number of federal workers have been impacted by the shutdown there. Does this, and it's early still, but does this give Republicans more incentive to try to end the shutdown?
Well, certainly I think that's what Democrats are hoping, and Democratic leaders. There's been a lot of talk about whether the results tonight and what you see in Virginia, what you see in New Jersey may sort of force the hand of Republicans in Washington to finally be willing to come to the table and discuss health care before they reopen the government, which is, of course, what the stalemate has been over all of these 35 days now. And, of course, Virginia is such a unique situation, as we've been discussing. This hits home really intimately. This is something they are living through. So many Virginia residents dealing with not only the DOGE cuts over the last several months, the overhauling of the federal workforce, but now so many who are furloughed and wondering, where their next paycheck is going to come. And that is something that Abigail Spanberger made a real central issue. I mean, she went after Trump, especially when he was threatening to fire federal workers, not just furlough them, but fire them, arguing that was necessary in this shutdown. But as we've been mentioning, Spanberger also acutely aware of the importance of the cost of living, which she also made central. I mean, she called it her Affordable Virginia plan, really honing in on energy costs, healthcare, bringing down the price of pharmaceutical drugs. So, she's trying to straddle both strategies there. But in a lot of ways, when you, I think, look big picture at the race that she ran, it was really propelled in the same way that, on issues that propelled her first House race back in 2018, which is just going hard against Donald Trump. And that certainly appeared to be a winning strategy tonight. The question, I think, when you look to the shutdown is, will Republicans see that and say, okay, it's time to deal?
And John, do you think if Democrats run the board tonight, and again, it's still very early, but does that put Republicans in a harder position to keep the government shut down?
Well, you're going to hear from a lot of Republicans what you heard from Danielle Alvarez say, look, this is not about the national trends. These are local races, as we discussed at the very beginning here, that are fought on Democratic ground. You know, Virginia went for Kamala Harris. New Jersey went for Kamala Harris. Obviously, New York did as well. So, but look at the exit polls and look at the concerns that voters have. In Virginia, very clear that they had economic concerns, very clear that they had felt personally hurt, most voters personally hurt by what's happened to federal employees who have lost jobs through DOJ, federal employees who have been locked out of work, locked out of paychecks right now because of the government shutdown.
And aren't even sure if they're going to be able to get their back.
And not sure if they're going to get back. And we've heard a real campaign against federal employees coming from the Trump administration. You see a lot of that same anger in New Jersey, but what's different in New Jersey, you see anger and concern about the state of the economy, about high taxes, about high utility bills, especially electric bills, which have gone up skyrocket over the past year in New Jersey. Cost of groceries, which have continued to go up. Those would all be things that would reflect potentially badly on the man in charge and the party in charge in Washington. But in New Jersey, you also have the party that's in charge in Trenton. And Democrats have been in charge in New Jersey for a long time. And a lot of that anger may be directed at the current Democratic governor, Phil Murphy, and his choice for a successor, Mikey Sherrill.
And of course, as you say, there may be many Republicans who say, hey, nothing to see here. This doesn't mean anything downstream. But when you look at the areas like Loudoun County that Rick pointed out, does that signal something to you? I mean,
it's certainly, if you are seeing Republicans tonight in both New Jersey and in Virginia lose ground dramatically in the suburbs, lose ground in places that, although Trump lost those states, did significantly better than he had done 4 or 8 years earlier. If that gain is reversed, that is a major concern for Republicans, whatever the spin is.
All right, John, thank you. I want to bring back in former head of the DNC, ABC News contributor Donna Brazile. Donna, just give us a sense of your reaction to what we're seeing in Virginia.
Well, I've been texting with former governor and now United States Senator Tim Kaine. Tim is also a former chair of the DNC, and I say, I'm looking at these numbers. Congratulations on Abigail, but what about the other down ballot candidates and, of course, the state assembly? He believes that the lieutenant governor is well positioned to win. The lieutenant governor, who will become the first Muslim American to become lieutenant governor. And also, he believes the Democrats will be picking up seats in the 100 House of Delegates. So overall, things are looking good. However, they're still concerned that the Attorney General candidate, Jay Jones, who, as you well know, made an appalling, not just comment, but texting, he is still in there. It's a tight race right now for the state AG's position.
Are you getting a sense or any clues tonight as far as how Americans feel about the Trump administration and the Democratic Party going forward?
Well, first of all, I think on the Trump administration, it's very clear the American people are feeling the effects of not just his tariffs, but the terrible economic policies. And for a president on the day of the election, especially in Virginia, to announce that he may not pay the furloughed workers, and also his position on the social safety net, the SNAP benefits. I mean, I think that hurt him in Northern Virginia. The turnout there, according to my friends and a couple of my students who went out and voted today, they're like, the lines were very, very long. People who worked in 2024 said, it was hard knocking on the door and getting people to go out to vote. Today in Virginia, they said it was really easy. One phone call, people say, I'm on my way.
All right, Donna Brazile, thanks so much. I want to take a look at the boards now in the race for governor of New Jersey. If we can show those, there we go. 64% for Mikey Sherrill versus Jack Ciattarelli with 36%. I want to head back over to our election night command center with political director Avery Harper. So checking in on New Jersey and what people were most concerned about as they headed out to the polls today.
Yeah, let's dive in on some of that preliminary exit poll data that we are getting out of the state of New Jersey. No surprise here, the economy ranking among one of the most important issues facing New Jersey residents. Property taxes, 36% of New Jersey voters saying that property taxes were the most important issue facing New Jersey. It's important to remember here that taxes were New Jersey was the only place where we asked about property taxes, notoriously some of the highest property taxes in the country. And then in terms of electricity costs, 87% say that it is a major or a minor problem in the state of New Jersey, 12% saying it's not a problem at all. That is really important because in Mikey Sherrill's campaign, she has talked about declaring a state of emergency if she's elected to freeze utility costs. And then in New Jersey, we also asked about property tax rates here, 90%. I mean, that is a staggering number for so many New Jersey residents saying that property taxes are a major or a minor problem, not a problem at all. Only 8% of folks in New Jersey saying that. And that is important for Jack Ciattarelli. He has talked a lot about the property tax rates in the state of New Jersey throughout this campaign. He has talked about finding ways to give seniors property tax relief as well. And so I know that that would be a number that would be a really good number for the Ciattarelli campaign. So we'll continue to watch what's happening in New Jersey.
Yeah, he, of course, has said that he will cut the tax burden there in New Jersey. And she has said her priority will be to make the state more affordable. I want to send this back over to Rick Klein. Rick, what kind of trends are you seeing there in New Jersey?
Yeah, we're back with these bubbles, which show how much of the vote is still outstanding. With Sherrill up with a decent lead early on, we are seeing a lot of vote that's left in these bluer areas. Those are Democratic areas as well as Republican areas. Those are the big red dots. So it's hard to get a complete picture because in most of the places so far, we don't have all of the vote in, and there's a mixture of vote types. And I want to just remind people about the swings in this state and why it makes a projection particularly perilous this early in the night. Phil Murphy only won this state by 3 points in his re-election bid, and Jack Ciattarelli came very, very close. And Donald Trump also came relatively close, but in a much different way. He was able to shift significant points of the state to the right. Early indications so far seem to be that there's a little bit more going back to the Democrats. And Mikey Sherrill, with the lead she has right now, has to be a little bit optimistic about the numbers she's seeing. But it is relatively early vis-a-vis what we've seen so far. And we still haven't seen anything in some of the key counties, including Passaic, outside New York, that I want to see. I want to see a lot more out of there before we say anything meaningful.
Okay, and so just want to take a look back. When we go back to thinking about election night, and New Jersey went 10 points, shifted by 10 points, right? Second only to New York, which shifted even just slightly more than 10 points. Give us a sense of we're seeing that evidence of that shift tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great point because it's so dramatic. I mean, you can look at this and say, oh, well, Kamala Harris wins so easily. Think about that. 16 points down to only 6. And there were places like Passaic County that went incredibly dramatically in different directions here, that Biden wins it by 16 in 2020, and then Kamala Harris loses by 3 points. We don't have numbers yet out of this particular county, but others in the area, including some very heavily Latino parts of northeastern New Jersey, so far are coming in relatively strong for Mikey Sherrill. So it at least suggests the Democrats that they were able to stem the bleeding, but we'll have to see more vote before we can make any final determinations.
All right, Rick, thanks so much. And joining us now is Matt Gorman, Communications Director for the National Republican Congressional Committee. So give us a sense, Matt, of what you're making so far early with Virginia. We do know that the Democrats have been able to take that with the governor. But going forward, does that signal concern?
It's really, the story is no surprises as of yet. We know that Spanberger is going to have kind of a long kind of runway. I'm curious to see if her coattails can pull Jake Jones over the line. That really was the only mystery to me going into tonight. I'm also watching very closely New Jersey. As Rick pointed out, that was such a swing towards Trump. If Ciattarelli can keep it to around the Kamala Harris margin, 5 to 7 points, that I think I would expect Republicans to start investing there in preparation of maybe 2028. But again, only if that margin is that 5 to 7 points. But other than that, seems like everything was going as expected so far.
Are you concerned at all that a number of Democrats have been able to seemingly campaign primarily as a referendum on President Trump?
Not necessarily in these states. I think, as John pointed out at the start of the coverage, these are away games. I mean, look, it's no surprise that in these sort of blue states, these would resonate. Also, both of these states have among the highest population of college-educated voters. And in the Trump era, that is becoming increasingly the Democratic base. Now, again, what I'm watching are those Latino voters like in Passaic County. I know for a fact where I live in Northern Virginia, liberal turnout, Democratic turnout was off the charts. But can we do a little bit better kind of in the Hampton Roads area? I'm very curious to see about that. I think that would have the key for the Jay Jones-Miyares race for Attorney General there.
You mentioned Jay Jones. Anything else that you're watching in particular tonight?
The last thing I'm watching is Ken Mamdani in New York. Once the polls close there at 9 p.m. Eastern, can he get to a majority? I'd be very curious there. If he can, maybe he can claim a mandate to the city council and Governor Hochul up in Albany to enact some more of his agenda.
Any idea why President Trump took such an interest in the mayoral race here in New York City?
I think certainly it's his hometown. Certainly no surprise there. But also, look, I think he likes a foil. Him endorsing Cuomo, I think, said less about Cuomo, but also elevating Mamdani. It is a gift to our party to have someone like Mamdani as mayor of New York and also the media capital of the world. So you're going to be seeing a lot more of Mamdani over the next year or so in Republican commercials and TV ads as we go into the midterm elections. So elevating him, providing a foil for both Trump, but candidly also Mamdani in Trump benefits both of them.
All right, Matt Gorman, thank you so much for your time and insight. Really appreciate it. I want to stay there with Mamdani, with the race for mayor of New York City. Many people have suggested, even when I had a chance to talk with Curtis Lewa, he said that he had been offered $10 million to get out of the race, yet he stayed. A number of people were concerned that he would split the vote and potentially cause Mamdani to win, which is what Donald Trump has said, which is what Andrew Cuomo has said. Is there any there?
I mean, I think there really is. And I think that Matt put something that we should all be watching. Does Mamdani get to over 50% of the vote? Mm-hmm. If he's below 50% of the vote, you know, first of all, it will be harder for him to claim the mandate. He needs not just to bring the city council along, he needs the governor, he needs the state legislature, because, you know, New York City depends a lot on what happens in Albany. So that's a big factor. And then the other thing, just in terms of Mamdani as this national figure and this leader for the Democratic Party, you have to think 50% is one marker. Does he get to more than 50%? The other marker, which he's clearly not going to get to, is 68%. 68% is the percentage of votes that Kamala Harris got in New York last year, in a campaign where she lost decisively in the presidential election. So, you know, you'll hear a lot from moderate Democrats, establishment Democrats, to push back a little bit on the idea that the party is now Mamdani's party, that that's the direction they have to go. They'll say, wait a minute, this guy ran in New York City, he won, great campaign, but he didn't even do anywhere near as well as Kamala Harris did. He didn't even do as well as Eric Adams did when he won in 2021. He got, I think it was 66% of the vote. Now, obviously, it's a three-person race. It's harder to get to that level. But I think that the overall turnout in the city will be a big measure, and the margin of victory if he wins for Mamdani.
And to that point, I mean, it would be a huge win for the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, obviously, but depending on how big that margin is, there are lots of questions about how it translates from New York City to, say, you know, suburban areas of other political battlegrounds when you look ahead to the midterms, right? Just how far can you take any lessons that are learned here? And yes, so much of that depends on the margin. And to John's point, if Mamdani wins, in order to get his agenda passed, a lot of it does rely on raising taxes in order to pay for things like, you know, free childcare and other things like that. You're going to need to have Albany on board and a governor on board in order to do that.
And we've heard Donald Trump threaten that if Mamdani wins, he would pull federal funding to the tune of about $7 billion from New York City.
Yeah, and he has made very clear that if Mamdani wins, he is going to cut off a lot of the cash, the federal cash flow to the city.
All right, Mary Bruce, thanks so much. Coming up, more on the New York City mayoral race, and we are waiting to hear from Abigail Spanberger's camp. Stay with us.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I have ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
I love this version of me.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views,
That's what we're about.
voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what?
The View.
I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
The peaceful silence in Kafue National Park was pierced by a gunshot.
There's been a horrible, tragic accident.
His wife was shot dead.
There were a number of factors that indicated that this was not an accident. They thought they had gotten away with it for years.
This call is from a federal prison.
I relive this every day in my mind.
I still can't believe it turned out the way it did.
Trophy Wife, Murder on Safari, only on Hulu.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God! Scamanda. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
It's help, my fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere. Please hurry. There's a knife sticking out of her heart. Oh no!
Philadelphia medical examiner initially ruled Greenberg's death a homicide before switching it to suicide.
How was this ruled a suicide? It just does not add up.
Everyone realized how strange and twisted this case was.
If you want to get away with a homicide, have it declared a suicide.
Death in Apartment 603. What happened to Ellen Greenberg? Only on Hulu.
I wanted love because I was lonely. So I went online. He's a handsome man. He was a very handsome man. He said to me, "I love you." And I started to fall in love with him. Then something crazy happened. I've been scammed. I had lost everything. And I was angry. I wanted to track him down. Maybe we could catch him.
I have secrets of my own.
Welcome back. We are waiting on Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. Of course, we have just projected her victory as the next governor of Virginia. But we've been talking a lot about Jay Jones and potentially a split vote there. Rick Klein is back to talk about that with us. Hey, Rick.
Yeah, Lindsay, this race got upended just a couple of weeks ago. It's very rare that you have different person win at the top of the ticket than the Attorney General's race. Usually the Attorney General's race is not nearly as interesting, but this became a lot different when a scandal erupted where some of the private text messages that Jay Jones had sent to some friends emerged. They expressed violent, often just deplorable wishes towards some of his political opponents, including saying out loud that he wishes some of his political opponents would get shot. That changed the trajectory of the race, and it changed the way that Republicans were campaigning against him and against Abigail Spanberger. And if you look at the numbers so far, you're seeing something pretty unusual, which is Abigail Spanberger for governor. We've already projected that race. We're really nowhere close on projecting that race when it comes to the Attorney General's race. We have a lot of vote that's still outstanding. Right now, Jay Jones is up very, very narrowly over Jason Miyares, who's the incumbent Attorney General, the Republican looking for a re-election bid. He has been openly campaigning for ticket splitters. Again, that's rare to happen these days in politics, and it's so party line. So the margins will matter because as the votes come in for Abigail Spanberger, if she's continuing to open up a bigger lead, it becomes harder to see how Jay Jones loses. But right now, it is close. And just to give you a sense in some of the counties, because we've been focused a lot on those Washington, D.C. suburbs, they went pretty bluish for Terry McAuliffe in that narrow loss that he had to Glenn Youngkin. They are going overwhelmingly blue right now. Loudoun and Fairfax counties, those are the immediate D.C. suburbs right up here in this part of the state. Spanberger right now, we lead in Fairfax County by 47 points. Loudoun County, 30 points. Absolute blowout territory. The numbers are pretty good for Jay Jones as well, but compare that 30 points in Loudoun, 20 points for Jay Jones. Fairfax County, 47 points for Spanberger. It's down to 40 for Jay Jones. And way down in Virginia Beach, because we're going to be watching that all night. We've talked again about some of the crazy swings that have happened there, where Joe Biden was able to win by 5 points. Glenn Youngkin wins by 8. Harris wins by a slightly narrower margin. Right now, it's Spanberger +3, and it's Miyares, the Republican, up 9. So we're seeing a large number of ticket splitters, and it may be enough to deliver this kind of split verdict, where you'll have an attorney general who's a Republican at the same time the Democrat wins the governor's office.
All right, Rick, thank you so much. And we do have new information that we can call coming out of the state of Virginia with the lieutenant governor's race. If we can take a look at the board there, Ghazala Hashmi projected to be the next lieutenant governor of Virginia, former state senator and professor. She served in Virginia Senate since 2015. She becomes the first Muslim and South Asian American to be elected to Virginia Senate. That's what she was initially, but of course now she is lieutenant governor. I want to send it over to Jay O'Brien.
Yeah, Lindsay, as we await Abigail Spanberger here, and actually I think she's coming out on the stage now, Lindsay. Yeah, here she comes, Lindsay. So Abigail Spanberger walking out on the stage. I don't know if you still have me. Forgive me for taking that pause. But as Abigail Spanberger comes out on the stage here, remember, Spanberger's campaign says that this is a underpinning of her campaign strategy. This is a result of her leaning into trying to draw contrast with President Donald Trump, paint her as the stable choice up against and in contrast to what they say is chaos coming out of the Trump administration. So while they spoke to issues that resonated with Virginians, like the economy, like those federal firings, they also did try to fire up the base, drawing that contrast with President Trump, and it has worked for them tonight.
All right, Jay, thank you. And as you see, quite an energetic and excited crowd, rather electric for now Governor-elect Spanberger, as we await to hear her words there at the podium. Pretty early night. I think people pretty much expected that this was going to be the outcome. Of course, Republicans were hoping for a different outcome, but it felt like this race early on, Spanberger, it was hers to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And clearly the impact of federal workers. I mean, think about how many federal workers live in the state of Virginia, not just the D.C. area. It's a big military state. There she is, certainly a star now in the Democratic Party, winning big in a state like Virginia.
Let's listen in.
Thank you all so much. My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth, a message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most: lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth. I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race, the Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united.
And there we have Spanberger introducing herself to her fans there, to her people who voted for her and got her over the line to become the next governor of Virginia, saying, tonight we sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth. Want to bring back in former head of the DNC, ABC News contributor Donna Brazile. Donna, are we looking at a new star of the Democratic Party?
There's no question. You know, Abigail is the daughter of a very great activist in the state of Virginia, Linsey Davis, who's a former nurse, her father a police officer. She's been a rising star for several years in the Congress, but that's because she's a centrist, a blue dog, an old-fashioned Democrat. But here's why I think it's important. She's 46, and the type of campaign she ran is, I think, a good example of what Democrats should do next year, which is stay focused on the issues, campaign on the ground relentlessly, and don't rely on outside consultants to tell your story. She was able to tell her own story, and that's why I believe not just Democrats, but independents and a few Republicans came her way. And it looks like she has coattails with the lieutenant governor and possibly that controversial AG candidate.
We are certainly going to be watching to see if there ends up being a split ticket there. Donna Brazil, thanks so much. Coming up, polls are closing shortly here in New York City. More on the heated mayoral race coming up next.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather, and then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son.
Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal Under His Eye. Only on Hulu.
ABC's Nightline. The stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, life-changing. For 45 years, the most powerful stories of our time.
This is Nightline.
Wherever the story is, Nightline will take you there. Just because it's late night doesn't mean you should be in the dark. For a brighter take on the day, this is ABC's Nightline. Late night on ABC.
Mom talk is at its lowest point right now.
Jen has been gone, and Whitney and Demi are not to be trusted. Why are you here today?
I'm gonna start my own mom talk.
I'm sorry.
Marciano told me that you guys had sex.
Oh my.
I feel like a storm's coming.
I'm absolutely not backing down.
When this airs, it's all going public.
That's why in the church they don't like you to drink, because things like these happen.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
People don't just vanish on their way to work with no witnesses, no trace.
They found the car keys laying on the ground, red high-heeled shoes. You can see drag marks.
Welcome to Daybreak. I'm Jody Husentrut.
KIMT News anchor Jody Husentrut was just 27 at the time of her disappearance.
She told me she thought someone was following her.
Maybe this is it. Maybe we're going to find her now.
Holy crap, this is really real.
Let's find Jody.
Her last broadcast. Only on Hulu.
I did not picture myself surviving through that day.
He was tracking her.
He was everywhere. I heard the squeak of a floorboard. I've been kidnapped. This becomes a fight for my life. And we're all holding our breath. My mind is the only thing that's going to get me out of here. Open the door! This is a horror film.
Stalking Samantha. 13 Years of Terror. Only on Hulu.
And welcome back, everyone. Joining us now, Aaron Katursky, who is there at Zohran Mamdani's watch party in Brooklyn. And Aaron, a lot of people have made a lot about his age, that he's just turned 34 a few weeks ago. But of course, he wouldn't be the youngest mayor ever of New York City. That goes back more than 100 years ago. There was a 31-year-old mayor. But give us a sense of what the excitement, what the mood is like there at headquarters.
Well, his supporters are only now starting to fill this room here in downtown Brooklyn, Lindsay, because his campaign wanted to make sure that his supporters were not standing around in this ballroom, but out at the polls, encouraging people to vote for Mamdani. And our preliminary look at the exit polls is showing that some of that may have paid off, because he appears to be winning by wide margins with first-time voters, with relative newcomers to the city blowing them out, in fact, where Andrew Cuomo has a narrower margin with voters who are native New Yorkers, who own property here. And really the story of this race may be the changing dynamics of the city, Linsey. It appears that Zohran Mamdani, again, according to a preliminary look at the exit polls, is going to lose voters who identify as Jewish, voters who identify as Catholic, and is still poised to perhaps become the next mayor of New York. That would have been unheard of a decade or two ago, Linsey.
And let's talk about the idea that if he does win, he would be New York City's first Muslim mayor.
He would, and that is astonishing in a city where the memory of 9/11 still looms large over the city's politics. And the next mayor of New York will preside over the 25th anniversary or commemoration of the 9/11 attacks. And for the first time, that could be a Muslim mayor. Zohran Mamdani's main opponent, Andrew Cuomo, made that a personal attack line. He even laughed with a radio host during the campaign who suggested that Mamdani would have been cheering on the terrorists. It got a bit ugly. But in the closing weeks of the campaign, Linsey, Mamdani gave an impassioned speech about Muslims living in the shadows in the city. And he says part of the reason that he ran for mayor was so they did not have to live in the shadows anymore.
All right, Aaron Katursky for us. Thanks so much, Aaron. Now I want to bring in ABC News political director Avery Harper. And give us a sense, when we're talking about New York City voters, what are the biggest issues here?
Right, when we look at some of that preliminary exit poll data that we're getting in, and you look at the issues important to New Yorkers, it's no surprise that the cost of living is far outpacing any of the other issues that we measured. 56% of voters saying the cost of living is the most important issue facing New York City. And of course, affordability and those cost of living issues were at the center of Zohran Mamdani's campaign. He talked about things like free childcare, city-run groceries, freezing rent, making buses free are some of the things that he has proposed. Also, crime is coming in at number 2 here. Of course, Curtis Sliwa, the Republican candidate in this race, has talked a lot about crime. Also, Andrew Cuomo has talked about public safety as well throughout this race. Immigration also coming in as a top 3 issue. Let's delve more into the economy. Take a look at this. When we ask New Yorkers to describe the economy, only 32% say that it's excellent or good. 65% say not so good or poor. And again, I think that is really reflective of the fact that there are many folks across the 5 boroughs of New York City struggling to make ends meet. The cost of living, affordability at the center of what motivated them to come out to the polls today.
And Avery, thank you so much. Rick, I want to bring you back in here. I know you have the polls leading up to this election. Give us a sense of that.
Yeah, it's just remarkable, the rise of Zohran Mamdani, because I'm just looking here, this is the polls where they are right now, right going into Election Day. Mamdani leading. These are major figures in New York and sometimes nationally. Eric Adams, who started the campaign running, he was running as an incumbent mayor. He's the current mayor of New York. Curtis Sliwa, he's well known in New York as with the Guardian Angels. And Andrew Cuomo, the former governor, the son of the former governor. These are big figures. Who's Zohran Mamdani? Well, he was basically nobody. Back when the polling that we have on this chart started back in March, he is not even in double digits when this race essentially starts. Then you just see this meteoric rise that rises right through his victory in the Democratic primary, all the way where it is today. Then Mayor Adams drops out of the race, and there's some thinking, okay, maybe this consolidates all the support that wasn't from Mamdani around Andrew Cuomo. Cuomo gets a little bit of a bump, but Curtis Sliwa, the Republican, is still there, and Mamdani even gets some bumps along the way. So wherever he lands tonight, if he ends up winning this race, it is going to be a remarkable, remarkable journey from someone who was literally unknown. He ran in the New York City Marathon a year ago, Linsey, and nobody knew who he was. This time, any street corner he goes to in New York, he's getting thousands and thousands of people, hundreds and thousands of people, and he has become a major overnight sensation. He's obviously got a lot of compliments for how he's run this campaign. His ideas have clearly caught on.
I had a chance to talk with him last week, and he joked that early on, Other was actually polling above him. But now let's take a look at tonight, what we're seeing so far with the early vote.
Yeah, the early vote's really interesting because New York doesn't have a big history of early voting at all. This shattered a record to have more than 700,000 people vote early. Staten Island is the most Republican of the boroughs. Their numbers are smaller there, but it's also a smaller borough overall. But then the numbers really span across the city, and our presumption has been that these are new and first-time voters because so many of them are what powered Mamdani back in his surprise win in the Democratic primary. You had people that maybe never voted before, and you fast forward that through today, where we found out early this evening that the mayoral election is going to set a record, at least for any time here in the 21st century. People have been engaged and excited. Usually, general election nights in New York City are kind of an afterthought. The whole ball game in a heavily Democratic city are in the primary. But this time around, we've had this wild multi-way race, and it started with Mamdani actually beating Cuomo back in that Democratic primary. To ride the momentum all the way through to where he is right now is just nothing short of remarkable.
It really is, indeed. All right, Rick, thanks so much. Of course, we're going to continue to check in on those numbers. For now, let's go to Lauren Glassberg from our partner station, WABC. She's live at Andrew Cuomo's headquarters in Manhattan. Of course, Andrew Cuomo really entered this race initially during the primaries with great fanfare, and now, after losing the primary, had to run as an independent. Really kind of a shock. Curious to get a sense of what the mood is like there at headquarters.
Linsey, people just started coming in about 15, 20 minutes ago. The room is not quite packed yet. And I did speak to a number of the supporters who showed up early. And some of the things they told me are optimistic at large. One person said he was feeling tense. Another person said he's definitely going to win it. I believe in him. So that is a sense of how supporters, and some of them are volunteers, are feeling. I spoke to one volunteer who said that he believes one of the more recent polls was more predictive in favor of Cuomo, and he thinks there's a lot of momentum in the last 24 hours, and that when voters were entering those polling places today, they realized perhaps that experience trumps any sort of idealism that Zoran Mamdani has been projecting. Of course, he has a lot of fanfare, as you mentioned, but also he has captivated the younger voters. Cuomo, in the later stages of his campaign, really in the last several weeks, was trying to impress voters with his experience, saying that that would be best for New York City. Linsey?
Of course, we've talked about how he did get endorsed by President Trump. He kind of tried to shy away from that, suggesting only that he's saying a vote for Curtis Sliwa is a vote for Mamdani. Give us a sense with regard to getting over the finish line for Andrew Cuomo. At this point, does he really need that Republican vote?
Absolutely, he needs the Republican vote. And if you are a Republican with a big R, you might be voting for Curtis Sliwa because you vote down the party line. And perhaps Trump was going to change some voters' minds who might have normally voted Republican just with the party, suggesting they vote with Cuomo instead. But Cuomo certainly needs the Republicans to get over the finish line.
Lauren Glassberg for us at Cuomo headquarters. Thanks so much. Coming up, the polls are about to close here in New York City, where all eyes are on the race to become the next mayor of New York. Stay with us.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather, and then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son.
Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal under his eye. Only on Hulu.
All across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are.
Welcome. It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we both never been. Growing up doesn't mean getting
Good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home. Putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
Oh, George, how are you?
And the day ahead.
Now you can listen to a podcast version of World News Tonight, available free wherever you listen.
A deadly mystery.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
Forbidden love.
It involved decadent sexual behavior.
And then,
this is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder. Only on Hulu. Tuesday night.
Who wasn't a fan of the Golden Girls?
It's 40 years, but it's day one fresh.
Oh, I love you guys.
Great, now get out.
The jokes still land. It's really funny.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Better than anyone I know.
Hilarious.
Thank you for being. Thank you for being. Thank you for being a friend.
The Golden Girls, 40 years of laughter and friendship. Tuesday night on ABC. And watch The Golden Girls. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Mother gave us this mission. To hunt a powerful creature and exploit them. How does it feel to be hunted?
Badlands. Rated PG-13. Get tickets now.
Reporting from the Washington, D.C. jail as January 6 prisoners are being released. I'm Jay O'Brien. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
So, what do we have for you this year?
Are you ready for
Deals and steals on my favorite things.
Only on
Good morning, America.
This is an ABC News Live special. Millions of Americans casting their vote ahead of next year's pivotal midterm elections. What they say about the economy, safety in our streets, and the state of our nation. Control of Congress on the line as the government shutdown continues. How it affects your wallet, your family, your future. Your voice, your vote. Election night 2025 begins right now. Reporting live from ABC News headquarters in New York, Linsey Davis.
Good evening, everyone. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. The polls have just closed here in New York, and of course, all eyes are on that intense race to become the next mayor of New York City. Let's check in on the New Jersey governor's race tonight. Well, first you see those there for mayor. Now we see Mikey Sherrill with a pretty commanding lead there, more than roughly 200,000 votes more than Jack Ciattarelli. Of course, we're going to continue keeping an eye on that race tonight. Let's get right to our ABC News Chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, let's go back to the New York City mayoral race. Of course, a lot of expectation that Mamdani is going to be able to pull it out. This is someone who was elected to the New York Assembly just in 2020. People have been concerned that he doesn't have enough experience to take on the largest city in this country. Give us a sense of a number of threats, obviously, from President Trump, not only that he would withhold federal funding to the tune of about $7 billion, but also that he would bring the National Guard into New York City if Mamdani wins.
Yeah, and we've been talking all night long about how President Trump sees Mamdani as a foil, someone who he's really relished going after. He's actually in some ways been more vocally against Mamdani than he has been supportive of some Republican candidates out there in these races in tonight's elections. And the president has been very blunt that there will be consequences, that he will cut federal funding. The White House hasn't wanted to put a number exactly on it today, but it will be a large number that the president has made clear, and threatening to send in the National Guard and things like that. And you have seen, Cuomo seize on that, sort of suggesting that, one of the reasons that you should back him is that a vote for Mamdani would mean that President Trump would essentially cut off the city in a lot of ways. And of course, we've seen Cuomo cozying up to President Trump while also trying to walk that fine line, because of course he wants Democratic voters, but also he's been courting Republicans as well. And I think the president is looking to use Mamdani as something that he can label the entire Democratic Party with going forward. He has falsely called him a communist. He's a democratic socialist. But he obviously wants to associate the Democratic Party writ large with these more progressive policies that Mamdani embraces and stands for. A lot tonight, I think, will be made of what margin if Mamdani does win. How much of a margin does he have? What kind of a mandate does he have? It was interesting today, always expectation setting. When speaking to reporters, he said, when speaking of what kind of mandate he would have, he said, quote, "I believe victory is a mandate in and of itself." But a lot of questions about what it will mean for the Democratic Party, what lessons can be learned for the party heading into the midterms, and, what it means just about the divisions facing the party to have a progressive if he were to succeed tonight leading a city like this, what it would mean and what kind of lessons you can extrapolate writ large heading into the midterms. But President Trump, he's been silent all night. I'm guessing once the New York race is called, he'll be quick to chime in.
John, what do you make of it, though? Because as much as we've talked about how a lot of Democratic leadership doesn't necessarily want Mamdani to win, that Barack Obama actually called him, had about a 30-minute conversation, didn't endorse him, but said, hey, so it's so much excitement around your campaign. Feel free to use me as a sounding board, really sounding like it's a fait accompli that he will be the next mayor of New York City.
Yeah, and other figures in the Democratic Party, not the leadership of the Democratic Party, but figures that have big national followings, like Bernie Sanders, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from here in New York, have both very enthusiastically endorsed Mamdani. Look, he is an electric figure for Democrats. He is clearly tapped into an energy here. He is not the profile that a lot of the Democratic leadership thinks the party needs to go to win back the White House. In fact, he's going in a different direction. But I'll tell you what I'm astounded by here so far. We don't know a single result yet in New York. And we can talk about what percentage Mamdani is going to get. Is he going to win, first of all? If he's going to win, how big he's going to win? Will he have a mandate? But it's not just the margin of victory. I am astounded here as we sit here waiting for the returns at how many people have turned out in New York. Yeah. There have been more than 1 million voters today, on top of more than 700,000 early voters, adding up to 1.8, possibly 1.9 million turning out. And by the way, the polls are just now closing, so we don't know where it's going to finally go. 4 years ago, only 1.1 million voted in New York. You could potentially reach almost double the turnout that you had 4 years ago.
More people turning out here than they have for the last 6 mayoral races.
Not since Rudy Giuliani won for the first time in 1993, more than 2 decades ago.
Thanks so much, John. Over the last few days, we've spoken with all the candidates for the mayor of New York City. Let's take a look.
It's a local race that's taking on national significance. Will the outcome of New York City's mayoral race be a bellwether for the political future of our country?
New York is not for sale.
We have to grow New York City, and we have to grow New York City now.
We need to get law and order and policing back on track.
We had a chance to talk with all 3 candidates in the final days leading up to the election.
Mr. Mamdani,
Hi,
Linsey
how are you?
Davis, how are you?
State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Hi, Mr. Sliwa.
And Republican Curtis Sliwa, all candidates in a contest of contrasts, fighting for every vote.
I voted for you yesterday.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes.
Yo!
What's going on? Yes, you can take a picture.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, brother.
You're the next.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
What do you say to people who feel that the New York City subway system just isn't safe?
I've heard this from a lot of New Yorkers when I ask them where they feel least safe, and they mentioned the subway system.
Mamdani's campaign initially went viral after a series of videos posted on social media.
I'm freezing. You're wrecked as next mayor of New York City. Let's plunge into the details.
Are there any times that you can walk a street in New York and be a little incognito at this point?
Not really.
Yeah. Have any of your views on Israel changed?
I have really appreciated those conversations that I've had with rabbis, with Jewish leaders, elected officials across the 5 boroughs. I'm looking forward to being the mayor for every New Yorker, for every Jewish New Yorker, and not just those who actually vote for me, but anyone who calls the city home.
Andrew Cuomo is from a storied political family and is trying to pull off a political comeback after resigning as New York's governor in 2021.
You've described this election as a civil war within the Democratic Party. So what does that mean if you don't win?
And that far left movement is basically fighting the quote unquote moderate Democrats, the more mainstream Democrats. They have a more radical agenda. And I don't think it's a radical agenda that works. I know it doesn't work for New York City.
In the closing days, the attacks between Mamdani and Cuomo have intensified.
You can be a New Yorker and not understand New Yorkers, right? He has been very divisive through this campaign. He has said things that are highly inflammatory. And that's not the New York way.
On the eve of the election, President Trump endorsed Cuomo, who's running as an independent, after for weeks Trump urged the Republican Curtis Sliwa to drop out. Sliwa, who founded the Guardian Angels, has made his campaign about getting law and order and policing back on track.
Some members of your own party have said they're not going to vote for you. They've urged you to get out of the race. What's kept you in it?
Look, there have been threats on Zoran Mamdani, serious threats on me. The rhetoric is too high, and we just got to lower it. Let the people debate the merits of all the candidates. They'll make their decision. I'll live with it.
And if we can take a look at the vote so far coming in the New York City mayoral race, you see Zoran Mamdani beating that mark, that benchmark of 50%. At this point, only 36% of expected vote in, but beating Andrew Cuomo by 12%. And really, Sliwa, at this point, if my math is right, even if he had dropped out and Cuomo got all of those voters, Zoran Mamdani would still have the upper hand.
I mean, still a lot to vote to go. By the way, there are now more than 2 million people that have voted in New York. It's the biggest turnout since 1969. So huge turnout, and we'll see if he gets over that 50% in a huge election. That would be massive. We should know soon. I want to bring in Aaron Katursky back in, who's still live from Zoran Mamdani's watch party in Brooklyn. And Aaron, give us a sense of the shift in the dynamics and the demographics of New York City voters.
Yeah, we're just getting a look at some of the preliminary numbers from the exit polls, Linsey, and they're showing us that first-time voters, people who have lived in New York for a relatively short time, under 10 years, they went overwhelmingly for Zoran Mamdani. Those who are native to the city, those who own property, they went for Cuomo, but not by as large a margin. And I'm really taken by the religious dynamics here. Zoran Mamdani, according to the exit polls that we've looked at preliminarily, is poised to lose voters who identify as Jewish, who identify as Catholic, and still perhaps capture Gracie Mansion and City Hall and become the next mayor of New York. That's a dynamic that just would not have happened a decade or two ago. And his focus, his relentless focus on making the city affordable, talking about things like free buses and rent freezes, really seem to resonate with voters who overwhelmingly said the economy, their finances, affordability was their number one issue, Linsey.
Adding in their free childcare as well, but he has suggested that he would do that by taxing the billionaires, something that Governor Hochul has said that she wouldn't be on board with. Are you getting a sense from not those people in the room there, but just in general with New York politicians and voters, that he is the new face of the Democratic Party, or perhaps he's an outlier?
You know, it's interesting, Linsey, that he's winning voters who even seem to understand that he is likely not going to be able to accomplish everything that he's set out during the campaign to accomplish. It just seemed, at least according to the exit polls, like people were looking for some kind of a fresh face. Now, he's not going to be a national figure. He can't run for president because he's not from this country, but that doesn't seem to matter because he's undoubtedly now going to be part of the national conversation for what the Democratic Party is going to look like. You know, New York may occupy a rather unique place in the nation, but it certainly has to be a consideration now for the Democratic Party how Zoran Mamdani was able to surge in this campaign.
He became a U.S. U.S. citizen just in 2018 when Trump was serving as president during his first term. Aaron Katersky, thanks so much. Joining us now is John Katko, ABC News political contributor and former New York Republican congressman. Your thoughts on Zoran Mamdani?
Well, I think that when you listen to Andrew Cuomo, for example, a Democrat who is running against him, he expresses concerns about his far left leanings. And that is something that's going to be a big issue for the next year. And when I say the next year, because that's a litmus test for him, how he performs in his first year, because whoever runs against Governor Hochul is going to make that a premier issue in the campaign. And whether it's Elise Stefanik or someone else who decides to run, that is going to be the key issue. And I know one other thing, Lindsay. It's very interesting that the economy and poor economy is what put Trump in office last year, and the poor economy is carrying Democrats in Democratic states right now. And it sounds like it's going to carry Mamdani into the mayor's seat this year. So it's always about the economy, and it will be next year as well, I suspect, with the governor's race.
Do you anticipate that a lot of New York Republicans are actually casting their vote for former Democratic Governor Cuomo?
Well, if they are, I'm sure they're plugging their nose when they're doing it. But yeah, I do think so, and I think that's why Trump weighed in. But I think it's, once he got the nomination, it's very, very difficult for a Republican to win in New York City with the voter registration numbers. And, Cuomo himself is obviously a flawed candidate who was removed from office or left office early as governor. So he has issues as well. The bottom line is Mamdani is going to be the next mayor of New York City unless there's a seismic upset. And it's going to be it's going to be very interesting to see whether he is as far left as people say he is, or if he is someone who is going to moderate somewhat and end up being a good mayor. Time will tell.
You say that he is going to be New York City's mayor. What do you think that he's been able to capitalize on as far as getting so much energy and enthusiasm in his support?
Well, first of all, he's young and he knows how to work the digital age of things, and he is a very good campaigner, number one. Number two, he's tapped into the thing that most New Yorkers are really upset about. They can't afford to live in New York City. I was just talking to some kids today, young professionals who can't afford to live here and having 2-hour commutes to come into New York to go to work. So that is a huge issue, and he's tapped into it, and he's given them a sense of hope. That hope will meet reality after he gets into office, and then we'll see what happens. But right now, I think it's the economy and the affordability issues, and that's permeating a lot of young adults across this nation. And like I said, that's what put Trump in office last year, and it's what's going to put Mamdani in office tonight, I think.
John Katko, thanks so much. I want to bring back an ABC News political director, Avery Harper. Avery, we continue to hear that same theme of affordability, all boiling back down to the economy.
Totally. And of course, when you look here at the most important issues facing New York City, when we ask this on our exit poll, the preliminary data that we're getting says that it is continuing to dominate as the most important issue facing New York City. 55% of voters here saying that cost of living is the very most important issue. And if you're someone who supports Zoran Mamdani, that's no surprise. Affordability was a part of his campaign, the very heart of his campaign when he made his promises, his proposals for things like free childcare, freezing rent in rent-stabilized apartments, free buses, and city-run grocery stores to sort of address the high cost of food throughout the city. Crime, 24% of voters saying that is the most important issue. That was a part of Curtis Sliwa's campaign. And so many of these issues continuing to resonate for voters across New York City, Lindsay.
And beyond. All right, Avery, thank you. I want to bring in Whip Catherine Clark, House Minority Whip and Democratic Congresswoman from Massachusetts. Thank you so much for joining us. So far, we've seen a win for Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. You think that that's a good omen for Democrats tonight?
I sure do. And let me tell you, I am so excited for my friend and former colleague, Abigail Spanberger. The story that she told of her daughter saying, "Mom, you're going to be the next governor of Virginia." And that's the first time that any child has ever said that to their mom, because she's the first woman governor of Virginia. We are so proud of her. We're so proud of Mikey Sherrill, who is definitely definitely on the track to victory. And all of this wins across in Georgia at the Public Service Commission, first time in 20 years that Democrats have won those seats. Across the country, we are seeing that the American people are paying attention, and candidates who make them the center of their policies, that are talking about lowering the cost of living, making sure they can afford health care, and having a government that works for them, and getting rid of corruption, those are the candidates that are going to win. And that is the message of the House Democrats and Democrats here in Congress.
And you talk about the little girl saying to mom that you're going to be the next governor of Virginia. We currently have 12 female governors in our country. So Spanberger makes 13. If Mikey Sherrill pulls it out, that would be 14. That would be a record for this country of governors serving at the same time. Of course, the shutdown is now in day 35. How do you think that that could have played a role in how people voted today?
Well, I can tell you, talking from a very empty House of Representatives, as it has been for 5 weeks when Mike Johnson made a decision not to call us into session, that if I were President Trump, who's having all my congressional Republican colleagues over for breakfast, I would tell them to get to the table. Negotiate about health care, that it is 5 weeks and many months past time that they come and put the American people first. And the results we're seeing tonight should be a warning to Republicans that they ran and won their seats saying they would lower costs on day one. And everything they have done since then has made life harder and more expensive. And when your agenda is to take health care away from the American people, Medicare, Medicaid, the ACA, medical research, veterans benefits, all to provide tax cuts for the very wealthiest Americans, that's an agenda that is going to lose, because it is so against what we need to be doing, which is helping people across this country who are working hard and playing by the rules be able to make it, be able to have a place in this economy and see opportunity. And when 60% of American households can't afford the basics, what Republicans are doing here in further rigging the system against them is something that is not just deeply unpopular, it is immoral. What we are seeing with them do with holding 42 million people's food benefits hostage, that is a very morally bankrupt move. And President Trump better tell them, it's long past time, come, compromise, reopen government, and let's get to work for the people again.
We really are seeing a split screen tonight when we hear from Republicans. They say, oh, yeah, these are our blue states. We really weren't expecting big wins tonight. But for Democrats, I'm wondering for you, does it embolden you to see if potentially we do see a Democratic sweep, or the majority of the races go to the Democrats, to stand firm for health care?
Yeah, absolutely. It is, the American people are telling us what they need. They need help. They need help. They are not making it in this economy. And it's why we are seeing the Supreme Court justices in Pennsylvania be retained in their election. It's why we're seeing, a very interesting development with the Democrat in the Miami mayoral. Again, these 2 Georgia seats around a commission that looks at utilities that are soaring in Georgia, turned Democratic for the first time in 20 years. These are all the signs that we are on the right message, that the American people deserve better. They deserve lower costs, whether that's housing or groceries or utility bills. They deserve health care they can afford and where and when they need it. and they deserve a government that works for them. And what the Republicans in the House are delivering is just the opposite. Take away the health care, give it that power to the wealthiest of Americans in the form of permanent tax cuts. And, you know, people are looking at their insurance premiums. Right now, the ACA marketplace is open, and the sticker shock is very real. So come back to the table. That is our plea to the Republicans. Let's get back to work for the American people and reopen government.
Democratic Whip Catherine Clark, we thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Lindsay.
I want to bring Selena Wang back in. And so we're starting to hear Trump advisors weigh in on that race in Virginia. What are they saying?
Yeah, Lindsay, we have yet to hear from President Trump, but we are hearing from some of his key political advisors. And no surprise, they're not looking at this as some major referendum, some test on how President Trump and his policies are resonating with the country. Instead, they're blaming the Republican candidate in Virginia for being a bad candidate. For instance, Chris LaCivita, who is currently a political advisor to the president, posting on social media, quote, "A bad candidate and bad campaign have consequences. The Virginia governor's race is example one." Now, we do know that the Republican candidate, Winsome Earl-Sears, does have a complicated relationship with President Trump. She had been critical of him in the past, and we saw President Trump sort of snub her, withholding an endorsement of her, not even saying her name directly during the tele-rally that the president held for these races. And we heard from another political advisor for the president posting on social media that candidate quality matters, saying that the lesson from this for the Republican Party is that, quote, running squishy R's who are lukewarm on Trump and MAGA, even in purple states, doesn't work. Your candidate needs to be able to turn out all factions of our party, and they have to do that. They do that by being MAGA all the way. So these are some early takeaways we're hearing from political advisors, but still no word from the president himself.
All right, Selena Wang, we are anxiously awaiting to hear him weigh in ultimately tonight. Thanks so much. And let's go now to the Election Command Center, where we find ABC News' Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein. And Rick, first, let's take a look at the boards for New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill with a pretty commanding lead there, about a 14-point spread advantage that she has over Jack Ciattarelli. Give us a sense of the outstanding vote. Still, about 42% of the vote not yet in.
Yeah, exactly. And Ciattarelli right now is trailing by about 200,000 votes, which is a hard margin to make up. Here is what he would have to do. We still see some heavily Republican counties that have significant vote out right now, and that includes Sussex County, here in Monmouth and Ocean counties as well. These red dots are where there are Republican votes, but you'll see we got blue dots too, which is Democratic-leaning places. And just to give you a sense of how this margin is going to be difficult to make up, even in a count that is going heavily for the Republican Ciattarelli, it isn't quite this kind of margins that he needs. So this was the map that worked for Ciattarelli 4 years ago. He came within 3 points of winning, and he was able to do it by getting some pretty good numbers in some of these suburban counties. Right here in Monmouth County, he carried that by 19 points last time, so that's how he came close. Tonight, that is now down to just a +9 margin. So shaving 10 points off of that, if that holds, that is going to be a pretty big storyline that talks about how voters are really making a difference. And we talked earlier in the night about some of the key counties, including Passaic County up here, a place that was able to shift pretty far to the right. Tonight, so far, and it's just early vote, that is +20 for the Democrat, Mikey Sherrill. So those kind of numbers are going to make it difficult to make up any kind of a gap that we're seeing get opened up by the Democrat.
It may be hard for Ciattarelli to overcome that. All right, Rick, thank you. Joining us now from the Sherrill headquarters in East Brunswick, New Jersey, is Trish Hartman from our partner station, WPVI. Trish, we've got to imagine that the crowd is feeling pretty good there.
They are. So much energy in this room. It is a packed house tonight. As you can see, lots of big cheers every time we get some big updates for Mikey Sherrill. So lots of energy. Senator Cory Booker was just up on the podium not long ago, and he said it won't be long now, saying that Mikey Sherrill is the best candidate for the job, and they have done their job well. If you look at counties like Hunterdon, Gloucester, Cumberland, and Atlantic, they're all leading for Mikey Sherrill right now with not all of the vote in, but these are all counties that went for Donald Trump last year and that they went for Jack Ciattarelli, the opponent, in 2021. So strong numbers for Mikey Sherrill this evening. A big, excited crowd.
The chairman of the New Jersey Democratic State Party,
Getting ready to welcome another speaker here at the podium tonight. So we're going to take a listen to this. Mikey Sherrill hoping that the numbers continue to go her way this evening.
All right. And of course, she has been making affordability a big primary, a big push there, and saying that she is going to make a difference. Trish Hartman, our thanks to you. Avery Harper, want to go back to you, what the boards are telling you about New Jersey.
Yeah, we are getting some more preliminary exit poll data about independent voters now in this New Jersey governor's race that we have been watching closely. And these are numbers that are going to be favorable to Sherrill and her campaign. 52% of independent voters saying in our exit poll that they cast ballots for Sherrill versus 45% who say that they cast ballots for Ciattarelli. We know that in this race, Mikey Sherrill and Jack Ciattarelli have both focused on issues of affordability, hoping to turn voters out to the polls for them. And then in terms of how folks are feeling in New Jersey on the direction of the country, 33% say enthusiastic and satisfied versus 64% that say dissatisfied and angry. And we know that Democrats are hoping to turn some of that anti-Trump sentiment into victories tonight. And so that is a really staggering number that we're seeing coming out of New Jersey in our preliminary exit poll.
All right, Avery, thank you so much. And we are ready to project that Mikey Sherrill will be the next governor of New Jersey. If we can take a look, I think that, yeah, there she is, a projected winner, Mikey Sherrill. Of course, she was elected in 2018 to New Jersey's 11th congressional district, a district that she flipped. We're talking about a former Navy helicopter pilot, a mother of four, 53 years old. And once again, she says that making New Jersey affordable is her primary goal. Any surprise here?
Certainly, if that margin is anything approaching the final margin, that is a huge surprise. If she wins by double digits, you've got to keep in mind, Ciattarelli lost by just 3 points when he ran 4 years ago. Donald Trump lost by 6 points in New Jersey. If she gets that double-digit margin, I'll tell you what this is. This should be a real warning shot to Republicans, because what Mikey Sherrill did in this race is she made Donald Trump issue number 1, 2, and 3. She cast Jack Ciattarelli saying that he would be the Trump of Trenton. And there was a key moment in one of the debates they had where they were asked to give Donald Trump a grade. And Ciattarelli said, I'd give him an A. I basically don't think I think everything he has done has been good. And that was used over and over again by Mikey Sherrill. And not only, Donald Trump didn't campaign in New Jersey, but Donald Trump weighed in much more heavily in this race than he weighed in New Jersey. And even today, even tonight, before the polls closed, he was talking up the turnout for Jack Ciattarelli. If this turns out to be not just a victory for Mikey Sherrill, but a big, potentially double-digit victory for Mikey Sherrill, that's a real warning sign for Republicans about the Trump factor.
When Ciattarelli ran for governor the last time of New Jersey, he came pretty close, just losing by 3 points.
3 points. So if he goes, and again, in a race where it wasn't just, Trump was out there, this was a central issue for Mikey Sherrill. Some Democrats were worried that she was making too much of an issue out of Donald Trump, and that she needed, to focus, more directly and fully on her plans, which she did in her campaign. But she talked over and over again about Donald Trump, and apparently it looks like it was effective.
Yeah, Mary, you have to wonder what the Trump administration is thinking here, because as we have heard from some of the Republicans blowing this off as just, oh, these are blue states, they were likely to win, that may not exactly be the answer.
Yeah, and so far the messaging coming from the Republican side has been, well, it's poor candidates. Well, that doesn't really apply here when it's someone who the president offered such a full-throated endorsement of. I mean, he's called Ciattarelli, a great guy, a good friend. He was very vocal in his support of him, unlike what we saw in Virginia, where I think it's much easier for Republicans, someone that President Trump didn't even mention her name. It's a lot easier for them to distance themselves. But John is absolutely right. I mean, the margin here, if that's, on track where we're headed, that is, alarm bells ringing for Republicans, because they're looking at this state and wondering, what can be gleaned about whether the gains that Trump made can continue, whether they can grow off of, and sustain the gains that Trump made in 2024. And in a state like New Jersey, where Trump sort of famously made those inroads, what does it mean when all of a sudden you have, Cheryl coming out with this kind of a margin? And I think it would also raise some questions about whether Trump can continue to have strong showings in certain suburban areas in the country. So when you're looking at these races and trying to make some sort of guess about what it might mean for the midterms, there's a lot you can read here, I think, for both parties about what strategies may work going forward. And the through line here, I mean, yes, both Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill are moderate Democrats. They actually were roommates in Washington. They very much have a similar career. They lean into their bipartisanship. They both ran very anti-Trump campaigns, very different from say Mondami, who's running as this far left progressive Democratic socialist. Unlike these moderate Democrats, the through line is affordability. The through line is the cost of living, and hammering that. In addition to being anti-Trump, it's all about bringing down costs, and that is also, I think, what Democrats, as you heard earlier from Catherine Clark, are hoping that Republicans are paying attention to, especially when it comes to this shutdown fight. And just lastly, it is notable and interesting. The first thing on the president's schedule tomorrow morning is an 8:30 a.m. breakfast with Senate Republicans. Now, we don't know what they're discussing, but certainly it would be hard to imagine that on day 36 and after races like this that you're not discussing the shutdown and whether it's time to maybe address health care, given what you're seeing from voters tonight.
And just a reminder of what Donald Trump said just yesterday about New Jersey. He said, you need to go out and vote for Jack Ciattarelli, who is a great guy, a friend of mine, a great guy, a very successful man who wants to put all of his efforts now into really saving New Jersey and making it great again. And then he added, and he's going to do it. He's going to be able to do it. The polls are looking really good. Well, apparently the polls are not looking. The actual polls, when voters vote, are not looking very good for Ciattarelli.
And of course, President Obama was out there campaigning with both Spanberger and Sherrill. And as we talked about before, history is made tonight. This is now the first time you're going to have 14 females who are serving as governor at the same time in this country. I want to bring in former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, who's on the phone now. First, just your reaction here.
Well, I have to tell you the truth. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because Jack Ciattarelli decided to run a campaign where he embraced Donald Trump 100%, a guy who's 15 points underwater in New Jersey. What it shows you tonight is he drove away independent, unaffiliated voters. And in a state where there's 850,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans, you cannot win if you drive away unaffiliated voters. Linsey, give you one example. You know the state well. You're a Jersey girl. He is going to lose Essex County and Hudson County by a combined 175,000 votes. It is unthinkable. Ocean County and Monmouth County, he's only going to win probably by a combined 80 or 90,000 votes. I mean, it is, as it looks right now, a drubbing. And I think that I know that we've lost Republicans in the legislature. District 21, we lost 2 Republican incumbents, and we may lose more. This is going to turn out to be an absolute disaster for the Republican Party. And it was a strategic, conscious decision by the Republican candidate to embrace Donald Trump and to walk away from unaffiliated voters in New Jersey. And when you do that, you lose by as much as Jack Ciattarelli is losing right now.
You said that this is a disaster for the Republican Party. Do you see this as a referendum on Donald Trump? Because at the same time, as John pointed out earlier tonight, when you have Jim Murphy, who's a Democrat, running the state of New Jersey, and the #1 issue is affordability, it seems like some could have pointed to, hey, this is the party that's in control here in New Jersey, and look how we're struggling.
Well, look, think about this. Think about what a failed campaign this was for my party. in New Jersey, in a state where the budget has increased 72% in 8 years, that we lost the tax issue to a Democratic congresswoman who supported everything Phil Murphy did. How could you possibly lose the tax issue after a 72% government increase over 8 years? It's 9% a year, Linsey, every year for 8 years. Just to give you a comparison, in my 8 years, the budget went up 15.5%, 72% in the next 8 years. And we lost the tax issue to Mikey Sherrill. This is a moment where everyone has to, in the Republican Party in New Jersey, examine the last 8 years of Jack Ciattarelli, who's led our party for the last 8 years as our nominee, and has now joined a club that is the smallest club in New Jersey, people who have lost for governor 3 times. There's now only 2 members, Jack Ciattarelli and the late former Governor Jim Florio. And Governor Florio at least won once while losing 3 times. So we need to go through a real self-examination here as a party in my state, because all along the Ciattarelli campaign was telling us he was going to win this thing and pick up seats in the legislature. He is losing seats in the legislature, and he's going to lose this race perhaps by double digits.
Former Governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, we thank you so much as always. Coming up, we are still awaiting the results from the New York City in that hotly contested mayoral race. We'll be right back.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather, and then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son. Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal Under His Eye. Only on Hulu.
ABC's Nightline. The stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, life-changing. For 45 years, the most powerful stories of our time.
This is Nightline.
Wherever the story is, Nightline will take you there. Just because it's late night doesn't mean you should be in the dark. For a brighter take on the day, this is ABC's Nightline. Late night on ABC.
Tuesday night.
Who wasn't a fan of the Golden Girls?
It's 40 years, but it's day one fresh.
Oh, I love you guys.
Great, now get out.
The jokes still land. It's really funny.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Better than anyone I know.
Hilarious.
Thank you for being. Thank you for being. Thank you for being a friend.
The Golden Girls, 40 years of laughter and friendship. Tuesday night on ABC. And watch The Golden Girls. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
People don't just vanish on their way to work with no witnesses, no trace.
They found the car keys laying on the ground, red high-heel shoes. You can see drag marks.
Welcome to Daybreak. I'm Jody Husentrut.
KIMT News anchor Jody Husentrut was just 27 at the time of her disappearance.
She told me she thought someone was following her.
Maybe this is it. Maybe we're gonna find her now.
Holy crap, this is really real.
Let's find Jody.
Her last broadcast. Only on Hulu.
I did not picture myself surviving through that day.
He was tracking her.
He was everywhere.
I heard the squeak of a floorboard. I've been kidnapped. This becomes a fight for my life.
And we're all holding our breath.
My mind is the only thing that's going to get me out of here. This is a horror film.
Stalking Samantha. 13 Years of Terror. Only on Hulu.
And welcome back to our election night coverage. I'm Mary Bruce here with our experts, and Rick Klein, our Washington bureau chief. Talk us through what we are seeing in New York right now, because of course all eyes are on what appears to be a pretty remarkable night for Zohran Mamdani.
Yeah, and we saw it through the early vote, and we saw it in the explosion of voting today, setting records for turnout and running up huge numbers across all of the major boroughs, with the exception of Staten Island, the Republican enclave. These were the results from last time. This was a blowout. This was, though, a three-way race this time around, and that has to change the way you look at this. We saw in the early votes, those numbers we were saying all along, they're probably Mamdani voters. Turns out that was correct. Mamdani in just commanding position with the results that have rolled in so far.
And there's been so much question, not just whether he would pull out a victory, but the margin by which he might win and what that would signal.
Yeah, and look, we don't know the exact numbers now, but it's possible that he's flirting with 50%, an outright majority. Whether or not he gets there, it is going to be a resounding victory. Again, looking at the numbers from last time around, it is a similar kind of map for him tonight, and the darker areas of Manhattan into the Bronx, really across the board, we're seeing just a resounding, what appears to be a likely victory.
And it now seems we can say that is not just, it appears to be a victory, but we do have a projection to make now, Rick.
That's right. Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York City. It is a remarkable comeback, really coming from just about nowhere in this race, down in the low single digits, all the way through against some of the biggest names that exist in New York City politics. Zohran Mamdani, just 34 years old, will become the next mayor of New York, about 100,000 vote lead over the former governor and just a member of New York Democratic royalty in Andrew Cuomo.
It is a remarkable upset, one that a year ago would have seemed truly impossible. Just 34 years old, Democratic socialist, now the mayor of the nation's largest city. As you mentioned, it is truly remarkable when you also consider who he was up against here. Let's go to our Aaron Katursky, who is at the Zohran Mamdani headquarters. Aaron, I can imagine it is quite a scene there.
It is a boisterous room here in downtown Brooklyn, Mary, after Zohran Mamdani is projected to be the next mayor of New York City. 34-year-old assemblyman, Democratic socialist, Muslim man with little political experience is now the new face of New York. And a religious barrier has fallen in the city. A quarter century after the 9/11 attacks, New York has elected its first Muslim American mayor in Zohran Mamdani. He has ridden a campaign pledging to make New York more affordable to a projected victory over an establishment candidate in Andrew Cuomo, whose family has loomed large over New York politics for decades. That appears to be over now, as Zohran Mamdani is projected to be the next mayor, the 111th mayor of New York. Mary?
It is just a remarkable, improbable run that has now ended in this resounding victory. Aaron, thank you. And Avery, talk us through the breakdown of some of the vote here, because the turnout really astounding.
Right, and age has really been a big factor in this race. There's a generational divide that is on display within the Democratic Party. But when you look at our preliminary exit poll data and we look at Mamdani voters, what we find is that 17% of those Mamdani voters were 18 to 29, 32% were 30 to 44, 29% 45 to 64, and then only 22% were 65 plus. And these two numbers in the middle kind of stand out to me. And part of it is because of some of Mamdani's proposals, particularly guaranteeing free childcare was one of the tenets of his campaign. That was something that was particularly interesting. If you want to look toward the issue of Israel, let's go and look at the age of some of the Cuomo voters. On the other hand, we know that, and you can look and see here, as those voters got older, those voters got a larger share of Cuomo's vote. So 41% of those voters who were 65 plus started to vote for Cuomo, and it went down there. And then you look at their position on Israel, and Israel being a factor in this race. And this could cut both ways, because there were folks for whom allegiance and sort of an idea and being a part of the issue on Israel and being a favor of Israel was a big deal. There's also people for whom being in favor of Gaza was a big deal. 67% say it was a factor in their vote, and 29% that say it was not a factor in their vote, Mary.
It's really remarkable. When you go back and look at the age especially, you have to wonder about the way in which Mamdani ran this campaign really leaning into social media. It's what got him on the map. It's what fueled so many. And when you look at how many young voters came out to him, it's hard to imagine, or not to imagine, that many of them may have been getting acquainted to this campaign on their phones, and so many lessons for Democrats and the Democratic Party going forward about maybe how to reach out to some critical voters ahead of the
social
midterms.
media fluency, but also non-traditional methods and venues of campaigning. I mean, over the weekend, Mamdani was at nightclubs all over Brooklyn, right? And talking to people, not just there to party, but asking for their vote and asking for those folks to come out and canvass. Right.
Yeah, and Aaron Katersky, you've been out talking with some of these voters as well, and the sort of non-traditional way that Mamdani was reaching out.
It's really remarkable, and it really reflects, I think, the changing demographics of the city. Zoran Mamdani appealed to people who haven't lived in New York very long, 10 years or younger, where native New Yorkers went for Andrew Cuomo, but not by a very wide margin. Zoran Mamdani also appealed by a vast majority to renters, whereas property owners sided with Andrew Cuomo. And I'm really struck by the religious divide in such a parochial city. Zoran Mamdani, according to our exit polls, losing voters who identify as Jewish, voters who identify as Catholic, and still is now the projected winner to be the next mayor of New York City. Mary, that would have been unheard of in recent years. And the turnout here, the most since 1969. Zoran Mamdani's campaign struck a chord particularly with younger voters who came out in overwhelming numbers for him, now paying off the way Mamdani had a savvy social media focused campaign that targeted people where they live in their particular neighborhoods. He was able to register more first-time voters than any other candidate in recent memory, and that significant ground operation paid off.
It certainly did pay off, Aaron, and of course so many of those younger voters that he was able to reach now, propelling him to this, what was not that long ago, a really improbable victory. Aaron, thank you. Let's bring in Danielle Alvarez, former Trump campaign advisor. The president has really gone after Mamdani. He has made him a target, especially on social media. He has said that if Mamdani won, that he would slash federal funding to the city, said that the city had zero chance of succeeding if Mamdani were to be in charge. What do you make of this victory tonight?
I think that what you're going to see is Zoran Mamdani and his socialist policies going to be front and center in these midterm elections. One of the things that Republicans have been talking about is that the Democrat Party is leaderless. And what you are seeing is the rise of Zoran Mamdani. Hakeem Jeffries and others have endorsed, of course, kind of giving Mamdani a sideways hug because they are all fighting again for that leadership slot. We have just seen again that rise of Zoran Mamdani in New York City and among the Democrat Party. And so what you will find is Republicans using that conversation as we head into the midterms regarding how far left the Democrat Party has moved.
And, you know, you mentioned that Mamdani now, in your opinion, is going to be sort of front and center as a leader in the Democratic Party. Do you think that we are going to continue to see President Trump and Republicans trying to elevate him as we head into the midterms?
I do. I think that he has done a great job of elevating himself. I think one of the things that we've seen in the 9 months since President Trump was elected is a leaderless Democrat Party. We have seen shouting matches on the Senate floor with Senator Cory Booker. You have seen CNN town halls with AOC and Bernie Sanders. You have seen Gavin Newsom upping his social media antics. But what we are seeing tonight with Zoran Mamdani is something that the Democrats probably didn't want. I venture to guess that they did not anticipate that Zoran Mamdani would rise the way that he did, and you will see Democrats message and make him a centerpiece for the upcoming midterm elections.
All right, we shall see. Danielle Alvarez, thank you so much. Let's go back to Aaron Katersky there at Mamdani headquarters.
Mary, I'm joined now by New York Attorney General Letitia James. General, you were one of Zoran Mamdani's earliest supporters as an elected official. Other Democrats were reluctant. Why did you decide to endorse early? What did you see in him?
So I endorsed Zoran after the primary. and I endorsed him because I saw on the streets of New York City, and particularly in the borough of Brooklyn where I live, countless number of individuals who have been left out of the body politic, who were inspired by his message, individuals who never received a knock on their door from a Democrat or a Republican, but individuals who struggled each and every day with childcare, with housing costs, with the cost of food. And those individuals came out in record number. The people who probably were in an Uber today, who served you coffee today, whose names you do not know, but their voices were heard loudly today.
What about some of your colleagues in the Democratic Party? Are they going to get on board with Mamdani, or are they going to be like House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, who didn't really answer whether he's the new face of the party?
At the end of the day, I think more and more individuals, Republicans, Democrats, independents, will work with Zohran Mamdani. Why? Because he is singularly focused on the issue of affordability in the city of New York and beyond. And I think that message needs to resonate. Let's remember that this is the same message that President Trump ran on. And unfortunately, he hasn't delivered. But I have confidence that Zohran Mamdani is going to deliver.
President Trump did weigh in, urging New Yorkers to vote for Andrew Cuomo. You know a thing or two about taking on President Trump. Is Mamdani going to be able to do it if Trump follows through on some of his threats to withhold federal funds from New York?
I don't subscribe to the politics of fear and division. And two, as the Attorney General of the state of New York, I've joined with other Democratic Attorneys General dealing with these unlawful, unconstitutional executive orders. And we have been winning. In fact, we're almost at 50 executive orders that we have beat back. And at the end of the day, I will work with Zohran Mamdani and his corporation counsel, and we will work together to protect the interest of New Yorkers. So these threats mean nothing to New Yorkers. In fact, New Yorkers didn't respond. In fact, they came out in record numbers, and they elected Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of the city of New York.
General, thanks very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
New York Attorney General Letitia James on Victory Night for Zohran Mamdani. Mary?
All right, Aaron, I'll take it back here. And while we're waiting to still hear from President Trump to weigh in on the election results, so far we have just heard a post on X from President Obama, who said, "Congratulations to all the Democratic candidates who won tonight. It's a reminder that when we come together around strong, forward-looking leaders who care about the issues that matter, we can win. We've still got plenty of work to do, but the future looks a little bit brighter." Rick Klein, I want to go back over to you. Give us a breakdown of the boroughs. It looks like Brooklyn really voted overwhelmingly for Mamdani.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to end up being his strongest numbers. Right now, in what we're seeing is a Brooklyn Mamdani by 22 points. Just an astounding margin. Manhattan plus 10 points for Mamdani. Up in the Bronx, plus 11 points for Mamdani. In Queens, plus 5 points. Staten Island, that's where a lot more of the Republicans live. That is a minus 33. That is Cuomo's stronghold. If Staten Island was the whole city, Cuomo wins in a landslide. It isn't. Everywhere else, it is Zohran Mamdani. And it's just so interesting, too, Lindsay, because he went around so many of these boroughs and campaigned and did videos and just showed up almost everywhere that he could throughout this campaign, taking a perch from the state assembly to just broaden his appeal, multi-ethnic, multicultural, multiracial, and multi-generational. And he is going to be a big star in this Democratic Party, whether the Democrats want him to be or not. And it's in part because he was able to stitch together this victory in these unlikely circumstances, up against these huge names, knowing that you're running against people with enormous followings, like someone named Cuomo, like the incumbent Mayor Adams, like Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani still looks like he could actually get an outright majority of New Yorkers or something close to it tonight, Lindsay.
And Rick, I just want to bring this back over to John, because we've been talking about this really magnetic attraction that Mamdani has been able to attract, not just with regard to not just young voters. Yeah. And we're looking at Queens in particular. Andrew Cuomo always talks about himself being a Queens boy. He wasn't even able to win his own borough tonight. Staten Island, I think that was pretty much expected, right? I mean, that's pretty much a Republican
part of New York City, going back to Guy Molinari, used to be the borough president there. But look, Brooklyn, 22%. We were talking about, Chuck Schumer, and I slandered the great borough of Queens by saying that, Chuck Schumer is a proud Brooklynite, and he wouldn't even say if he voted for Zohran Mamdani. He didn't endorse him and wouldn't even say how he voted. And now his backyard, the place where he got his political start, the place that he grew up, voted for Mamdani by 22%. Astounding. And again, I have to come back to not just what seems to be the margin of victory with over, I think we're at 80% of the vote counted, and he's over 50%. We'll see if he holds on to that. But that's bigger than expected, bigger than most of the most recent polls said. But it's the overall turnout. 2 million plus New Yorkers voting in a mayoral election. We haven't seen that since 1969. And, you know, you think about the percentage. Mayor Adams won with 66% of the vote 4 years ago. And already now, Mamdani has significantly more votes than Adams won at 50%, because so many more people voted.
So much enthusiasm. John, we'll come back more on this exciting election night. Stay with us.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather. And then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son. Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal under his eye. Only on Hulu.
All across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are.
It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
Hi.
When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we've both never been. Growing up doesn't mean getting
Good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home. Putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George. How are you?
And the day ahead.
Now you can listen to a podcast version of World News Tonight, available free wherever you listen.
A deadly mystery.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
Forbidden love.
It involved decadent sexual behavior.
And then,
this is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder, only on Hulu.
Get this, people. Now we're streaming every weekend, right to you.
With an all-new show, an all-new view, special for the weekends. Now you can catch The View 7 days a week.
I wonder if you can handle it.
It's The Weekend View.
The Weekend View.
It's The Weekend View. Streaming on ABC News Live, wherever you stream. Take a little time to enjoy The Weekend View.
See you on the weekend!
Now streaming Saturdays and Sundays on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
Help, my fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere. Please hurry. There's a knife sticking out of her heart. Oh, no!
Philadelphia medical examiner initially ruled Greenberg's death a homicide before switching it to suicide.
How was this ruled a suicide?
It just does not add up.
Everyone realized how strange and twisted this case was.
If you want to get away with a homicide, have it declared a suicide.
Death in Apartment 603. What happened to Ellen Greenberg? Only on Hulu.
Reporting from the Washington, D.C. jail as January 6th prisoners are being released. I'm Jay O'Brien. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Talk to you later, baby. Bye.
There is no official word on the whereabouts of Army Lieutenant Holly Wyman.
Was she a victim of a serial killer?
2020, Friday night on ABC.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. ABC News has now projected 3 major wins for Democrats, including a projected win for Zohran Mamdani as mayor of New York City. We are still waiting for Mikey Sherrill to speak at any moment. ABC News has projected her as the winner of the battle to become the next governor of New Jersey. We've been talking, you can see the enthusiasm even at our own desk when we're talking about the New York City mayoral race. We talked earlier about that 50% threshold. Mamdani was able to do it. What do you make of that?
It's a significant win because, first of all, he's doing better than he was expected to win, but he's beating expectations, winning with 50% in a three-person field. And, you know, I think now there's going to be a lot of attention of what does he do. And he's got a bit more of a mandate. He can go to Albany. He can make the case for what he needs Albany to approve. But let's remember what his agenda was, affordability. And there were key pillars of this. One, free buses for everybody in New York. Universal free child care. The opening up of city-owned grocery stores to cut into the profits of private grocery stores. A $30 minimum wage by 2030. A $30 minimum wage. And freezing rent in all rent-stabilized units. These are big things that'll be very hard to do, and at least some on that list, very expensive, which means he's also going to need to significantly raise taxes on the wealthy and on corporations. That he's going to need some sign-off from Albany, and it's going to be a big question, can New York survive as a magnet of world commerce with policies like that?
All right, John, we'll come back to this race in a moment, but now we do hear that Mikey Sherrill is at the podium there in New Jersey. Let's listen in.
And people around the country have heard you. I hear you too. This was a tough fight, and this is a tough state. But I know you, New Jersey, and I love you. I've fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor. When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Chitterelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up. And all of you know, I love our history, and our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity. I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get that known by all. But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about liberty.
And there you have Mikey Sherrill, now the next governor of New Jersey. She says that she is focused on liberty and prosperity. Joining us now, Bill Ritter from our partner station WABC here in New York City.
Partner.
You want to start with New Jersey or New York? I mean, there's so much to.
Well, we're just looking at New Jersey.
Yes.
So let's talk about this. I was one of the people at the debate that I moderated.
Yes.
And you know, she did better than normal. He's a better speaker. They were tough on each other. It was this was a nasty thing between both of them. I thought it'd be a little closer. I was wondering what you guys think about this, because I think we're all in the same situation here. This is about Mr. Trump. And so what did Jack do here that said, well, wait a minute, do I want to have Trump in this, or do I not want to? Don't forget, 8 years ago, he said Mr. Trump should not be a president.
Distanced himself.
No, totally. And so he was always in this confused position. You know, he would have liked not to do it, but he had to do it. So then it's a qualified formula, I think, and he lost this on this. And Trump is going to make a big battle out of New Jersey, and when we talk about it, most importantly to New York. That's going to be right in this city.
And it's really interesting, as you would know, both of you in Washington, D.C., Trump has been eerily quiet. We haven't heard any Truth Social posts for the last 4 hours plus at this point. But we do want to go back to the mayoral race. This is just last month in October. You had more than 1,000 rabbis actually sign a letter saying that they were concerned that Mamdani, if he wins in New York, would be a threat to the Jewish residents here. And yet we see this overwhelming victory tonight.
Many of those young people and some of the older people are Jewish as well. 30%, they saying, at least 30% of Jews. We'll see that.
Which Donald Trump said anyone who votes for Mamdani
is stupid.
Who's Jewish is stupid.
He said that today. Was kind of surprising, I think, to me. You guys know him better. You know better than most people about what he does.
He sometimes says things that are a little over the top.
Sometimes he's been known to say that. But more importantly, or not equally importantly, what he's done so far is cut money, billions of dollars of money from New York and New Jersey already. Yep. He's already thinking now that if he got elected, the young man who's now going to be the 111th guy to run the biggest city in the country, he would take the money away, start to take it away. So what's going to happen now? For New York, this is a big deal. The people who ran against him, some of them, are they going to help him when they try to fix this? Because Mr. Trump's going to go on after them and after this guy. 34 years old. He said things, by the way, that said, well, you know, I apologize for some of the things I said. He spent a lot of time apologizing for what he did when he was 24. Do you remember when you were 24? Would you have changed it when you were 34? Maybe most of us would have. So I think he's got a lot to do. Can these people who fought him in this join him?
Now rally around him. I mean, because he's going to need all the help he can get. Look, I mean, the city's got massive challenges. He's made a series of promises that are going to be, you know, really hard. Some of them impossible to fulfill.
Can he do it?
So the question is, can he improve life for people in New York who feel that life is not affordable in this city?
And what do you say about that? What do you say to the young people who are saying, because that's really the bigger issue here, that people say, I can't afford to be here. This is something very interesting. The current people who are running this city say that by the time of 2030, 4 years from now, there are going to be people above the age of 60, be 25% of the population. Half of them will not be able to afford to live in New York. What do you do with that? This is the city. When's the last time we heard them say, you know, start spreading the news? This is not what New York's about right now. And this is a big deal.
And Mary, just as we said it, of course, Trump was
listening. We were worried if his phone was broken, but the president has responded here, and he is saying that there are two reasons that Republicans lost elections tonight. He says Trump wasn't on the ballot and the shutdown. Now, the president is citing that to pollsters, but the reality is that President Trump's policies were definitely on the ballot.
But wait a minute. What is he talking about? The shutdown? He's told us that Democrats are to blame for the shutdown.
Well, I was getting there, John.
Yeah. What? I mean, I'm confused.
Well, exactly. And the point is, Voters sent a clear message about President Trump's policies. Certainly, all the Democrats that won tonight were running against the president. Now, to varying degrees, you have Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, who certainly were running very anti-Trump campaigns. Here in New York, you could argue that Mamdani, while running against Trump, was also certainly running against the Democratic establishment as well. But by putting affordability, the economy, the cost of living front and center, they are sending the president a very clear message. And number two, on the shutdown, the president has argued for 35 days now that this is the Democrats' shutdown, so I'm not sure how you can argue that Democrats would be winning because of that. Certainly, Democrats in Washington are hoping that Republican leaders in Congress and the president are looking at these races and seeing that health care, the affordability of health care, are a central critical issue for voters, and that they're going to be willing to come to the table. And again, the president, first thing tomorrow morning, meeting with Senate Republicans at the White House. A lot of questions about whether this is going to be the thing that finally forces them to make a deal.
Bill, I want to bring you back in here with regard to Mamdani.
I like talking, listening to her.
We like talking to you.
Can I ask Mary a question? Do you mind?
Uh-oh.
Bill, let's go have lunch.
No, because he said it's the shutdown, and it's also because Trump is not on the ballot.
Yeah.
When is Trump going to be on the ballot again?
I believe, you got a while. And never, because he can't run again.
So what does that mean for the future of the Republican Party in this Trump worldview?
I'm glad you asked, because the other thing that you're hearing from Republicans close to Trump, when Trump was silent, when his thumbs were getting ready earlier in the night, some of his aides were working overtime on Twitter and X, and they're saying the reason that Democrats were losing tonight is because, candidate quality, the candidates weren't strong enough, and also that if you don't have really MAGA candidates out there, that they won't drive, that without them you won't drive enough voters to the polls. The problem is, as we were discussing during the commercial break, everything changes when Trump isn't at the top of the ticket. And when he isn't truly on the ballot, you see a completely different landscape. And Trump is not on the ballot. His policies are, and that's going to be true next November, and it's going to be true during the next presidential race.
Did he say anything yet about Dick Cheney?
No.
Right.
Good question.
Former president not saying a word about a two-term vice president.
And many Republican leaders haven't as well, because they're looking to the White House for cues on that one, too.
25 years ago tonight, the election that actually made him vice president.
Big difference.
But Bill, we just want to go back on Mamdani here for a second, because as we've been discussing and has been discussed for months now in this mayoral race, can he actually do these promises that he has said? But does that matter? Because people still overwhelmingly voted for him, knowing that, okay, Hochul's going to have to sign off on these taxes for billionaires. It's going to get us the free childcare and the free buses and the freeze on rent. But if he can't do it, is it just that he stands for change and stands for affordability?
And I think he's going to try to do things for people. If he can get some of this stuff that he said, I think he has a better shot at it. But he won't. Let's just say he won't be able to do that. He can't really get free buses because he doesn't control the bus money. He can't do a lot of things because he doesn't control it. He can't say the minimum wage because the state does that. He did it when he was in the assembly. So I think that's an issue. But I think he's a very smart guy. He has said I'm sorry to so many people in this city,
including the police.
Including the police. He went to them, talked personally to them, talked quietly to them, talked publicly to them. Again, when you were 24, did you say something just kind of different? Sure. I know I did. So in that way, maybe he should have waited till he was 40. I don't know. He's a very smart guy. I think he will take criticism, and he will be able to take real things that say, hey, I can help you, kid.
I think one of the key moments in this race, maybe this is from a national perspective, but it said something about the kind of candidate he is, the kind of politician he is, was making the decision to go on Fox News. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't just to go on Fox News, it was a total, interview without time limits.
Looking into the camera, talking to people.
Giving a message to Donald Trump, doing it all. And he is now going to face not just all the problems in New York and not the practicality of what he can actually get done, but also being the primary focus of national Republicans. Just take a listen to Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, his statement on this race. And I'll just read in part. Democrats in New York City have chosen a true extremist and Marxist, and the consequences will be felt across our entire nation. Zohran Mamdani's election cements the Democratic Party's transformation to a radical, big government, socialist Party. And he goes on for 3 more paragraphs.
And goes on to talk about defunding the police, seizing private property, and massive tax increases. But you were going to say.
Well, I say, in addition to being the subject of so much ire from Republicans and having to sort of be the face of the Democratic Party in many ways, because that's what Republicans are going to force Mamdani to be, he is going to be the primary foil for President Trump. And so how do you go about doing all of these, this lofty to-do list, which is a lot to get done, while also, constantly being attacked and poked by President Trump, who at the same time is cutting, billions of dollars in federal funding.
Huge challenge,
It's
right?
a lot.
It is, and it's up to New Yorkers to finally say, in a place that is setting the table for how we're supposed to deal with all these different ethnics that are there, right? How many people are here from different countries, right? How many are here? And he's going to have to lean on them. They're going to have to say, we're here to help you. We are not here to divide you. And I think that it's going to give a big test to New Yorkers. I really do.
I want to bring Donna Brazil into this conversation. And Donna, earlier tonight, we were talking about how Hakeem Jeffries, when asked, is he the face, Mamdani, the face of the Democratic Party, he quickly said no. We've heard that from several, again, as we've mentioned earlier, that Chuck Schumer wouldn't even say who he voted for, let alone never gave his endorsement. So your thought is, Zohran Mamdani an outlier here, or is he the face potentially of, or one of the faces of the Democratic Party?
Well, New York is a large city with a great personality, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't become someone that we all get to know. But on the other hand, we tonight elected 2 great American women who leaned into their patriotism, of course, leaned into reaching out to independent swing voters, as well as bringing in a lot of low propensity voters who did not turn out in 2024. So you got a Democratic Party that's getting its mojo back. And before we start identifying who's the next leader of the Democratic Party, maybe tonight we can just look around the country and say Democrats did well in New York, did well in New Jersey, well in Virginia, but also in Georgia, Pennsylvania. It looks like Democrats are trying to figure it out so that we can prepare ahead for the midterms in 364 days.
And really, it's quite interesting as we're seeing all of these images of him in the subway, certainly being crowded. As we were walking city streets with him, he was really received the reception of a rock star. And we see this real split screen where you had Eric Adams and Governor Cuomo sitting courtside at the Knicks games. Zohran Mamdani would attend and be in the nosebleed section. And so really something that ultimately did resonate with New York City voters. What's still outstanding tonight, Donna, that you're still looking for race-wise?
Well, there's no question. We're all now waiting on California. There are a lot of other mayoral races across the country. Detroit, as I mentioned earlier tonight, now Diana Ross in Motown has a female governor. I'm very happy about Detroit. But I'm also looking overall at turnout because, as you well know, Democrats have had an enthusiasm problem. We've had a problem reaching, non-college educated voters. And it looks like we're picking up ground. We've got a lot of homework to do, but at least tonight feels like we got some things right from 2024, and we still got to find ways to improve. The other thing is we're having a generational fight within the Democratic Party. That's good news. We're now seeing younger voters being turned on to government and politics because they see people their own age willing to go out there and say government can work for the majority of the American people. Look, if I was President Trump tonight, I would read the polls and see what's happening across the country and say, you know what, it's time to get back to work and bring Washington, D.C. back, turn the lights back on at the Capitol, turn the lights back on across the country. I think the ball tomorrow will be in the deal-maker-in-chief hands. Hopefully he will learn from tonight's races.
Listen to you, Donna. This is Bill Ritter at the local news division here. I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
You have experience with all this. What can New Yorkers do? What's New York going to need to do to help this new 111th member of a guy who runs the biggest city in the country?
Well, let's start from the beginning. He has a clean slate. He's after winning the primary, he started going to the middle. He's trying to build bridges. He's trying to open up new doors, and he knows he's going to have to govern with a coalition. So I think he's going to reach out, continue to reach out to the business community, continue to reach out to perhaps voters that were not so inclined to vote for a newcomer. But I do believe he has an opportunity to have a really good start and to deliver on the promises he made to New Yorkers.
Can Mr. Cuomo play a part in this? Is that possible even?
He said he was going to go live in Florida if Mamdani wanted.
Well, look, I hope so. But more importantly, he needs the governor. He also needs the state legislature. I mean, he's made a lot of promises. And the last time I checked, you can't deliver on that without having the support of the governor and also the state assembly.
Okay, well, he got endorsement from her. He did not say during one of the debates, by the way, that he was going to okay her when she runs next year. He didn't go and say that. And it's interesting because she gave him an endorsement to her. So that was kind of interesting. Well, you know what? Maybe he's going to listen to this and we'll get him a copy of it. And maybe you'll give him some ideas there, Donna.
Donna Brazil, Bill Ritter, we thank you both so much.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate you joining us. Our election night coverage continues right after this. Stay with us.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer, The Girls on the High Bridge, only on Hulu.
This version of me.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View. I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
The peaceful silence in Kafue National Park was pierced by a gunshot.
There's been a horrible, tragic accident.
His wife was shot dead.
There were a number of factors that indicated that this was not an accident. They thought they had gotten away with it for years.
This call is from a federal prison.
I relive this every day in my mind.
I still can't believe it turned out the way it did.
Trophy Wife, Murder on Safari, only on Hulu.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God! Scamanda. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
It's off. Help, my fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere. Please hurry. There's a knife sticking out of her heart. Oh no!
Philadelphia medical examiner initially ruled Greenberg's death a homicide before switching it to suicide.
How was this ruled a suicide?
It just does not add up.
Everyone realized how strange and twisted this case was.
If you want to get away with a homicide, have it declared a suicide.
Death in Apartment 603. What happened to Ellen Greenberg? Only on Hulu.
I wanted love because I was lonely. So I went online. He's a handsome man. He was a very handsome man. He said to me, "I love you." And I started to fall in love with him. Then something crazy happened. I've been scammed. I had lost everything. And I was angry. I wanted to track him down. Maybe we could catch him.
I have secrets of my own.
Welcome back, everyone. In California, voters are weighing in on Proposition 50. If approved, the ballot measure would redraw the state's congressional maps to create more Democratic seats in the House. Governor Gavin Newsom's gamble comes in direct response to Texas. Republicans there remade their map at President Trump's request. The move set up a national redistricting battle across the country to shape the fight for Congress next year. Josh Haskell joins us now from our partner station, KABC, in Los Angeles. Of course, lots of national interest to see what California does tonight.
That's right. Hey, Lindsay, you know, I am right now at the Yes campaign headquarters. It's not really a party, more of a gathering. We're at the California Democratic Party headquarters here in Sacramento. And this is where the Yes campaign has come together as a campaign, feeling very confident tonight. Confident because of recent polls. A PPIC poll had them ahead. Also, a Berkeley Institute of Governmental Studies poll just last week had them ahead by double digits. And so there's the polls. There's also, of course, the fundraising. Over $100 million raised by the Yes campaign. The No campaign raised about $87 million. Together, $249 million raised for this special election in just 3 months. Another thing that's really driven the Yes campaign, Gavin Newsom's very aggressive social media strategy where he's imitating President Trump. They believe that that's really broken through and helped the message on an issue of redistricting, which isn't always the most appealing to voters, but the Yes campaign has really said, we want to check on the Trump presidency, and that's how they've sold this campaign. They say you have President Trump controlling the White House, the Senate, the House of Representatives. Well, this is a chance in 2026 to change things. So the Yes campaign, Lindsay, feeling very good tonight.
And the Yes campaign, of course, the state would use new congressional district maps starting 2026 instead of waiting to 2030. Do you get a sense, reading the tea leaves, the polls, is there a lot of enthusiasm to say yes?
Yes, I mean, this has really been a national campaign. Yes, it's about Congress in California, but just talk about the ads for a minute. The ads that have been running here in California, they've featured a few California Democrats, but AOC has been in these ads. Former President Obama, Elizabeth Warren, they have been featuring the biggest names in the Democratic Party. Politico actually crunched the numbers, Lindsay, when it comes to where all of this fundraising dollars were coming from. 52% from outside of California. A big boost to Gavin Newsom's fundraising profile nationally, of course, ahead of a possible 2028 presidential run.
And of course, this sounds like California would net potentially as many as 5 seats, really to counter those 5 seats in Texas.
Yeah, and I think another thing that's been successful for Democrats here is that they've really tried to sell this as this is about the future of democracy. I mean, Gavin Newsom has said over and over again he believes that if Democrats in California did not do Prop 50, that he fears there would never be an election again. And I think that really broke through to voters, saying that this is about high stakes, it's about a lot more than redistricting and drawing lines, and that if you don't like the Trump presidency, you should support this proposition. And so polls are still open here in California. They close very shortly. We don't know exactly if we'll hear from the governor tonight. We may, but we're here with a bunch of surrogates definitely feeling confident and proud of themselves for running such an aggressive, high-dollar campaign in such a short amount of time.
Josh Haskell, longtime ABC family member and friend. Thanks so much, Josh. And joining us now is our Alex Brachet. And of course, you've been covering redistricting across the country. How does California feel that nationally this could be a net loss for Democrats in the House?
Well, and you mentioned that, Lindsay, and it's important to understand that while California might be counteracting what's happening in Texas, there are already maps that have been enacted in Missouri, in North Carolina, Ohio, and possibly some other Republican states that could net Republicans more seats in Congress. But I've been talking to members of the California Democratic Party. The chair, Rusty Hicks, told me that California couldn't just sit by and do nothing. And that's actually been reflected in polling. We got a poll from the Public Policy Institute of California, of likely voters, 50% were in favor of Prop 50 compared to 43% who said that they were not. And that's also something that we've been hearing from some Democratic congressmen. I got a chance to talk to one from the San Diego delegation earlier tonight who was saying, kind of echoing what Rusty Hicks put forth, saying that he believes that this independent commission laying out with Prop 50, that it'll be successful. He thinks it's something that's needed. And ultimately, they're hoping that other states will follow suit.
Which other states are at play, potentially suggesting that they will do the same?
Yeah, well, so we've seen some efforts being talked about in Illinois, but I would say specifically about Illinois, their lines have already been redrawn so much that, yeah, they might be able to redraw them again to maybe eke out 1 or 2 extra seats, but the margins there are really, really strong. You're seeing a lot more wiggle room for Republicans in Missouri, in North Carolina. One other place that we're looking at that could potentially look at redrawing maps, you see there, Virginia, Maryland is another one. But again, whenever you look at the totality of what's playing out, Republicans have a lot more room here, especially whenever you consider states like Louisiana, Florida, Kansas, Indiana, who are just now starting to consider these conversations of retaliating and redrawing their lines in favor of Republicans. It's really kind of kicked off a national debate over redistricting, something that's going to certainly play out ahead of next year's midterms.
And in the long game, it seems like Republicans really could have the advantage here?
Yeah, what's interesting about this is during the midterms, the president's party is usually punished. But the way that Republicans have played this out, they could actually beat the odds here. That is, Linsey, unless this somehow backfires for them.
All right, Alex Prochet for us. Thanks so much, Alex. And want to take a live look now at Mamdani's headquarters in Brooklyn. We're expecting him to take the stage shortly. Can't hear there, but you can imagine there is a lot of excitement. Certainly see the smiles on the faces and know that there's a lot of energy in that room as we wait to hear from Mamdani there. We wanted to bring in Republican Congressman Mike Lawler from New York, who served in Albany with Zohran Mamdani. Thank you so much for joining us. What do you make of this victory tonight?
Oh, well, it's not surprising. He's been consistently polling anywhere from 45 to 49%. So I think, the results bear that out. And I think it speaks volumes to where the Democratic Party has moved, over the last decade, especially in New York City. And with the ascension of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in 2018, you have seen a wave of Democratic Socialists win city council seats, state assembly seats. Zohran came in 2020 in an assembly seat underlaying AOC's congressional seat. So it's not surprising to me that they have made traction, but I think it does not bode well for Democrats in the suburbs of New York and these swing congressional seats, as well as swing states moving forward. I think Zohran Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie Sanders are going to be the face of the Democratic Party. It's part of the reason why Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have been so betwixt and between and, haven't definitively stated or waited till the very last minute, to state where they stand on his ascendancy. And they're struggling with it because they know if they disown him, they're going to lose a primary from the left. And they know if they embrace him, it's death in a general election in these swing states and seats. So this is going to be a very interesting dynamic with somebody like Zohran Mamdani, a true believer on these issues, coming forward when he's talking about raising taxes by $9 billion on New Yorkers. That's not going to bode well in the suburbs and in other parts of the state when he's talking about defunding the police or shutting down prisons, legalizing prostitution. These are policies that he has espoused repeatedly, even if he tries to gloss it up now. It's not going to bode well in these swing states moving forward.
And you said that this is not going to bode well for Democrats, but tonight voters are clearly sending a message about their feelings when it comes to affordability and the economy. Does that ultimately not bode well for Republicans and the White House?
No, I think, look, each race is always unique in and to itself. In Virginia, you had a historically terrible candidate in Winsome Sears, who did not run a good race, and so much so that Abigail Spanberger was able to drag Jay Jones across the finish line despite his comments that he wanted to kill his opponent and his former colleague's family. But the fact is that when you look at the affordability crisis in impacting our country, that is a major issue. And we in the Republican House have passed the largest tax cut in American history. The average New Yorker is going to see a $4,000 tax cut next year when they go to file. And so I think the economy is going to move in the right direction. But obviously, voters are very frustrated. We saw record inflation under Joe Biden. We continue to see housing costs be too high. Healthcare costs obviously are a challenge. So we have to tackle these issues and continue to address them in a proactive way in Congress, and the administration needs to as well.
President Trump posted tonight on Truth Social, attributing it to pollsters, saying that Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down were the two reasons that Republicans lost elections tonight. What's your response to that? How do Republicans win when Trump is not on the ballot?
There's no question. There's a segment of the Republican base that comes out only when President Trump is on the ballot. So that's something where Republicans across the country are going to have to do a better job of appealing to those voters to turn out. But ultimately, this is going to boil down next year to the issues before us. And the issues before us will be the economy. It'll be jobs. It'll be the cost of living, energy, healthcare, housing, which I believe is a major issue. We're about 8 million units underbuilt nationwide. Obviously, immigration and the border. So these are the issues that'll be on the ballot next year. And, I think we've done a lot in Washington to turn the corner and begin to really see positive change. We're down to net zero border crossings since President Trump took over, which is a big issue. So, a lot ahead of us over the next year, and we'll keep working through these issues.
Will you mull over the results tonight and think, what can we as a party, as Republicans, do differently?
Well, I think Zohran Mamdani spoke directly to the voters and spoke about the issue of affordability. It was the number one issue he tackled. That has to be the focus in everything that we do, both in terms of campaigning, but also in terms of the actions being taken in Washington. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what I've been focused on, from taxes to extending the ACA subsidy, which I've been a co-lead on, to ensuring that the government is funded and open, which I voted in favor of, while most of my Democratic colleagues voted no. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. And certainly, each election is unique in and of itself. But I'm focused on my district and my constituents and continuing to serve them and address the issues impacting them.
Congressman Mike Lawler, we thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I want to bring in ABC political contributor Heidi Heitkamp. She joins us now. And Heidi, as a former senator, the Democrats took a gamble on the government shutdown on Capitol Hill. Are the results tonight a reflection that voters may think Republicans in power are to blame?
I think they're a reflection that the Democrats have finally begun their focus on bread and butter issues, tabletop issues, which is where they have to be if they're going to be successful. Linsey, I do want to comment about the congressman. The congressman says, look at this national race in New York, the mayor's race in New York City. But that race down in Virginia where this woman ran, well, that's not a national race. And I want to make the point about the two women who won their governor's races tonight. They both first cut their teeth in swing districts, in districts where they were not guaranteed a victory, and they learned how to talk to people. They listened to what people were saying, and they reflected those values in these campaigns. And that's where the Republicans are missing the message tonight, because tonight is a referendum on the economic policies of the Republican Party, including those things that are being fought for right now in the shutdown. And guess what? overwhelmingly lost. And that coalition they thought they were building in New Jersey, where they felt like they had a big bounce coming out of the 2024 campaign, guess what? That dissolved. That dissolved because of the policies of this administration. And they're building redistricting based on those results. And let me tell you, that coalition doesn't exist. I mean, it's just interesting to see how they're unwilling to see the real message of tonight.
And Heidi, I'm just curious before we let you go, does this give you optimism? Do you feel revitalized and charged as a Democrat?
I am so excited that we have made affordability the single issue in all of these races, even including the Georgia race. I have been arguing for this. I said the identity politics of the old Democratic Party need to find their way out the back door. We need to talk about how we're going to make people's lives better. And that's exactly why the Democratic Party won tonight.
All right. Thank you so much, Heidi Heitkamp. Really appreciate you joining us as always. Want to bring back in ABC News' Elizabeth Schulze, who joins us now from our D.C. bureau. Certainly, we are talking a lot about affordability. Just heard it there in basically each of the races tonight. It is about things are too high. We can't afford them anymore.
It is. And I think it's worth pointing out, Linsey, just how much this is backed up when you look at the actual cost that people are paying. What people are saying about the economy is also reflected in what the data shows about the economy. I mean, just look at the price of utility gas bills. We've talked a lot about how these candidates in Virginia and New Jersey for governor have talked about lowering bills. Those costs are up 12% over the past year. Electricity prices, this is nationally, over the last year, up 5%. Childcare, a lot of focus on Zohran Mamdani's plan for free childcare, 5% for those daycare costs. Of course, rent, another big one. And then you have grocery prices, 3% in the past year. Worth highlighting just a couple of those places where you're really seeing these gains and why we're seeing these candidates focus on that message. Those staples in your budget, coffee, beef, bananas, canned fruits and vegetables, all of those seeing really significant gains. And when I've talked to voters about what they want to hear, that's where this affordability message really comes in. It is about prices. You can talk about inflation getting better. The rate of prices isn't going up as fast, but that doesn't mean that they're going down. And that's really what voters hear about when they're thinking about those day-to-day costs, Linsey.
Of course, we see the stats and we see the numbers, but you actually talked with a number of real people, including Julie, a single mom to 3 kids who has to work overnight shifts at the hospital to try to make ends meet. Give us a sense of what you heard from her.
Yeah, and whenever you sit down and really go through someone's budget like this really resonates about how tight things are right now. Julie talked to us about once she's paid her rent and her bills and her groceries, she has $100 left to buy everything else that her kids need. She only says that she can afford 2 pairs of shoes for her kids every year, and she was emotional, Linsey, talking to us about right now the reality for families is that costs are so tight. On top of that, we are in the middle of the government shutdown, which is now tied for the longest in history. Julie is one of 42 million Americans who gets SNAP food assistance. She does not know when those benefits will come. When you have the threat from Washington, from under this administration, from the very real reality that these policies are trickling into the lives of people like Julie, she says she wants to see politicians who are working for her, which is why these messages of change obviously clearly resonating here tonight. I just want to highlight one other thing that we are seeing in a lot of this preliminary exit polling data. This isn't just about affordability, Linsey. It's also about economic inequality. A lot of voters talking about how, yes, prices are high, but this idea that they cannot get ahead. In Virginia, just 1 out of 10 people in those preliminary exit polls said they are getting better off financially. And when we've talked to voters, this idea of the American dream, buying a home, building wealth, that is just not within reach. And clearly that's a message that's been resonating tonight.
And it is a message that we continue to hear in a number of states. Elizabeth Schulze, thank you. I want to bring Rick Klein back in here. And Rick, we know that even in states like Virginia, more than half of the voters there said that the economy was their #1 issue.
Yeah, and it's really striking when you look at it across the exit polls and in our latest ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll. Wanted to dive into a couple of the different areas in this poll, starting with the economy, because it is so critical to how people are thinking about it. We asked a number of questions, really weren't political questions directly. It was more, where do you feel like you are, where do you feel like the country is in this moment, starting with personal finances, because perceptions are realities here. 37% of Americans overall say that their own personal finances have gotten worse since the Trump presidency began. Only 18% say it's better. We've heard Donald Trump talk about the economy and talk about us as the envy of the world. People have not felt that. People feel like they're either treading water or things are getting actually worse. Then when it comes to their own personal spending, look at this. 71% say they are now spending more on groceries. 59% say they're spending more on utilities, a big issue that we saw play out in New Jersey, in Virginia, and New York. Just affordability. Inflation was so much of what drove people's anger a year ago. That anger is not abated. People still see these higher prices and they still want to do something about it. And then tariffs, the signature policy that Donald Trump is engaged with, it's going to go before the Supreme Court tomorrow. 58% feel like the tariffs are actually hurting the economy, not helping it. So it plays out in the politics sometimes in indirect ways because different people are on the ballot at different times. But clearly this dissatisfaction, clearly the even anger that people feel right now over the state of the country as it relates to their own finances and into the policies they're seeing play out is having a real impact in these elections.
All right, Rick, thanks so much. And Mary, I just want to bring you in really quickly as we're about to go back to the former Trump advisor to talk about the new post that Donald Trump just posted.
So the president is posting, thinking about the shutdown, clearly, which we know is now tied for the second longest in history. And the president just posting in his signature, all caps, Republicans terminate the filibuster, get back to passing legislation and voter reform. And of course, we've seen the president in recent days urging Republicans to kill the filibuster. He's been warning them, that they will lose in elections going forward if they don't. The filibuster, of course, is that 60 vote threshold that is required for so much legislation, including legislation that would be required to reopen the government. And both parties have toyed with doing away with this in the past, but no one has ever used the nuclear option, as it's known, because of concerns about what it would mean long term for the nation and for Congress going forward. And it's why you've seen Republican leadership hesitant to take this step. Now, of course, as we've been saying, the president is sitting down tomorrow morning at the White House with Senate Republicans. If anyone, including Democrats, are hoping that the president would see the results tonight, would see the fact that so many Americans are clearly concerned about affordability, including the cost of health care, which is at the center of this standoff, and look at that and think, okay, it's time to make a deal. Clearly, the president has every intention of turning the screws and urging and pressuring Republicans to kill the filibuster, to use that to reopen the government and force his agenda through going forward.
And with that point, I want to bring in Danielle Alvarez, former Trump advisor. Your response when we're seeing pretty much Democrats kind of sweeping these elections. I know you mentioned to us earlier that these are blue states, so that was to be expected. But do you think that it's wise at this point to force the issue and say, look, end the filibuster, or do you to learn a lesson potentially from these losses tonight?
I think first that we need to acknowledge that these results were expected. Again, as I mentioned earlier, as you just stated, these are blue states. I think that Republicans need to take a look at one of the things that operatively we're very good at is taking a look at these election results and figuring out what tactics that we need to deploy to win future elections. These are elections where Democrats vastly outspent Republicans in order to hold on to, again, these very blue seats. But looking forward, we do have to acknowledge that affordability is an issue that is top of mind for voters. I think that is why President Trump is so clearly frustrated with the government shutdown and the standoff. And again, that 60 vote threshold, which we just saw him truth about, because he passed successfully the One Big Beautiful Bill, but since then, the Democrats have shut down the government for 34 days and have impeded the great progress that the president has made. Of course, he's still making accomplishments through his executive branch, but again, Democrats have slowed down that progress in Congress. And so you see that frustration with the president. If we are to believe Secretary Bessent, the levers that this administration has pulled for our economy should kickstart in the new year. Again, some of the measures in the One Big Beautiful Bill were implemented immediately. Some will be implemented January 1st of 2026. But that's really going to be the conversation headed into these midterms. Are Americans feeling those gains in their pockets? And are we able to resolve those kitchen table issues?
And what would you say at this point to those Americans who said that they voted for President Trump a year ago because he said he was going to get rid of inflation, and yet now, further compounding the inflation issue, they're dealing with tariffs?
Again, I believe that Secretary Besant has predicted that the economy is going to be headed in the right direction. We know that President Trump in his first administration was able to deliver a very strong economy. Of course, this administration and Republicans are messaging that the hole we had to dig out of as a result of President Joe Biden's failures was far greater than anyone expected. But again, pulling those levers of the economy, the wins secured in the One Big Beautiful Bill will kickstart in the new year. And that's the hope, that we are able to have a strong economy for all Americans, understanding that it is an issue that families and businesses across the country are dealing with. And this administration is tackling it at rapid clip.
Going forward, would you have any advice if you were still working with the Trump administration about lessons learned from tonight?
Again, as a party, we need to take a look at the totality of these elections. We need to be able to have, again, vote totals, breakdowns by counties. We don't have that information yet. Of course, at this point, we only have exit polling. But President Trump's team is the best of the best, of course, delivering huge victories for him in the November 2024 election. It is something that Republicans will have to take a look at. Of course, President Trump is not on the ticket. He is a huge driver of turnout. So it will be interesting to see how he does get involved in the upcoming midterms. I think that will be critical to Republican victory.
Danielle Alvarez, former senior Trump advisor, we thank you so much for your time and insight. Appreciate it. And our Aaron Katersky once again joins us live from Zohran Mamdani's watch party in Brooklyn. Any change at all? People starting to get a little more excited?
Oh, this place is bumping, Linsey, and the whole crowd, as Andrew Cuomo was speaking to his supporters in Midtown Manhattan, the whole crowd here in downtown Brooklyn started raising their hands and waving Cuomo goodbye. This does appear to be the end of an incredible political dynasty in New York politics ever since Andrew Cuomo's father, Mario Cuomo, was elected governor in 1982. The family's been a constant presence, but Zohran Mamdani came from nowhere to defeat Cuomo twice, once in the Democratic primary and now again here in the general election. And he's about to speak to his supporters, who cannot wait to hear from him before he begins his journey as mayor-elect and starts out on an ambitious plan to make New York City more affordable.
Let's talk about the Trump of it all, with the potential that with this win for Mamdani, he's already threatened that he'll pull federal funding, the talk about bringing the National Guard into New York City, that idea of retribution, if you will.
I asked Zohran Mamdani about that just today, Linsey, and he said he's not going to shrink from the fight. He said he will use every available option, the courts, he'll take him on politically, and he is going to fight, he said, for every dollar that New York is owed. It's about 10% of New York City's overall budget is from federal money. And we heard a moment ago here from New York Attorney General Letitia James, who pledged to be a partner with Mayor-elect Mamdani in making sure that all legal resources are expended to keep those federal funds in New York City's pocket. He, of course, was facing an opponent, Andrew Cuomo, who said Trump's going to cut through him like a hot knife through butter. But Mamdani says he is up to the challenge.
24 years after September 11th, and now New York City has voted in its first Muslim mayor, who will actually preside over the 25th anniversary commemoration. Your thoughts on that, Aaron?
It really does show how far New York City has come. And even in this race, Muslims were vilified. Andrew Cuomo laughed along with a radio host in the closing weeks of the campaign, Linsey, who suggested that Mamdani would have been cheering on the terrorists on 9/11. And Mamdani then spoke passionately, giving a deeply personal speech toward the end of the campaign, talking about his faith and how Muslims in the city have felt like they needed to live in the shadows. And instead, he says his candidacy has helped them come out and live a more full life as a member of civic society. And the religious barrier that he's broken is not lost in the city with the largest Jewish population outside of the state of Israel. So he does have some inroads to make with members of other faiths, perhaps, but he pledges that he is going to be a mayor for all.
All right, Aaron Katersky, we'll go back to you as soon as we hear that Mamdani has hit the stage there. Thanks so much. Let's go now to Monica Madden from KGO, our partner station in San Francisco. She is at the Yes Party for Prop 50. Give us a sense of how the crowd is there.
Do you want me to go up there and do a mic check?
Good evening, Lindsay. We're at the California Democratic headquarters here in Sacramento, where we're waiting to hear from Governor Newsom later once we start to get some of those results when polls close in about 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes here. Now, this isn't really a party rather than just the campaign headquarters where a lot of media are gathering just to do our reporting. So not really much that I can share about the vibes, but I will say that a senior campaign spokesperson for the Yes on 50 campaign tells me that they're feeling very confident about this measure. Really important to note that a couple, weeks ago or months ago when we first saw early polling about this measure, it showed voters were pretty split on whether or not they were going to go for this proposal, about 50% in the beginning, and now recent polling showing more like 60% of voters are confident on voting yes on Prop 50. So this is not just a test for whether or not Californians want to join in this gerrymandering, redistricting arms race, but really is going to be a big test of Governor Newsom's political might, Lindsay.
And certainly polls about to close there. Thank you so much. Cornell Bernard, also from KGO, our partner station in San Francisco, is at the No Party for Prop 50. Give us a sense of what the party is like there.
Hey, Lindsay. Just a few minutes before the polls close here in California, and the mood is upbeat, I would say, here at the Ronald Reagan Republican Center, and lots of people making phone calls, urging voters to get out the vote if they have not voted yet. And like I said, just a few minutes before the polls close, joining me now, Corinne Rankin from, you are the chairperson of the Democratic Party here in California.
The California Republican Party.
That's right. And tell me, what's the mood here now?
Well, it's busy. It's been, we've had a lot of energy in here since, 7 o'clock this morning when our volunteers have been here all day making phone calls, reminding people to get out and vote. We're hearing in Los Angeles and in San Diego, there's lines that are up to 30 minutes long for people who are waiting to vote. So there's still a lot of energy.
Right. Corinne, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
And they say it's not over till it's over, and we have just about 5 minutes left here in California before the polls close. They are urging no on Prop 50 here. And Lindsay, back to you now.
All right, Cornell Bernard and Monica Madden, we thank you both. And you just heard it there. Polls about to close in California just minutes away. Our election coverage continues. Stay with us.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather. And then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son. Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal Under His Eye. Only on Hulu.
All across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are.
Welcome home. It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
Hi. When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we both never been. Growing up doesn't mean good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home. Putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George. How are you?
And the day ahead.
Friday night.
So I just wanted to send you a quick hi and let you know that everything's okay. I'll talk to you later, baby.
Bye.
There is still no official word on the whereabouts of Army Lieutenant Holly Wyman.
Was she a victim of some serial killer?
The mirror had a very large insignia, the zodiac sign.
Now follow the clues.
For God's sake, son, I need to find this woman.
In a mystery that will keep you guessing until the very end.
It's come to Jesus time.
2020, all new Friday night on ABC.
Mother gave us this mission. To hunt a powerful creature and exploit them. How does it feel to be hunted?
Predator Badlands, rated PG-13. Get tickets now.
I did not picture myself surviving through that day.
He was tracking her.
He was everywhere.
I heard the squeak of a floorboard. I've been kidnapped. This becomes a fight for my life.
And we're all holding our breath.
My mind is the only thing that's going to get me out of here.
Open the door!
This is a horror film.
Stalking Samantha. 13 Years of Terror. Only on Hulu.
Reporting from the Washington, D.C. jail as January 6 prisoners are being released. I'm Jay O'Brien. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
From ABC News election headquarters in New York, here's Linsey Davis.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. It is 11 p.m. here on the East Coast. The polls have just closed in California. We are calling here at ABC News that Proposition 50 in California has been a yes. The California residents have decided to redraw the state's congressional maps. We are going to get more on that in just a little bit. But first, we do want to hand it back over to Aaron Katersky, who is at Mamdani's headquarters, and he is about to take the stage.
Linsey, any moment, Zohran Mamdani is going to come into this ballroom here in downtown Brooklyn and speak to hundreds of his boisterous supporters who waved goodbye to his main rival, Andrew Cuomo, when his face came up on screen. And they are here to celebrate this historic victory. A 34-year-old Democratic socialist with little political experience is the new voice of New York. Voters saw in him someone who could make New York City more affordable. That was his promise. Free buses, free childcare, a freeze in the rent, an overhaul perhaps of the New York City Police Department. Voters who have not lived in New York very long, less than 10 years, voted overwhelmingly for Mamdani. So did voters who rent and do not own property. The property owners went for Cuomo. Mamdani won with a cross-section of boroughs in Manhattan, in Queens, and in Brooklyn. Staten Island and the Bronx seem to favor Andrew Cuomo, but Mamdani is now pledging that he will be a mayor for all, even though for many New Yorkers, this is now going to be the time when they get to know him, because his breakout campaign, Linsey, seemed to come from nowhere.
And Aaron, before we let you go, Mr. Cardamom, that was his name, his rap name, back in about 2010 when he briefly was a rapper. Of course, we saw Mamdani hitting the New York City nightclubs, still stumping for votes over the weekend to the Empire State of Mind song. Give us a sense of that outreach that Mamdani successfully was able to establish today at the polls.
He really was able to lean into his relative youth. He's going to be the youngest mayor in a century here in New York City. And he tried to show a common touch to convince New Yorkers he was more like them than their politicians. He would campaign at nightclubs. He sat in the nosebleeds to watch the Knicks. Andrew Cuomo sat courtside. And you can hear the cheers go up as there are various tweets from Democratic politicians supporting Zohran Mamdani, one there from Senator Bernie Sanders. But Linsey, he really tried to keep his focus on people, somebody who came from a background of privilege, adopted a worldview that would really undercut that background, focusing on people who are poorer, who were struggling to pay rent, who are struggling with meeting the needs of child care, and he rode those concerns to a victory here, earning the cheers of a crowd that's now ready to welcome him.
We certainly hear that welcome. All right, Aaron, we'll come back to you in a moment. Let's go now back into the Election Command Center, where we find ABC News' Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein. Rick, what are you looking at?
Well, now that we have the answer on this proposition in California, this is the new map of House districts that will be in place for next year. As you can see, Democrats think they will get 5 additional seats. The Republicans will go their delegation potentially from 9 down to as few as 4, as basically they carve up the state in a way that spreads the Republicans very thin, just off of the coast entirely. That is a remarkable change for California, which has traditionally had some of the closest and most competitive races, particularly since they changed the whole system of redistricting, giving it to a nonpartisan commission. Voters are saying, actually, we'll take it back. We're going to go with Governor Newsom on this, and we're going to take it back for the rest of this decade. The reason why? Look at what's happening across the country, Lindsay. States including Texas, Missouri, Ohio, North Carolina have already carved up their new districts. That's going to give Republicans potentially as many as 8 additional districts. And Mary Bruce, who's with us in the studio right now, even with that win in California, that only takes 5 off the board. It's still advantage Republicans, but this is a big step and might be the most consequential thing that happens tonight for the midterms in 2028.
And of course, all of this started as an effort to counter what was happening in Texas. But the concern, does this then set off an even bigger, greater sort of redistricting nuclear arms race across the country?
That's 100% right. And there are other states that are watching all of this and thinking about it, including some red states like Kansas, Louisiana, Indiana, some blue states like Virginia, big boost for them today, Maryland, Illinois as well. And here is the real interesting thing, is that this is what the current map looks like in the Deep South. You still have 24 Democrats there. The Supreme Court could take a knife to the Voting Rights Act, and you could see maybe half of that number go away entirely if it gets to that full-fledged war. Not clear that all of that can happen before the midterms, but clearly we're already seeing the districts drawn in all these different ways, and it is still advantage Republicans.
And Avery, let's go back to you and take us through, the vote behind this and what we're seeing in these polls.
Right. In our exit poll, our preliminary exit poll data that we're getting out of California, we're looking at the feelings that some of these voters have had on the direction of the country. And so we see a vast majority, 73%, say that they are dissatisfied and angry with the direction of the country versus 27% who say they are enthusiastic and satisfied. Obviously, that bode well for the Yes campaign in this race tonight. And then we're going to continue to take a look at what the reason was and what one of the reasons was behind folks' vote in California tonight. 51% say that they voted yes on this ballot initiative to oppose Donald Trump. We know that he has been at the center of the pressure campaign that we've seen in Republican-led states to redraw districts in favor of Republicans. 8% said that they voted in order to support Donald Trump, and 42% said it was not a factor. And then we can take a look at what folks said about, in general, should states' congressional districts be drawn by the party in power? Only 7% say that it should be drawn by the party in power. 92% say a nonpartisan commission should be drawing these congressional districts. Well, voters in California just voted against that. Yeah. And so even though that is a staggering number, 92%, we see that voters in California are going to allow for that map to go through.
And I think it's worth reminding everyone just how unusual this is, because while President Trump has put redistricting really, front and center in his midterm strategy, this is not how this is normally done, right? Normally, you only would redistrict after a census once a decade. So really, we're in uncharted territory.
Right, once a decade or in response to some sort of court order. And what we have seen across the country is really a partisan redrawing of congressional districts in different places.
And likely to possibly continue. And of course, Rick, if I can take this back to you as well, because this has been, it was a risk by Governor Gavin Newsom to do this. A lot of people thought there's no way this could happen, but it also lets him take center stage as someone who we know has, presidential ambitions. It's a win for him personally as well.
Oh, boy. And what a risk it was. I mean, to go forward with this, as Avery just covered, the voters in California said they want this nonpartisan commission. It was a key reform that Governor Schwarzenegger put forward. And Newsom said, you know what? The reform's all fine, but I'm going to fight fire with fire. And he's doing the same thing with Donald Trump every day. Then he did something just a couple of weeks ago that I have never seen in my lifetime of covering politics. He said, stop sending us money. We have enough. We haven't. We're doing okay. Imagine how bad it would be if he loses after that. But I said a moment ago, this might be the biggest thing for the midterms in 2026. It might also be the biggest thing that happens for the presidential election in 2028, because now Gavin Newsom can say, look, I am not just talking the talk. I am getting something done. I am pushing back at Donald Trump in a way that Democrats want.
Does it really position him as sort of, the leader of the opposition in some ways?
I think this puts him front and center of any conversation around who the leader of the party will be, because he can say, look at all these states out there, and it's nice that you have these Democratic governors in these places or Democratic legislators. Look what I actually did. I was able to muscle through in record time a brand new electoral map that fights fire with fire, that does to Republicans in California what was just done to Democrats in Texas and all these other places.
And again, talk us through some of the other states where we may see similar efforts, if you can.
Yeah, no, happy to do it. So this really started with Texas, which right now is poised. This is the new map that will be placed in Texas. Look what they did. They just took it down to the urban areas. It's just the Dallases and the San Antonios and the El Pasos and the Austins that are going to have any Democratic representation at all. 5 seats. The Democrats now have 13. It's probably going to go down to as few as 8. So that's what sparked what California did. Now in some of these other states, Utah, as Avery well knows, is under a court order. That's all Republican delegation already, so that's not really going to make a difference. In fact, it could help Democrats. But Kansas, they're running into some troubles there. Indiana's been a little stop and start. Florida with Governor DeSantis, I have to think this is going to get more talk there. Same thing with Louisiana. The flip side is Virginia, which, again, the big win by the Democrats tonight. We've seen Governor Moore get involved again in Maryland, Governor Pritzker in Illinois. All is said and done. Maybe the Republicans end up netting 3, 4, 5 seats, but it could have been and would have been a lot worse without what just happened in California.
And with the margin so slim, every seat counts.
Every single seat. I mean, it is wild to remember just how close things are. And it's going to get closer already. There's a special election tonight in Texas. There's a seat that's going to get filled. Democrats need to flip just 3 seats. So that's the kind of margin we're talking about here going into the midterms next year.
And we are off to the races. Rick, thank you. Avery as well. Linsey, back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you. John, back here with you. We talked earlier about how you had discussed with Governor Newsom the idea of Proposition 50. How did he respond? Was he expecting that this was going to be the outcome?
Absolutely, he was expecting. As Rick Klein pointed out, he actually, since we spoke, he told people to stop donating money to this cause, donate it to other Democratic causes. He was so confident. But what was interesting in the conversation, I went out to California to interview him, is I said, do Democrats need to prevail on Proposition 50? Do they need those extra 5 seats to be able to win back the House in the midterms? And his answer was no. He said no. I think California and he was confident they were going to prevail here. That those 5 seats will become a footnote because it'll be such a wave election, a rejection of Donald Trump and his policies and Republican policies in the midterms. Now, that could have been bravado, but if the trends you saw tonight continue into next year's midterm elections, you could see something approaching a real wave election.
And it will switch gears back to this New York City mayoral race as we're waiting for Zohran Mamdani to take the stage. We've talked through ad nauseum really about the promises that he made with regard to childcare and busing for free and freezing the rent. Can he get any of these promises across the finish line without the sign-off of Governor Hochul?
Well, there are things he can get done, but the big items on his list will require either the approval of the governor and the legislature or the MTA, so free buses. Buses are not controlled. The MTA, the Metropolitan Transit Authority, controls that. It's an agency that the governor and the mayor can both appoint people on, but the mayor doesn't control that agency. The idea of raising the minimum wage. That's going to need, as far as I understand it, that is going to need approval from Albany as well, raising taxes as well. What he can do, though, is get a sense that the city is back on track, that the city is determined, that the mayor is determined to control costs. He's going to need help to do it, but I think a big part of it is going to be messaging and his ability to bring a coalition together, including people that rejected him. We have to go back and look. I cannot think of a time where somebody got elected mayor of New York, but lost among Jewish voters and lost among Catholic voters. These are 2 of the pillars of New York coalition politics. He won by building an entirely different coalition and a much bigger coalition.
So when you Monday morning quarterback this, what went wrong for Cuomo? Here's a guy, well-known name, comes from this political dynasty. You had billionaires pouring money into his campaign. Correct. What went wrong?
Look, I think that Andrew Cuomo certainly had all of that. He was also a profoundly flawed candidate. He had all the personal drama. This is a guy who resigned as governor of New York after a scandal where he was accused of sexually mistreating his own employees. This is somebody who was profoundly unpopular, seemed tired in how he campaigned, had none of the energy that Mamdani did. I think there are a great number of things that went wrong with Andrew Cuomo's campaign. What was interesting is he lost the primary, and then he set out to do this independent run, and he basically loses by the same margin.
All right, John, thank you. I want to bring it over to another John now. John Katko, ABC News political contributor and former Republican congressman from New York. Same question to you. What do you think happened? Was it just that Andrew Cuomo was too flawed a candidate in the end?
Well, I think it's really about the economy, and it's really that simple. And like I said before, last year the economy was a big issue during the presidential campaign, and it was a big issue today. And I think a lot of young voters in New York City were motivated to vote for the first time because they feel like, you know, life's passing them by from an economic standpoint. So it's understandable. But let's cool down the enthusiasm just a bit here. As you know, 90% of the votes are in. Mamdani only got 50.4%. It's not like he won in this massive landslide. And so there is a record turnout of voters. There's also a record number of people who probably voted against him. So Mamdani doesn't have as much of a mandate as might be readily apparent. But there's no question in my mind that the economy played the biggest part in this thing. And the hopelessness of young professionals and young adults trying to get ahead is what propelled him to office. Now that he's got it, he's like the dog who chased the car. He's caught up to the car. Now what's he going to do with it when he gets there? And that's going to be the big thing for him going forward.
And if you were still in Congress, would you be urging your Republican colleagues, hey, we got to do something on this shutdown? It seems like voters are holding us responsible for the government not being operational at this time.
I never voted against a budget for that very reason, no matter what. Because I think it's insane to have the government shut down, and both sides are wrong for it, and both sides box themselves into a corner. And when they box themselves into a corner, neither one wants to blink because it's a sign of weakness. And meanwhile, people are going without food, and the least among us are the ones that are struggling the most, and that's just not right. So absolutely, I'd be urging them to do that. I would have done that from the very beginning. But the bigger thing I'd urge them to do is not look past this election, because even though there was no surprises here, these were Democratic strongholds, all these major elections, and I'd be surprised if the proposition doesn't pass in California as well. But that's not the point. The point is that the very thing that propelled Trump to office is the very thing that propelled these Democrats to office this time. And we better pay attention to that going forward, and better do something to address the concerns that are pretty apparent, especially among younger voters.
All right, John Katko, thanks so much. I want to bring Selena Wang in as well to follow up on what we're hearing from the Trump administration as well tonight.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, the president is citing two things here, saying that he wasn't on the ballot and the government shutdown. But the president, of course, is not going to be on the ballot again for the midterms, for elections into the future, which begs the question, is the president saying that Republicans cannot be successful if his name is not on the ticket? Then on the shutdown, the president and his party has repeatedly blamed Democrats for the government shutdown. So how is the president squaring that, saying that the shutdown, which he had blamed Democrats on, actually helped fuel their rise? And just to bounce off of what John Katko is saying, I was also texting with some Democratic strategists who said that many of the swing voters had sided with President Trump on his promise that he was going to end inflation, he was going to bring prices down, but instead they've seen the opposite. And we saw these Democratic candidates really lean into the messaging around lowering energy prices bills, lowering prices at the grocery store, hitting on these key kitchen table issues that really had helped President Trump propel his rise, and now Democrats are seizing on how that hasn't quite worked out. And now we talked about how the president wasn't campaigning in person for these candidates. He had done these tele-rallies. He had made posts on Truth Social. Well, during some of this government shutdown, the president was actually overseas in Asia, focusing his attention on foreign policy. I was traveling with the president as he was in Malaysia, then Japan and South Korea. Tariffs were front and center. The president struck a deal with China, but it did not significantly lower tariffs. Tariffs on Chinese products are still in double digits, Lindsay.
All right, Selena Wang for us from the White House. Thanks so much, Selena. I want to bring in Mark Updegrove, ABC News political contributor and presidential historian. Actually, hold tight with us, Mark, for one moment, because we're hearing that Mamdani, there he is, on the stage to an electrified crowd at Brooklyn headquarters. History made tonight.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now, I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight, we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal childcare across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
Zohran Mamdani making history tonight, addressing his ecstatic crowd of supporters, saying we have toppled a political dynasty. We have turned the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. Tonight, New York, you have delivered a mandate for change. We are hearing from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who never endorsed Mamdani, and there we see him with his wife, Rama. who he met on Hinge, incidentally, and he said that when he started the campaign, he told her there's probably only about a 3% chance that I'll actually win. But Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who did not endorse him and also did not disclose who he voted for, did send this post on X tonight saying, I congratulate Zoran Mamdani on his well-earned and historic victory. We have worked together on a number of vital issues, like delivering historic debt relief for taxi drivers. I look forward to building on that partnership to keep New York City strong, fair, more affordable, and thriving. And he said, Donald Trump, I know you're listening. I have 4 words for you. Turn up the volume. President Trump has already responded.
Yeah, President Trump is listening. And the message essentially tonight is game on. President Trump took to Twitter actually just moments before Mamdani uttered those 4 words. And Trump had 4 words of his own. He said, and so it begins. Look, Mamdani, that is, first of all, a remarkable speech. And I don't think we've heard a Democrat, certainly I can't think of one in the last year, inspiring that level of passion, speaking with that kind of rhetoric, and taking on Donald Trump so bluntly on so many of his most controversial positions. I mean, he's fiercely defending immigrants as an immigrant himself. Again, he was speaking directly to Trump, saying to get to any of us, you have to go through all of us. And you know, this is a moment, of course, when diversity is under attack. He's leaning into that, you know, arguing that immigrant roots and diversity are what make this country great. He said, your struggle is ours too. And I think a lot of Democratic voters have really been clamoring for this kind of leadership. And as Democrats have sort of struggled as a party with how to best tackle this administration, how to best move forward, he's presenting an alternative. And yes, there are a lot of questions about whether he can actually deliver, because he is promising at its core to make New Yorkers' lives better, more affordable, healthier, more cost-effective, free childcare, all of the like. But what is clear is that he is able to motivate and inspire. And that can go a long way. You know, that message of hope and change can be a winning one. Just ask Barack Obama. We have seen, you know, a lot of this kind of rhetoric in the past. There are huge questions about whether he can follow through. But what is clear, he is going to go head to head with Donald Trump. So not only does he have the challenges of leading this city and delivering, he has to now, whether he likes it or not, be put in this huge national spotlight.
And certainly New York residents are going to feel potentially the effects of that. What's so interesting, and Aaron Katersky touched on this a little bit earlier, is that this is a young man who has come from wealth. His mom, an Oscar-nominated movie director. She did Mississippi Masala, The Namesake as well. And yet, among his first statements, he talked about the bruised knuckles that have never had the chance to hold on to power. He's really talking and has connected with the underprivileged in this community and really beyond.
An extraordinary speech. Mary's exactly right. We haven't seen a Democrat talk like that. I mean, really since Obama in 2008, frankly. An extraordinary speech. And the imagery, this is somebody who is not simply getting ready to move into City Hall and to do a very ambitious agenda for this city. That is somebody who wants to be a national figure for the Democratic Party and for America. That was a national message. I thought it was fascinating to see him quote, didn't mention the person by name, but quoted a famous Democrat who said that we campaign in poetry, we govern in prose. That's a famous quote from Mario Cuomo, Andrew's father. And then he added, let us make sure that that prose rhymes. He is calling for a bold, progressive, yes, socialist vision for the Democratic Party, far more ambitious, risky politically, more inspiring, but bigger potential pitfalls for the party. He said that the expectations are high. We will meet them. So that will be the big question, is what can he deliver on? But that is somebody who is no doubt right now the Democrat in the country that is inspiring people and will be inspiring people, even as so many leaders in the Democratic Party are really worried about what it means to have somebody with that kind of agenda leading the party.
I want to go back to Aaron Katersky. Aaron, we could feel the enthusiasm and the energy from here. What's it like to be in the room?
It was absolutely deafening, Linsey, as Zoran Mamdani said he was ushering in a new era of leadership for New York City and indeed for the country. And when he spoke directly to President Trump, who he said should turn up the volume, the crowd just went bananas as he declared that a city of immigrants is now going to be led by one. A stark contrast from the rhetoric we've heard out of the White House. This crowd was happy to chant along with him, but you also heard in his speech, Linsey, a nod to those New Yorkers that did not support him, and he intends to address some of them during the transition. He said he will work to widen his tent, and according to his campaign, to bring those people in so that they too can feel the kind of enthusiasm and the kind of change that he is promising to deliver in an ambitious agenda that includes all sorts of things like free buses and free childcare, things that he thinks will appeal to all New Yorkers.
All right, Aaron Katersky, thanks so much for your reporting throughout the night. Not since Hugh Grant in 1889 has New York City had a mayor this young. 31 years old Hugh Grant was, and of course just a few weeks ago Zoran Mamdani turned 34. We heard him mention that in his speech tonight, that despite his youth and despite his best efforts to make himself older, he could not. Mark Updegrove, ABC News political contributor and presidential historian, certainly some history that was made tonight on a number of fronts.
Without question, and particularly in that mayoral race, you have a 34-year-old young man. He's a non-native American. He's a Muslim American, less than 25 years after the attacks on 9/11. And I think what we heard tonight is what we have not heard from a Democratic leader in some time. We heard a vision from the leader, a message around a vision. We have not heard that to this point. And while he said, turn up the volume to Donald Trump, I think that's what voters did around the country. Linsey, this is nothing but, I think, a massive repudiation of the leadership of Donald Trump, mostly around the issue of affordability, which Mamdani ran on, as well as the governors, the now governors-elect of Virginia and New Jersey. And you also see a repudiation in California, where Proposition 50 won in a resounding victory. So I think that the volume has been turned up by voters. The issue is affordability, and we'll see what happens next.
All right, Mark Updegrove, our thanks to you. And now we want to bring in Matt Gorman back in, formerly with Tim Scott's campaign. You heard Mark Updegrove there say this was a massive repudiation of Donald Trump, not only here in New York City with the mayoral race, but also with Proposition 50 in California. Your thoughts?
Yeah, certainly there's going to be a renewed focus, or there should be, on affordability tomorrow morning among the Republicans that hope to succeed in the midterms. Look, I thought the speech from Mamdani was smug and gloating, unapologetically socialist. Is going to get a lot of fodder for our party in the year plus to come, if not longer. But I think California is going to live on. This proposition passing is going to have a renewed urgency in state capitals, in Virginia for the Democrats, but places like Nebraska, Florida, maybe Kansas again for Republicans to redraw some lines and reshape the battlefield going into 2026.
What does this mean for the shutdown going forward? As Mary has talked about, we're expecting President Trump to meet with Senate Republicans tomorrow for breakfast. Any idea what that conversation might be like?
Yeah, and I figured it well before even tonight. The White House was kind of hinting that they would be really going after Republican senators on the filibuster. And that his Truth Social tonight really confirmed that for me. Look, I tend to realize, too, along with the White House, that there's a first mover advantage on this. Maybe you don't do it in the middle of a Congress, but every Democrat has already campaigned on or voted on gutting the filibuster the first chance they get it. So waiting around and waiting for them to do it doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm not saying it doing to end the filibuster, but you're going to see the Overton window shift. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some backbench senators who were previously resistant to undoing the filibuster come out of the White House with maybe a changed mind.
All right, Matt Gorman, thank you so much. I want to send it back over to Rick Klein. And Rick, it was a year ago we saw that massive shift to the right. What did we witness tonight, ultimately?
Lindsay, it's fascinating to think about. This map has haunted Democrats for the last year. This was how every county in the country shifted, either red or blue, and there was a whole lot more red, not just in red states, but in very blue states, including California, which just had the big vote today. Of course, Virginia and New Jersey. Look at all the red, all the ways that Donald Trump was shifting these states to the right. All of that changed tonight. And almost universally across those states, you saw a shift back toward blue, whether it was the proposition in California, whether it was electing brand new governors by double-digit margins in Virginia and New Jersey, or whether it was the victory of Zohran Mamdani, who had a challenge from the left. Suddenly, the Democratic future looks a lot different because of the victories they won tonight.
And Avery, your sense on how the progressives of the Democratic Party are looking tonight when you think about the electricity that we've witnessed with Bernie Sanders or AOC and now tonight Zohran Mamdani.
I mean, there was definitely some muscle to the progressive and the left flank of the Democratic Party as the party tries to figure out how it's going to proceed in some of these midterm elections. There are going to be progressives who are going to point to the victory of Zohran Mamdani as the blueprint to try and get young folks enthusiastic about this race.
All right, Avery, thanks so much. The takeaway for the Trump administration tonight.
Well, look, the president will argue that this is not a repudiation, but Democrats and voters across this country are making clear that they are rejecting the president's policies and that they are doing so with this relentless focus on the cost of living and affordability, that's a winning strategy and a winning strategy with big margins, as we've seen. I think the bottom line here is that Democrats now, no question, have the momentum as we head into the midterms.
Big picture for Democrats going forward.
And look, the Democrats saw two ways to win. You saw moderate Democratic leaders with military espionage records win in Virginia and in New Jersey, and you saw a progressive Democratic socialist win in New York.
All right, for Rick, Avery, John, Mary, I'm Linsey Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We so appreciate it. Have a great night.
My fellow Virginians, we sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. I fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor.
On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather, and then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son.
Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal under his eye. Only on Hulu.
All across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are.
Welcome home. It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we've both never been. Growing up doesn't mean
Good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home, putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George, how are you?
And the day ahead.
Mom talk is at its lowest point right now.
Jen has been gone, and Whitney and Demi are not to be trusted. Why are you here today?
I'm gonna start my own mom talk.
I'm sorry.
Marciano told me that you guys had sex.
Oh my.
I feel like a storm's coming.
I'm absolutely not backing down.
When this airs, it's all going public.
That's why in the church they don't like you to drink, because things like these happen.
To be a part of Dancing with the Stars feels incredible.
Dancing with the Stars is back.
I've never really been on stage before, but I'm hoping it runs in the family.
I hope to learn more about my body and what she's capable of. There's only one me, baby.
The mirror ball is up for grabs.
And I'm taking it.
All night long, to you I belong.
Get me in there. Let's go. Dancing with the Stars, live Tuesday on ABC and Disney Plus. Next day on Hulu.
Friday night.
Dad, I just wanted to send you a quick hi and let you know that everything's okay. I'll talk to you later, baby. Bye.
There is still no official word on the whereabouts of Army Lieutenant Holly Wyman.
Was she a victim of some serial killer?
The mirror had a very large insignia, the zodiac sign.
Now follow the clues.
For God's sake, son, I need to find this woman.
In a mystery that will keep you guessing until the very end.
It's come to Jesus time.
2020, all new Friday night on ABC. You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Next Tuesday night. Who wasn't a fan of the Golden Girls?
It's 40 years, but it's day one fresh.
Oh, I love you guys.
Great, now get out.
The jokes still land. It's really funny.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Better than anyone I know.
Hilarious. Thank you for being. Thank you for being. Thank you for being a friend.
The Golden Girls, 40 years of laughter and friendship. Next Tuesday night on ABC. And watch The Golden Girls. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Reporting from Dallas, Texas on Election Day, I'm John Quinones. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Live, this is your voice, your vote. Election night.
Good evening, I'm Mark Brown.
I'm Michelle Fisher. You're watching special election night coverage as California voters pass new congressional maps. We welcome those of you watching across the country on ABC News Live. California Governor Gavin Newsom speaking right now. Let's listen in.
7 million people strong, standing up, not just for themselves, but for each other and for these enduring and historic principles of our founding fathers. And I'll end on that. Next year is the 250th anniversary of the best of Roman Republic, the best of Greek democracy. This fundamental notion of a system of checks and balances, of popular sovereignty, the rule of law. Mr. President, the rule of law, not the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on people. The sobriety of this moment, what's at stake. Tonight, as I said, is an extraordinary moment for our party. But again, it's an extraordinary moment affirming those principles. Our founding fathers did not live and die to see the kind of vandalism to this republic and our democracy that Donald Trump is trying to perpetuate. And so my call tonight, in the spirit of Whitman, who talked about the powerful play, goes on. We all must contribute a verse. And so we need the state of Virginia. We need the state of Maryland. We need our friends in New York, in Illinois, in Colorado. We need to see other states with the remarkable leaders that have been doing remarkable things meet this moment head on as well, to recognize what we're up against in 2026. And let me make this crystal clear. We can de facto end Donald Trump's presidency as we know it. The minute Speaker Jeffries gets sworn in as Speaker of the House of Representatives, it is all on the line, a bright line. in 2026. And so I want to thank everybody that stood up, not just for our democracy, but stood up for those that have feel bullied and intimidated, stood up for this notion of co-equal branches of government and a system of checks and balances. And I want to thank my wife, who reminds me every single day that this is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those that feel an anxiety and a stress that they never could have imagined in their lives. This was about saying to them, we have your back, we see you, you matter, we care. And I'll just say this, I'm confident as we move forward into 2026 in this country, the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
That's California Governor Gavin Newsom, the chief proponent of Proposition 50. Of course, this is the proposition that was launched in California at the governor's request in response to the redistricting in Texas that was at the urging of President Trump. The president asking the state legislature and the governor in the state of Texas to give him 5 more Republican House seats. They did. They redrew their districts to add 5 more safe seats for the GOP. The response from California officials, with the governor as their leader, saying we're going to do the same thing in California for the Democrats. And Prop 50 was born. It was put to a vote to the people here in California. It was done legislatively in Texas. Basically 5 seats for the GOP, now 5 more for the Democrats. It looks like that is what's going to happen tonight.
Yes, we are getting projected numbers that Proposition 50 has passed in California. Let's take a look at some of those numbers for you. 65% right now, yes, 35% no on Prop 50, with some 7 or 8 million people and votes counted right now in this election, but we know some numbers still pouring in. Some people last hour still waiting in line in some parts of our state as well. We do want to get to one of our live reporters, Josh Haskell, at the Yes on 50 campaign in Sacramento, where there's a celebratory tone there tonight. Josh?
There is, and I was thinking about 4 years ago when I was here when the results came in for the Gavin Newsom recall campaign. That was an unsuccessful campaign, successful for Gavin Newsom because he wasn't recalled, but he was angry. He stood right behind me in this exact spot. He came out here, he didn't take questions, he was not joined by his wife, and he basically said that he was disgusted that this effort even made it to the ballot. A very different Gavin Newsom here tonight. He came up, he did declare victory. He said this was a good night, not just for California, but our country, obviously referencing some of the wins for Democrats in states like New Jersey and Virginia. But I do want to highlight one line in particular that Governor Gavin Newsom spoke about, because this is something that I've heard him say so many times. He said he's proud tonight, but that he's mindful and sobering about the moment that we're in, that Donald Trump doesn't believe in free and fair elections. And you can tell that Gavin Newsom wanted California to be proud. He believes that President Trump underestimated California. He wants this country to be proud, but he also wants to remind people what he thinks is happening right now in Washington, D.C., and it is not something that he wants voters in this country to ignore. And he made that very clear, Mark and Michelle.
Josh Haskell, thank you.
We want to get to another one of our live reporters for us tonight, Cornell Barnard at the No on 50 campaign. The other side of this proposition, not as celebratory tonight there, but they say they have work to do. Cornell?
That is for sure certainly not a party like Josh is saying across town. A somber mood really here at California Republican headquarters. Passage of Prop 50 was called so fast tonight it made so many heads spin, especially around here. GOP leaders calling this a very sad day for the Golden State, and tonight leaders came out and talked about what they described as a political power grab by Governor Gavin Newsom. Listen to this.
This is not a Republican versus Democrat issue. This issue, Prop 50, is political insiders, political elite versus the people of California. True power lies with the people. And the passage of Prop 50 tonight takes that power away from the people of California.
Those remarks were made just a few minutes ago by GOP leaders. Critics call this a partisan special election, and Republicans admit they were certainly outspent by Democrats in this special election. Republicans say they may have more to say about this pretty stunning defeat tomorrow. We're live in Sacramento. I'm Cornell Bernard. Now back to you.
All right, Cornell, thank you very much for that report. The effects of Proposition 50 stretching far beyond California, but beyond our border.
Yeah, joining us now to discuss some of the election's ramifications, what's possibly next, Justin Levitt. He's a professor at law of Loyola Law School. Justin, your reaction to this proposition passing?
It's a big night for the California Democratic Party. It's a big night for the Democratic Party across the nation. I think that this was a response to Texas redrawing its lines, and a pretty vigorous response that we saw from the Golden State.
The turnout was high. Now let's talk about what the responses are to the passage of both of these. In Texas, it's being challenged in court. Can we expect the same in California?
I think you can absolutely expect a challenge. Death taxes and redistricting litigation every time it comes around, basically inevitable. I don't think those challenges will win. Most of the law around redistricting is up to the state, not the federal government, not federal law. And we just changed state law, apparently. If Prop 50 does, in fact, pass, that means we've recalibrated state law. I don't think there are many grounds for a legal challenge against Prop 50 to succeed.
All right. What about the voting with the Supreme Court about to possibly, in fact, probably gut the Voting Rights Act? Does that affect any of the challenges to either one of these initiatives?
That will affect maps all over the country. So if the Supreme Court decides to do something radical and could unwind 150 years worth of law in one shot, that's going to upend an awful lot of maps, not just in California. I don't know that Prop 50 makes that more or less likely. That is, if the Supreme Court decides an earthquake is coming regardless of Prop 50's results.
We also heard today from White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, who indicated that the Trump administration might be preparing an executive order. We've seen a lot of executive orders to get things done or accomplished, and that might be targeting mail-in ballots. Our state, sends a mail-in ballot to everybody to return. What impact could that possibly have? Does that become something at this point?
No. In a word, Press Secretary, no relation, has claimed power that the executive just doesn't have. Most of the election rules are set by the states. Congress can override that if they want. They haven't in this particular regard. And the president's power to enact an executive order doesn't change any of the rules on the ground for any of the states or local officials that run elections. He can project power, he can communicate power, but it's not going to change how Californians actually vote. It's not going to change how we go to the polls. It's not going to change who we vote for. It's an expression of rage from the president, if that comes out, but it's not going to really affect things on the ground more than that.
When Texas did its thing, when California did its thing, it wasn't about representing voters. That was not part of the discussion. In other states, they're doing the same thing, redrawing their maps, and they're not doing it in terms of providing better representation for voters. How do we put this genie back in the bottle where maybe voters get to have some representation in Congress, and it's not about just one party jockeying for position versus another party?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's one that voters are asking all over the country. Voters absolutely hate this power grab. They hate it in Texas. They okayed it in California as a response, but I think many did so holding their noses. You've got action, as you mentioned, in Missouri and North Carolina, in a bunch of other states that are taking steps to redraw the lines. And voters across the board don't like the gamesmanship. The Supreme Court said that excessive partisan gerrymandering is unconstitutional, but it won't step in to do anything about it. And that leaves Congress as the only body in the room able to take action. They could fix all of this in one sentence, but it takes a Congress that's willing to actually get off its butt to do that. And we might need a different Congress in order to make that happen. But it's one sentence of real easy to solve all these problems.
Well, we know here in California, this proposition only redraws the maps through 2030. Does that kind of give voters, you think, some type of peace that this isn't just something that could get out of hand?
I do. I think that the voters put these propositions in place, one for the state legislative lines, one for Congress, because they were really sick and tired of politics as usual. This Prop 50 supersedes the lines for Congress for a couple years, but it doesn't undo the commission. It doesn't undo anything about the commission for the state legislature. And I think voters were really careful about both of those things going into this election. I think if they'd gotten grabbier, if they tried to undo the commission entirely or going forward, I think voters would have rejected it. And instead, voters said, yeah, temporarily, we're fine with punching back a little bit.
The implications for the president, when you talk about, clearly the party in power typically loses congressional seats in off-year elections, in the midterms. In anticipation of that, he went to Texas and said, get me 5 more seats, because it's so close at this point. The implications for him are pretty stark. He loses control of Congress. Congress now becomes an actual independent body, correct? So there's a lot riding on this.
There is, and it'd be nice to have 3 branches of government again. We've had one that's on life support, another one that's sputtering, and one that's feeling its oats a little too much, and it'd be nice to recalibrate that balance. I think that the 5 seats that Texas thinks it got and the 5 seats that California is trying to get back, those all depend on an electorate of 2020 or 2024. If an electorate of 2018 shows up, it could be even more in the Democrats' favor. If an electorate of 2018 shows up but more ticked off at what the president's doing, you could see a real blue wave sweep through Congress with real ramifications for the president down the line.
So maybe this redistricting may not have the impact that everybody thinks it might.
It might be a little bit of a catalyst to give people hope that when they show up, they'll see the results that they want, at least on the Democratic side. On the Republican side, just the opposite. It probably tamps down expectations just a bit. But the people are actually in charge here. Redistricting is not destiny. It's a bit of a seawall. A tsunami comes right in over the top of that seawall. So we ultimately get to choose who we want to represent us.
Yeah, at a time where a lot of people, I think, across the country are feeling a little hopelessness, maybe, and we heard Governor Newsom speaking a bit about this in his remarks that he made. I think this proposition passing and even some of the other elections across the country have made people feel like they have a little bit more power.
I think you're right, and I think it speaks to the voice that we all have, right? The results tonight speak to what people want, and that whether what we want stays the same, it gives people confidence that their voices still matter a lot heading into next year, heading into elections next year. That's something that is really affirming. We control our own destinies here, and tonight's results are a little bit of reaffirming that and letting us know what state we're in.
All right, Justin Levitt, Loyola Law School. Thank you very much again for joining us. It is always enlightening to hear from you.
Very real pleasure.
In Corona right now in the district, one of the people who is going to be losing his job, most likely in this, is Republican Congressman Ken Calvert.
We want to get to Rob McMillan, who is in Corona, where voters have been waiting several hours past, an hour or so past that 8 o'clock deadline because they wanted to cast their vote. Rob, what's happening there now?
Right. Well, we're over an hour, as you said, after the polls closed, and still about a dozen or so people there in the background waiting to cast their vote. Lines here have been in the hour to 15-minute to hour to 30-minute range all afternoon, well into the evening. I spoke with the Riverside County Registrar of Voters, and they said they haven't really had any problems, but there's been high turnout all over the county, and this is not staffed for a general election or even a midterm election. This is a special election, but certainly a controversial issue, especially here in Corona. As you guys have alluded to, this is the area that has voted for Representative Ken Calvert for more than 30 years now, and his political future, at least in Congress, is very much in doubt because the district he represents, District 41, is basically going to pick up its stakes and move about 30 miles to the west and plant them in Downey, an area that is much more urban than it is out here in Corona. And who's to say whether we don't know if Ken Calvert has to change residency to try to run again, but he would certainly have a steep hill to climb if he even chooses to run again. Now, what this means here in the city of Corona, which right now, the way the current map is, it's District 41 completely in this city, but now that Prop 50 has passed, as we presume it will, for the midterms next year, the northern half of this city will fall under District 35, that's currently represented by Norma Torres, and the southern half of this city is represented by Young Kim from Orange County. So major ramifications as far as the redrawing of these maps. And as you might imagine, this area is more conservative than liberal, so a couple of the people we spoke with tonight after the polls closed, very disappointed.
That's not fair. They're going to gain the extra 5 seats for just rerouting the lines, and these people are going to be out of a job. But
what about to those who say, hey, Texas started it? You know, they didn't do it over there.
Technically, Democrats started it over there. So it's not really, they're not telling the whole story.
I voted no because we had already passed the proposition years ago to have an independent group other than politicians. As the politicians have enough power as it is, and they're just trying to grab more power and take it away from the people.
What do you think of seeing several states getting into this redistricting battle, not just Democrat but Republican both?
I think it would be an easy way if you look at the total amounts. Say California had, I'm just going to use the numbers of 60% Democrats, 40% Republicans. That should be the standard. There should be 40% representatives from the state going to the House, and the same thing with the Democrats.
And it was said earlier in this newscast that there was some level of frustration amongst voters on both sides of the aisle with all of the redistricting we see going on. We did speak with one voter who said he voted yes on Prop 50, but he did not like doing so. And he said had there not been these other redistricting issues throughout the country, he would not have voted yes on it. But how this all shakes out, how these voters in these new districts vote, well, midterms, 1 year from tonight. Live in Corona, Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Rob, thank you. And Ken Calvert, he got 183,216 votes last time when he was elected. Many of those people, most of them are no longer in his district. So he will have the steepest of uphill fights in order to try to keep his congressional seat.
Yeah, it changes a lot of things for a lot of people. We do want to get to Josh Haskell, who's live in Sacramento at the Yes on 50 campaign in Sacramento. And we understand you spoke with Paul Mitchell, who actually drew the new congressional map. Is that right, Josh?
That's right, Michelle. Paul Mitchell joins me right now. He was hired, redistricting partners, who were hired by California Democrats to draw the maps for Prop 50. Talk about how you're feeling tonight, and what do you think this vote achieves?
Well, I mean, I'm feeling really happy, not just as a Californian, but as an American. I think what it achieves is a pushback to the Trump administration, what they've been trying to do to rig this 2026 election. And that's the only reason I got involved in this. I am a nonpartisan redistricting expert. I did the independent redistricting in New York State, New York City, LA City, over 100 redistrictings in the state. I've never done partisan redistricting, but doing this to push back on Texas was really important, and I'm proud of it. I'm glad that the voters supported it.
I spoke with you many times during the campaign, and we just had our reporter Rob McMillan out in the Inland Empire. He was talking about Ken Calvert, California 41, and I remember asking Ken Calvert, he was very upset. He basically said Democrats can't beat me, so they're essentially erasing my district. And your reaction to that I thought was fascinating. When you hear someone like that complain about what was just achieved in California, what's your reaction?
Well, it's the same thing I would say to Kevin Kiley if he showed up, or Doug LaMalfa, and that is these are Republicans in leadership. Ken Calvert, more so than any of them, like the head of the delegation for California members, they knew what the president was doing in Texas. They knew what the governor could do in response. This whole thing was mapped out for them. There were signals sent to Republican members. These are the districts that will be drawn. And they didn't go to the White House. They didn't go to Trump. They didn't go to Stephen Miller, who's from California and understands California politics. They didn't go and run the traps on trying to stop the president from doing what he's doing in Texas. And unfortunately, they are now the ones paying the price.
And Paul, I want to bring in Monica Madden from KGO, ABC 7 News Bay Area, our sister station. Monica, you have been covering this campaign from the very beginning. What did you take from Governor Newsom's remarks tonight? Obviously declaring victory, but also a stark warning.
Yeah, it was certainly a sober tone coming from the governor. He was talking about the moment that we were at. We've heard him kind of take this more reflective vibe, if you will, recently when he's talking about the current state of the union, the current state of what's going on in Washington. And he talked about what we've heard from President Trump just earlier this morning, casting doubt on the election integrity here in California. And so you heard the governor say Donald Trump does not want fair and free elections. We've heard the governor repeatedly say that he does not think that there will be a 2028 presidential election if the president wants to find a way to get a third term in some way, shape, or form. So I was really struck by him taking this more sober tone. I think a lot of us were expecting to hear the governor, on his victory lap. Prop 50 obviously has huge impacts, not just nationwide, but for his political ambitions as he does mull whether or not he wants to run for president in 2028. But it was really striking to hear him kind of take a more muted tone when he talked about this big win for Democrats here in California.
We also know that the governor's always very proud of the state of California, but he also felt like President Trump underestimated California. What do you want to say about that, Paul? Because I thought that this was an effort that Trump didn't really get involved in. He obviously has said that this election may have been rigged without any evidence. He posted that on Truth Social this morning. But what is your reaction to sort of Trump's role in all of this?
Well, Trump definitely stepped away from this election, and it was interesting. Their campaign started off on the no side. They spent $30 million in the first few weeks of this election, including sending mailers to voters even before the bill passed the legislature. And then they went dark in the last 10 days or last week of the election. It was like they had given up. And that was really telling, and we'll see in the final data how much that actually potentially impacted the turnout on the no side of voters who would have otherwise come out and voted. But also what I want to add to what the governor was saying, you notice he name-checked other states, other Democratic states, Maryland, Virginia, New York, where I did the independent commission, and said essentially, it's now your turn. I think he's trying to lead a lot of these other Democratic states to take on Trump as we go through the rest of this kind of redistricting more nationally.
I just want to ask Monica one more quick thing. What is next for Governor Newsom after this?
Well, I think he'll take a moment to pause. He said that whether or not he decides to run for president, he'll make that announcement after the 2026 midterms. But like Paul just noted, encouraging some of the other states to join in on this redistricting effort. Right now, where things stand, right now, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like Republicans are set to gain about 9 seats if the gerrymandering goes well. I know Paul can talk about dummy mandering when it backfires on you, but so 5 versus 9, Republicans are in a better position for these midterms. So I think you're going to see the governor not just encouraging some of these blue states to join in and do something similar to Prop 50, but I also think we're going to see the governor being a really big surrogate out on the campaign trail for those midterms. He has shown in this moment that he has a lot of national influence with all of the money that he was able to fundraise for Prop 50 outside California. So I think, right now he is the de facto Democratic resistance to President Donald Trump. We're going to see him on the campaign trail in 2026.
Well, thank you both so much for joining us. I'll send it back to you, Mark and Michelle from Sacramento. Our coverage continues.
All right. Thank you very much to all of you for your insights and your reporting. There's been a lot of reporting all across the state of California, different locations where people are responding differently to Prop 50. Victory narrower in some parts of the state, also losing in some parts of the state in some of the interior counties. We're going to go to Fresno now. Gabe Ferris is at the Fresno County Elections Office where they are counting the votes there. Gabe, what can you say? Tell us.
Well, Mark and Michelle, as has already been said a few times tonight, the Central Valley here home to a third, 3 of the state's 9 Republicans in Congress. So now that we know Prop 50 is projected to pass, the implications here will certainly be far-reaching. Now, over the past few weeks in my coverage of this proposition, I have spent a lot of time in different communities here in the central region of the state. And I have to tell you, every voter who I spoke with over these past few weeks told me that they were going to vote no on Proposition 50. They just didn't like it. And they specifically, most of them actually mentioned what was going on in Texas and said that was different. They said voters here had approved an independent commission and they believe that vote back from 2010 should be upheld. In fact, the only people who I spoke with over the past few weeks who told me they supported Prop 50 and would be voting yes were members of the Fresno County Democratic Party. And of course, you would expect them to vote that way. And now just a final thought here. We do have the preliminary numbers in from the Fresno County Registrar and Clerk here. And you can see in Fresno County voted to approve Prop 50 by just about an 1,800 vote margin. Of course, that is subject to change. It will still be several hours or even days until we know the breakdown through the rest of this region, though. For now, I'll send it back to you, Mark and Michelle.
All right, Gabe Ferris live in Fresno tonight. Thank you for your coverage there. We do want to get some final thoughts from Professor Justin Levitt, who's been with us tonight sharing his insight. Professor Levitt, well, your takeaway from tonight.
So I think there were a lot of doubts and questions and fears maybe going into today about the process and would it work, and about the results and would they hold and would people be able to see themselves in the results. And I think across the board, this gives confidence in the process and in the voice of the people, right? Gabe was sitting in Fresno County watching the ballots being counted, a very regular process, a really smooth election across the board. And what that does is it allows people to have their voice heard. Tonight in Prop 50, next year with the midterms, I think it gives people confidence that they matter in this, that every vote matters. And I think what you're seeing tonight in California and across the rest of the country is a little bit of that across the board.
Democracy is not dead.
Indeed. Very much alive.
All right. Justin Levitt, thank you so much for joining us. Let's take another look now at the results in Proposition 50, the only matter on the ballot in the state of California on this night of the special election. And with 65% of the vote in, the tally has basically stayed roughly the same throughout much of the evening. A resounding yes at this point, 65% to 35%. A lot of votes still to be counted. But again, this projection was made right around 8 o'clock as soon as the polls closed, based on exit polling that the proposition would pass and has passed, and it appears certainly that it definitely has.
Yes, and as we heard from our live reporters all across the state of California tonight, this is something that was expected from both sides, honestly, especially when you look at how much money was spent by both sides, some of the big names that came out to show their support for Democrats and the yes to Prop 50 side. So not really a surprise for many people tonight in our state, but the big question, which remains to be unseen, is what happens next and how this impacts the midterm elections.
Indeed, the midterm elections. I think if you're a Democrat looking at the results tonight, not only in California, but nationwide in terms of the other locations, we're talking about New Jersey, Virginia, Pennsylvania, where the Supreme Court there is still in the hands of Democrats. Democrats would have to be pretty happy with the way things have turned out. Republicans might have some pause based on what they are seeing, because in a lot of these states where they hoped they had a shot, in particular the Attorney General's office in Virginia, where the Democratic candidate had a pretty scandalous revelation about some emails that he had sent, or some texts that he had sent, advocating violence against his opponents, and still won. That should give Republicans perhaps some concerns as they look for where they might be a year from now.
Yeah, and another big question which remains to be unseen is the political future of Governor Gavin Newsom, who we heard speak tonight, but he said he had a bit of a somber tone because he says there's still a lot to be cautious about with regard to the current administration. So we appreciate you watching. This is our our statewide coverage from California of Proposition 50.
Thank you for watching. Good night.